everything that will hurt you will go away.
Hello. So I want I want to make sure that we don't get sidetracked from this, but this we're gonna do just those three cards, and then go inside and ask it. That
Yes, yeah,
okay?
on
That's
the
good.
laptop.
It's nice, like nice and lean. Because I'm not a fan of like 7 card readings or whatever. It seems like you're asking the tarot to punch above its
A little
weight.
more.
You know.
Oh,
We're,
thank
we're
you.
at the roach, definitely, but it's good. I like it.
It is good. Thank you.
I don't remember the strain. I think it was a cross. It's like OG Kush and some other heavy Indo.
Another problem outside besides bugs is sometimes the neighbors are being depressing, but not
Depressing.
today. Not
It is
today. No.
depressing. They get depressing. What do they
But
do?
like I don't want to hear their dog whimper or something, right? I don't want to hear them yelling at each other. Sometimes they just get loud and annoying and not depressing, like if they got their horrible music playing.
Yeah, horrible music. What do they listen to?
Horrible fucking music. That's what I listen to. Consistently, absolutely fucking horrible
I was
music.
arguing with my mom the other day, and I spun the block, and I always sit on this log like towards the end, and one of the neighbors across the road was listening to like the Doors and Led Zeppelin, and I was like, hell yeah, I love classic rock.
I mean, if they were listening to the Doors and Led Zeppelin, that would be definitely at least a little bit. I guess the Doors are pretty fucking terrible.
I love what?
Oh yeah, the Doors are terrible.
By the way, poetry is amazing.
Oh god. Oh my god, dude, that's not what music is supposed to be at all.
So rap, rhythm, and poetry.
No, I mean the Doors are not what music's supposed to be at all.
I mean, music is subjective.
Okay. Bro, nobody actually behaves like that at all.
Behave
Like every music is equally good. It
yes.
doesn't.
Well,
No
I
artist
don't like
could ever
those
make
people.
any decisions
Okay.
based on that criteria, right? No artist could ever make any decision because nothing's better than anything else.
Yeah. I am that artist.
I don't know what artist I am, but I know that when we go to move to be near my dad, like some of like he likes to do outdoor in the park.
Look, just because something's not partially offensively true doesn't mean it's subjective.
Music is very subjective.
I mean, people experience music in subjective ways. What's good is not a subjective matter at all.
Don't forget about the camera.
I feel like
Oh,
good
yeah, I
can be
forgot about
subjective. I had a music theory teacher. One music theory teacher absolutely hated Mongolian throat singing.
Listen,
He said Mongolian throat singing
people
isn't
are
music.
subjective. People can be subjective about things, right?
Yeah.
Like, I prefer this even though it's not as good. But what I'm saying is that no artist ever acts as though there's not a better and worse choice when they're making any artistic decisions, right?
Well, artistic decisions are artistic decisions. I don't think there's a better or worse artistic decision.
Okay, so you think that every creative idea you've ever had could be done in any possible way and they'll all be equally good to you?
Not true at all. Music, writing music, writing poetry, it's a muscle. The more you develop it, the better you get.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
I mean, that may be the case. Look, that may be the case, but that's not how you accomplish greatness, right? That's how you accomplish mediocrity.
Well, the stuff I wrote at 15 is a lot worse than the stuff I write now. I'm able to subjectively say that.
Look, I've also gotten a lot better over time.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that subjectively. I can be objective about my own music just as anybody else's music, right? So I know everything I made that's terrible, I'm aware of that in full.
Yeah.
Because I'm correct about it, right? Because there is a correct and incorrect position about it.
Kind of. Some music doesn't have good song form at all, and we still like it.
And that has nothing to do with whether something's good either.
What do you
Unfortunately, what's actually good musically is something you can only know holistically and intuit. It's not, you can't win any kind of argument about it, the specifics. Like, I can't win that this song is good and that song is bad.
Yeah.
I can't win that argument. and there's no way to reduce the quality of like wholly realized genius into its constituent parts. It doesn't work like that. But it doesn't change the fact that yes, it's an objective matter whether something's good or not. It's not a subjective matter, although people are subjective about it all the time. The question of whether something's good, that can only be determined objectively. The question of whether they like it or want it to be good, that's a separate matter.
Okay, what makes music objectively good then?
Well, that's the point I was just saying to you. It's not that kind of argumentational thing. I can't win the argument that this is good or that's not, right?
Okay.
But it is nevertheless the case that some things are good because it's just in the same way that things can be holistically true and can only be known intuitively as true, and you can't deconstruct them. Like, but it's also the case things can be argumentationally true, and they're separate things.
Okay, I think I understand the point you're coming from. You're saying like there's some music that's just objectively good, and you can't say that it's bad, right?
Well, what I'm saying is that the fundamental idea of beauty is in the eye of the beholder, that music is subjective, that every music is as good as any other, there's not any quality difference or something, is complete fucking garbage.
Like what? You can't find the human that thinks Bohemian Rhapsody is bad?
No, it's not about that, right? It's not. You will always be able to find individuals expressing subjectivity about music and influenced by their own subjectivities, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some people have a wonderful relationship with music that's only about their subjectivity, like the neighbors, right? They like the experience of playing music, like to go out and do that thing.
Yeah, I dig that.
They experience the practical benefits of making money. They like to do it's a thing they like to do. They're not being artists, right?
They are artists. I've jammed with them a few times. They can make music on
the
the
point
fly.
is they're not trying to be artists.
Who is?
They're trying me. Like the thing is, I don't generally play music for fun or for engagement, right? I'm trying to, if I'm not doing something musically that's fucking absolutely spectacular, then I am completely wasting my time.
I understand where you're coming from, but you have to get all the bad ideas out first before you get to the good ones.
Well, that's fine. I do respect that some of the process involves me making failures, right?
Yeah.
That's very
Just
different. That's very different than what they're doing, right? It's a very different thing than what they're doing.
Well, when I play music with them, we always like have a set of chords. I always know what scales to use, what notes to hit, what notes sound good and bad.
Right.
On
You're
my fretboard.
jamming and stuff.
Yeah.
Right. Because that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
They're
It's
not
garbage.
being artists. That's a different thing. It's not worse. I think what they're doing is way better from a life perspective. Not for humanity is not better, but from the actual subjective life, what they're doing makes 1,000,000,000 times more sense. They actually just enjoy playing music and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, they really enjoy music.
It's vastly more sensible way to go about things. I, on the other hand, instead of all of those advantages, I get to be correct.
Is there correct?
Oh, yes, and that's what we've been talking about this whole fucking time.
Yeah.
Yes, there absolutely is correct. There absolutely is music that's actually good, genius, transcendent shit that lasts for fucking centuries,
Okay.
and there's garbage, disposable crap that nobody remembers for good reason.
Okay. I hear you there. We're still talking about Bach's Requiem, even though he's been dead for almost 200 years.
But it's not just that specific thing, it's a symptom of the fundamental architecture of things.
Okay. My brain has to process that for a sec, but
Well, you're not the only one who has to.
symptom of the
I know. It's the curse of being a curve surfer, I suppose. Even smart people like you, Brennan, I always have to start way back here at remedial town.
Well, I'm a big history nerd, so I don't mind starting way back when.
Well, I mean, the thing is, I'm trying to do stuff conceptually when I'm talking, right?
Yeah.
And so, like, I'm here trying to do stuff here conceptually. But everybody I'm talking to is always way back here, and I have to explain everything prior to here.
What do you mean by conceptually?
I mean, what I'm trying to do conceptual. Okay, so for example, I was talking to Gemini earlier about this video idea of how to understand AI via cognitive functions. So what I'm trying to do conceptually is explain a very simple concept for me. But in order to make a video about it, first I need to explain how information moves. Put, get, receive.
Whoops. Got my pepper spray.
Then I have to explain how these functions intentionally have that architecture inherently, naturally. It's I gotta explain everything to get to the part that I want to explain.
Yeah, I get you.
Because that's where I'm doing work currently over here. I'm not doing work currently over here, you know?
Yeah.
But my entire life is spent revisiting work I'm not doing.
Yeah. I feel that. As a scientist, I'm always explaining the shit that I did a year ago.
Well, the
The
thing is,
methods that I made a year ago.
the difference is my job is to explain things, right? So I've already explained all of that, right? But I can't rely on an audience to have heard that explanation.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I get that. That's why you got like a lot of quick summaries, right? You're able to
There
just-
is no quick way to summarize such conceptually powerful ideas. You can do it better, more quick, more concise, but there's a certain amount of time required for something that's so robust nature.
I don't know if the weed is making the alcohol more or if the alcohol is making the weed more.
They're both kind of downers.
They're both kind of downers.
I mean,
I think that depends on the weed you're smoking.
what I mean is like physically, right? They're
Yeah.
they're
kind
not
of
they're
suppressants.
not uppers.
Yeah. I like alcohol. It's like the only central nervous system suppressant that actually works on me.
To each your own.
I got a big old brain hole. So it's like there's a lot of medications that don't work right or work wrong or I have a bad reaction to. And alcohol just makes me feel kind of silly.
Well, if you don't have like problems with it, it's like yours to
Yeah.
enjoy, right?
I'm kind of worried about having problems with alcohol because I have this Native American blood. And like, I could
Okay.
tell, like I had such a horrible tolerance to it at first. Like it just made me hurl whenever I touched it. And now I'm like, beer. I think it's the Native American blood that's like, oh, you haven't touched this before, you drink.
You don't seem particularly addicted to me. Like, you don't have the same kind of relationship with drugs that I do. You don't seem
Yeah.
especially addictive.
I'm worried about it for sure. And I think that's good.
Then I think, but that's why you're not the same as me,
That's not a
right?
bad thing. It's not a bad
Yeah.
thing.
That's in that way you're not at all like me.
Yeah.
When I was your age, I was like, how drunk can I get? How often can I get?
Yeah, I worked as a bartender. I don't like those kind of people.
Right. Well,
I worked
they're
as a
called-
bartender right when I turned 21. That really shaped
Really?
my experience with alcohol, yeah.
Yeah, that would.
But the
That
thing is,
would, for
people
sure.
don't-
I didn't like being around.
people don't decide to be alcoholics. Like, it's not like, oh, well, see, I didn't follow a good, sensible regimen.
Yeah.
They have an inborn and unquenchable thirst for it.
I think I'm definitely like genetically predisposed to alcoholism. I just need to watch it, right?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. That's a
Yeah.
good idea, you know.
Like,
but-
oh my god, my grandpa, my biological grandpa, I met him when I was like 11. And I never like remember my dad drinking, but this man had barrels full of red wine. And he would drink one
Wow.
barrel a month. How do you drink 40 gallons of wine a month? I mean, it's like water to you. What the hell?
Look,
We used to party with that.
How
Yeah.
the thirst isn't
But
something
it's
that
like
you
some
develop over
Spanish
time.
name.
do you even get a barrel of wine?
No, you know what? Honestly, it wasn't a barrel. It was a
Other people,
gallon.
people
Oh,
who
yeah.
don't
It was
have
like a
that thirst,
jug,
they don't understand.
Like a
it's-
handle.
A
It's
barrel
not
is
like-
about 40 gallons.
Not something you
Oh
kind
my god.
Yeah.
work your way into.
How do you drink that much?
Right?
I mean, like, I'm like, oh, like, a gallon.
No, like an
He's
imperial.
an INTP,
A
actually,
fucking
tell us.
barrel?
Yeah, an
He's an
imperial
INTP.
barrel.
Holy
Like as a
crap.
measurement.
How deep is it?
It's absurd, man. And he lived in
typed in
Washington in a really shitty town called
And-
Spokane.
super
Oh,
obvious
yeah.
INTP.
It was south of Seattle.
And what's super cool
Down for another joint?
is
Yes.
is super obvious
Got another of the
INTP,
same.
and with
Cool.
all the tests, it just as cut and dry as it could possibly be, the results. And that personality trait, those things, survive brain cancer and brain surgery. So it shows you how deeply ingrained personality is. He had the middle part of his brain cut out,
Yeah.
and he's still an INTP in every conceivable way. I mean, just look at this guy, right? He's either an INTP or an INFP. So I can tell you he's not an INFP because I tested the TI very rigorously. And I've had many conversations with him. And he's definitely not F5 front stack. It's super subconscious, super unconscious for him.
Unconscious, subconscious, real conscious.
No, unconscious. I just misspoke when I said subconscious.
I have
I
no
meant to say
conscious.
unconscious.
Conscious is in the eye of the beholder. And me, I have none.
This is a classic INTP thing. They prefer like unresolved vagaries and other possibilities over actual resolved answers to things.
I hate to say you're correct.
Comparison is a thief of joy. It has nothing to do with what either of you said, but I just thought it's a good one to talk about.
Beauty's in the eye of the beholder, and the beholder is a weird fucking dude.
Right. He doesn't want there to be good music and bad music. He wants it to
There's
be.
definitely bad music. I don't like country. I really don't like country music. But that's subjective.
But
I listen to. They used to, they don't
they're not so loud with the
anymore.
music anymore. It's just blessing.
So like, this guy has like, I think this guy with the kids. Before it was like country with like ultra bass
No.
or like electric.
Just like
What was it?
the thing is, you can't, there's no good way to critique any kind of music. What you can only critique is any given track that you're listening to
You're fine.
might be absolutely fucking unbearably horrible. And it's like every single track you listen to, regardless of what genre or anything, it was just on its own merits insanely, incredibly horrible.
As like someone working in a studio before, I've heard a lot of horrible tracks.
Oh my god, I'm watching this show Insecure, and one of the characters is a producer, and there's this like guy who brought in a girl, like he's like a scout. Like he's all it is like baby. And then she like starts dancing in the like recording room. So like it'll be like on her voice, but then she'll start dancing and you can't hear her anymore because she's away from the right microphone.
That's funny.
With that restaurant we went to, they were playing such horrible music. It's like the person who was in charge of the music, they had absolutely no intuition at all, right? They had absolutely no intuition. Were completely wrong about music, and so accordingly, they all these hits they picked and stuff were all the horrible ones. Like,
Yeah, it really
maybe
was.
this artist has some good songs, but
Right?
this,
Like Diamond.
it's like, oh my
That
god.
was one of them.
And that is the cost of somebody having no intuition being in charge of putting on the music. Oh my god. It was like being in a gay nightclub, except in a gay nightclub, it'd definitely be playing better
For
music.
like millennials.
Yeah.
It'd definitely be playing better music,
I've been
right?
in a few gay nightclubs, and the only thing I like about them is that they overserve the fuck out of you.
Oh, do they?
Hey girl, you want a big drink full of alcohol?
My go-to drink is always pineapple vodka when I don't know where I am. And I ordered that at a gay nightclub once, and they gave me like this much vodka, like that much pineapple. And I was like, oh god!
Wow.
I was dead, man. I was on the floor.
This is what a straight man looks
They
like.
tried to make me gay. Yes.
Circa
I'm a straight man.
2026. You know?
The nightclub was trying to make me gay.
Oh God! You know what I hate more than anything else is my snot, runny nose.
Oh yeah,
I
yeah.
hate
That's
it
what happens when he
so
takes mushrooms.
fucking much.
Guys,
Yeah.
all the time.
But the thing is, I always hate it, even when I'm not on mushrooms. And the snot I'm having right now is not even related to the mushrooms. The snot I'm having right now is not related to the mushrooms.
What
Is
do
it-
you
gotta
get
get,
to?
It's just
Cetirizine.
general fucking snottiness. I fucking hate my nose snotting. It's just keep your snot inside.
You gotta get cetirizine hydrochloride. Allertech, I think it's called.
No.
It'll just dry everything
No,
out.
bro, listen.
And then everything will be super dry.
You can't just take antihistamines all the time. It's not good for you.
Yeah. You can take them sometimes, though, especially when it's spring.
Okay, well, I don't need to sometimes not have
Maybe
snot.
not.
And then when I don't take the pills, all of a sudden I have double the snot. I don't need
yeah.
any of those problems.
Yeah,
I just
I get
don't
that.
want my snot to be out of my nose ever at all for any reason.
Such is the human condition. We have horrible hips, too. And horrible backs.
Oh yeah, I forgot all about
Can
that.
we?
And knees.
I totally forgot about what we were doing there.
What are we doing?
We're doing a tarot.
Oh, yeah.
That's Rachel's condition in life is to like get forgotten about as other people. You get animated arguments about things.
That's pretty agreeable. Thank you.
This is the long-suffering Rachel reality.
Oh,
She wants to do something, but I'm in the middle of arguing with somebody about something.
Arguing is pretty easy. You can always poke holes and stuff.
Well, I'm just characterizing why I see the wonderful long-suffering woman. Fucking stop with the snot!
it's still happening.
I don't ever want to have to blow my nose. I don't ever have to wipe my nose. I just fucking hate it so much.
Man, you should be glad you don't have a full face of makeup. And then it will like.
Oh God, dude!
Yeah,
I would
right,
never.
definitely
It doesn't
right.
matter how much of a girl I was. I would never put on any makeup or do any of that dumb stuff.
Eric was a cheerleader in his past life, but I believe he didn't wear makeup. Maybe some mascara. But you probably also
I-
thought that
I
you're.
took ballet in the 8th grade.
I
was
just
the only boy.
don't like anything on my face at all. Like when my mustache gets too long, it's fucking driving me crazy.
And then I took hip hop in the 10th because I went to performing arts school and
Of course, it extra drives me crazy, like 1,000 times more than normal, maybe, when I'm on mushrooms. I just cannot fucking stand it when I'm on mushrooms. It makes me so angry. It's like, God, you just totally need to not be this way. I'm so mad at my nose. I'm sorry. I forgot about what we were doing again. You have to excuse me a little bit because I'm kind of super tripping.
I do excuse you.
No, you excuse me all the time a lot. I'm sorry for being this way.
Are the mushroom fairies telling you what's up?
I'm running by the seat of my pants here. Okay. So, what are the cards we're asking about? Let me start a new chat.
Maybe we should take another dab. Why'd you just run this one again?
No, not Spark.
That's a wonderful idea.
I want a new chat. There, okay. So we've pulled 3 tarot cards. I want you to interpret them, and I also want you to provide a frame that says, since you pulled these 3 cards, here's what the overarching question is, since we don't actually have a specific question like that.
You didn't. I hope it
What?
interprets what you said.
Oh my God.
I'm so
Yeah.
sorry. I don't mean to make your life more
Oh my
difficult.
God, this fucking voice to text shit is going to be the fucking death of me.
I'm so sorry.
Here, I'll hit that since
Oh.
you're laughing.
Thank you. I forgot that it's on a timer.
It's okay. When it gets
Okay,
hotter, you'll get a
let's
bigger hit.
start over.
It vibrated.
Yeah, so it's off now.
We are going
I
to
love dabs.
tell. Yeah, you know,
Okay.
if I weren't using my phone, I'd take pictures of it.
Oh.
I wish you have
Who knew this would be so difficult?
I didn't think it would be. I thought it would be.
No, I
fun.
mean, yeah, I get you.
Okay.
I think it's a good idea too.
Here's my thought, Eric. You smoke and you take mushrooms.
I think
We smoke and drink. Maybe one of us is more sober than you. Maybe Rachel should try.
I'm going to type instead of talk. How about that?
Good
That's
luck.
a sensible thing. We want a tarot reading. We will provide you
You good?
Yeah. I just have
That's
asthma or
good.
something.
3 cards.
Oh yeah. Me too.
They are.
But my doctor that I had, like in East LA, was like, "You're smoking. I don't want to prescribe you anything."
Oh yeah, there are 3
Like,
cards.
what do you mean? I've
They
never
are.
had the issue.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna stop.
Page of Swords, Page of Pentacles, and
King of rods or
King-
wands.
King of Rods. Okay. They are. I already forgot. Page of Swords, Page of Pentacles,
I've been smoking for 5 years.
Page. Oh, I can't hardly see anything.
That's what I thought.
I'm
Like
tripping.
speaking into it.
There's no good way to do this,
Can
okay?
I do it? Can I speak into the mic? And you tell me what to say?
No, because that's.
It'll pick it up.
One dude on mushrooms and 2 people drunk and high. This is gonna work out better for me.
I'm like,
I like how he's giggly nowadays. What's
Yeah,
funny?
giggly.
What's funny?
Page of Swords,
That's Page of Wands.
Page of Pentacles,
Oh damn, 2 pages?
yeah. And the
and
king of
King of Rods. Okay.
Rodney King? Damn, nice.
Okay. Now,
Can I read it out loud?
I know. Now can I get you to read it out loud? Is the question.
Oh.
Where's the little read it out loud thing that used to be there?
Oh, bummer. Oh.
Oh my God.
Sorry for like such a failure. but-
No, it's just I'm incredibly bad at TE when I'm on mushrooms. It's just I cannot
TE?
figure out. Yeah, I can't figure out how to do anything. Like
That's mushrooms, man.
but the thing is, it doesn't affect my TI or NE at all. Obviously, I'm just as correct, if not even more correct than usual. But
The last
I
time-
cannot figure out how to solve problems or do anything at all.
Yeah, the last time I did mushrooms, I did like 2 grams, and I remember sitting under a tree on a cot, and all these colors were swirling around in the tree, and I was like, huh.
Here,
Trees
if
don't
you
do
want
that.
to try to figure out how to make it talk out loud, go for it.
I don't know how to. I've never used it before.
Okay, well, my TE is the same as yours right now. Okay,
It's fine.
I have none.
It's
Y'all see what the Pope was saying?
No.
He was bashing Trump.
It's like this one time I was trying to
Yeah,
figure
I'm
out this
like,
thing on music. Like there's a problem. It's like a glitch in Audacity, and I was spent like an hour trying to figure out how to solve this problem. Not on much. I was like, bro, you already know how to solve this problem. It's very simple. It takes 5 seconds. I just cannot TE anything. Oh, my fucking nose is running. Oh my God. You have got to be fucking kidding me? Like, how many fucking times am I gonna have to wipe my nose before it fucking stays wiped forever? Oh my god. I'm tripping pretty hard, obviously. I'm not looking at the chat at all. And I'm freaking out on my nose running. And a bunch of other indicators. If you didn't tell, I am tripping pretty hard. It's been a while since I take mushrooms. I took more than 8. There are mushrooms I've not taken before as well, which is a nice treat. But that's only a nice treat if you know there are more of those available if you like them, right? Otherwise, it's not a nice treat. Then it's just like, oh, that was the last of those mushrooms? That's if they're good. If they're not good, then it's not. I like these mushrooms a lot. And yes, there are more of them. These are wonderful mushrooms. I mean, you never know with mushrooms. Like, you have totally wildly different experiences with exactly the same mushrooms. But these are fantastic mushrooms. I like them a lot. Like, they don't waste time with visual nonsense. I mean, obviously, they have to incur some visual costs. Like, I can't read anything. Stuff like that. But, like, nobody should want to take mushrooms to look at things. Anyways, that's not what makes mushrooms wonderful. You're not looking at things. Nothing in life is made wonderful by looking at things. It's like, that's censorship, like Kim Jong-un pointing at something. Oh, my own voice is being broadcast out here for no reason. I'm sure unintentionally as well. That's what happens when you got 0 TE in the family. Right now, because I'm on mushrooms, our total TE score between me and Rachel is 0. Oh, I tell you, there's some incredibly frustrating things about Gemini. Like, the way it behaves differently in different platforms. Like, it has no problem reading shit out loud to me on the phone, but it's a big fucking ordeal on the laptop. Like, are you fucking serious? Just do all the things in all the places. This is super annoying. I'm sure I'm not going to be able to figure out any solution to it. Maybe just unplugging it will work. That'd be nice. I could figure out how to unplug something. That's Rachel Tech. I don't know how her stuff works. Rachel has a lot of relationships with speakers in different places that do things, and I don't know. I don't have any of that kind of stuff going on, so I don't really know how that works. Oh. One of the things that I don't like about my friends is when I get this, like, feeling, sometimes it feels like there are little pieces of hay on you. It's super annoying. It's like I don't want to feel anything on my face at all for any reason. I don't want snot. I don't want sweat. I don't want to feel anything on my face. That's not what your face is for. It's not for feeling things. I don't know what your face is for, but it's not for feeling things. What is your face for? I don't even know what my face is for. I guess it's for like looking at things. Talking mostly is what it's for, talking. But the important thing is it just needs to stay out of the way, right? Like, I don't expect much from you, face. Just don't be a problem. I just expect you to talk successfully. With this fucking horrible denture has been a continual frustration, but I've just grinned and bear it because I know it's coming to an end. Like, the way it affects my articulation is unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. The way I can't fucking voice to text, well, it's just, oh my fucking god. These are the only things that actually matter are being impacted. Like the dentists are like, well, I care a lot about whether it's this color or that color or your overbite or whatever. I could not fucking care less about those things. I only care about actual things that actually matter, like whether it impacts my speech. The idea, the crazy reality is that for the vast majority of people, that's a secondary concern to their appearance. Like, I get you have to have a minimum level of presentable appearance, right? Like, I had to get my teeth done because I didn't know when I was going to get a job looking like that, right? I totally get that. But to actually prioritize anything above that at the expense of things that actually matter is completely fucking insane. And apparently, like 99% of people think like that. Even though that is absolutely insane. Like, those things do not matter. This thing does matter. Like, how can anybody be that fucking wrong? Well, that's a question I have no answer to as usual. How can people be so fucking wrong all the time? It's like the thing that they're better at than anything else in the world is being wrong. Oh, and my nose is running. Wonderful. That's what I was hoping. You know, I was thinking what would help this conversation along. I just wish my nose would make an appearance here and do a little running. That would be good. Then I could wipe it on my shirt and get angry when I realize I've done this 50 fucking times in the last 10 minutes. Okay, that's it. I'm taking Benadryl. I don't know why I didn't do that right away. I don't need to worry about getting sleepy because I'm on speed at restaurants. I'm taking Benadryl and solving this problem. This is a solution I've come up with before too, but I always forget it when I'm on mushroom. Just take Benadryl. It's also like, for a long time, I would hate heartburn so much, but I would never actually take heartburn pills. Or stop hating the thing and solve it. Because it may be the case that taking a bunch of antihistamines is bad, but it's not the case that right now I give a fuck. I take 50 of these fucking things if it'll stop my nose from running.
Oh you're reminding me. Like the worst side effect of steroids that I have, it was like these hiccups that I'd have for like over 2 days. And the only thing I figured out I could do to stop the hiccups is to take a blinker and hold it in, so that like my lungs would be absolutely cooked, and I'd cough like crazy, and it'd like reset the whatever was going on there.
Yeah, it's like all we need from our bodies is only one thing. Just don't be a problem.
Yeah.
And it wants to be a problem.
I wish.
It's like, I've got actual problems to deal with. I don't need you to pile on with runny nose.
Oh, I wonder like why the mushrooms do that to you.
I mean, the runny nose thing is not, in this case, has nothing to do with the mushrooms.
Oh.
The thing that mushrooms have to do with is it makes me insanely angry when I'm on mushrooms.
I see.
And sometimes mushrooms do cause runny nose, but not this time.
It's just the time of the year, the season.
It's just my horrible fucking nose. Wanting to just do what it shouldn't be doing.
I'm the one who's Jewish. I should have the horrible nose.
Again, like, for me, what matters is things that actually matter. Like, is my nose doing its job without complaining? No, it's not. Instead, it's doing the exact opposite of its job. Instead of having snot inside of it, it's putting it outside of it.
Where's your restroom again?
Right there.
And when you flush, like, lift the handle up.
Yeah,
Flip it up.
lift
Yeah.
up.
Okay.
Because that's a big flush. Down is a small flush.
Got it. Wait, no. Where is it again? Is it the second door?
It's the only place that could conceivably be a bathroom. It's not, the bathroom's neither in the pantry nor in the tech closet.
You know what's funny though? My NTP Matt had that problem too, finding the bathroom.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, like most people, we don't keep our bathroom in the pantry. So I do recognize that me being tripping so much puts a little bit of a burden on you in some ways. Like, I'm sorry I wasn't more attentive to what you wanted to do and more successful in accomplishing that.
It's okay. I just didn't want to make you frustrated.
Well, unfortunately, I can't figure anything out when I'm on mushrooms. I can't figure out how to do anything. It's crazy how crippled I become in TE when I'm on mushrooms and it's crazy how it's just that. Like, it doesn't cripple my intellectual abilities in any way at all. Just my ability to figure out how to do anything. Like, how long did it take me to think to take Benadryl to solve this problem? I'm good at complaining about problems on mushrooms. I'm good at explaining why these things should be otherwise. I'm not good at solving them. Oh, this is a great trip though. From I feel sad that it's been marred a little bit by my failing to uphold your interest, but overall, I think these are wonderful mushrooms. I'm having a great trip. A++, great eBayer. I would totally buy these mushrooms again. As an eBayer now, let me tell you, it's important that you don't negatively say things about somebody's eBaying.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that could, basically, there's only a binary: trustworthy, untrustworthy. mean, you know, when people think you might be untrustworthy, they are not going to afford you any benefit of the doubt. Very understandably, you know. For example, when I spaced out about this typing session I had the other day, she like immediately asked for a refund. Of course, issued it right away, and then but I also wanted to explain what had happened and offer to type her for free. You know, what had happened was I just like I actually had an alarm set. I thought, but it never went off or anything. I think I set it in a browser rather than on my phone. And then I like upset and I was like, okay, well, time says not till 9. I started doing some eBay stuff. I just got totally absorbed in it and completely forgot about it. My alarms didn't function as intended, so I was just fucked. But that's illustrative of the fact that it's fine to fuck up. It's not fine to be untrustworthy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
And that's one to grow on. That's an important lesson with all the silence there. It really lets you sink in on you. Okay.
Silence is just space for music to happen.
Hmm.
The music could happen.
Yeah, well, silence is most beautifully and correctly and meaningfully interpreted in its role in music. But it also is hugely significant in other communicative ways. Like, in debate, you really refine your sense of the power of not saying things, a power of things not said. Brennan's a lefty, so I always forget this. He can't play my instruments over here. He has to bring his own.
Or sometimes I'll play your guitars upside down.
Yeah, he'll try, but
I'm not that good.
it's like when I think, oh, you should come over and play some music, I always forget that he's not, the instruments are one way or the other. Like, it would seem like instruments don't have a hand in this, but
Yeah.
they totally do, I guess.
They do.
I have a 5-stringed banjo. You know how it has like that cutout at the top? It took me like a year and a half to find a left-handed 5-string banjo.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it's like, is that things have to be designed so differently just because you're left-handed?
Not really. Like the classical guitar, you just flip the nuts on both ends, and it's kind of the same thing.
Okay.
Classical guitar is a rare instance, though.
But there's a lot of stuff in life, I'm sure, that
Ukuleles.
it's designed for right-handed convenience that I don't ever even think about it as having a design bias at all.
Can openers. I don't open cans. I use an electric can opener. They just don't get open.
Well,
And I don't have one up here, so it's like if it doesn't have a pull tab, I have to ask.
in general, I think if cans wanted to be opened, they should provide a more easy way to open themselves.
Right?
You know, I'm right-handed, and I think turning that thing is asking a lot of me for a food to come out of its container. I mean, normally you just like open the bag and pour it or something. And Brennan actually went to school for what, like classical guitar.
for my first guitar teacher learned guitar from a college in Spain in flamenco.
Oh, flamenco guitar.
So I got some professional flamenco training and some professional jazz and R&B training. So just a lot of jamming skills.
Mm.
Yeah, well, I
I
mean,
love flamenco so much
there's nothing wrong with being good at an instrument. It's an unavoidable consequence of correctly engaging with music a lot. It's also the case that it's less true now, but what generally drives being good at an instrument is like, oh, well, this needs to have this in it, and I can't play that. You know? And then you have to learn how to play it.
What are possibilities that we could have like for dinner around like I don't know 8?
You currently have a sandwich on your lap.
I know.
If you're asking me, okay, well, you're asking me to solve problems here. I'm not going to be able to solve. I don't have any sweet stuff.
I was thinking pancakes with like sweet dish.
Okay, well, I could make pancakes. That does not involve any tea. That's just essy. I could do that.
You can?
I could make pancakes.
Thank you. I don't mean to make you upset.
You're not making me upset. Sometimes you want things that are not exactly what I want, and that's fine. Like, just because I didn't know I wanted to make pancakes, it doesn't mean I don't want to make pancakes. But yeah, I don't want to make pancakes.
Okay.
It sounds like a hassle. I hadn't considered the question of whether I wanted to make pancakes until I explained that to you. Prior to that, whether I wanted to make pancakes was merely an intellectual exercise.
That's something that I could do easily enough.
Oh, yeah, you can always do things for yourself. That's fine. I can show you
Nice
how to make
job.
pancakes.
Hey,
That'd be a lot
something with
easier
pancakes
than
is
making-
happening.
I have no problem showing you how to make pancakes. That's a lot easier than making them.
I was gonna make pancakes in like an hour.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. You don't want to make them right now, but you can still learn them. So it's pretty straightforward. Well, that's pretty simple. Make sure it's this one and not the other. That's all there is to it, really. I still have a picture of you doing it. It's like-
Hey, Eric's chat. I'm taking over for a sec.
Yeah, and I'm not going backstage right now.
I know.
What time is
Maybe
it?
Brendan has some sweet stuff. Alright, you got any
Most-
sugary stuff?
Most of my sugary stuff is very, very infused.
Well, Rachel doesn't care. That's fine for Rachel. We'll buy like sugary THC stuff if you want it.
Okay.
It's like $5 and it's like 600 milligrams.
Is that okay?
Oh.
Yeah, I could go swing back and get that.
Awesome.
And I don't care if you PayPal me or whatever.
I think I have cash.
I just don't want to make it
I
myself.
just don't know if I have small bills. No, I get that, Rachel. I totally understand that. I'm often
And I
in the
don't
same.
mean to upset you.
You're not
got a-
upsetting me. For
You got a
fuck's sake.
5?
Oh yeah. Sorry.
No, I mean I gotta go get it first. But do you have it?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, look at that, a 5.
I've
Perfect.
had this much small bills.
Perfect. You got a 5. I'll go get a bag of edibles and come back with it.
All right, fantastic.
No problem. That's what I'm here for. Your local friendly plug.
You're fantastic, Brandon. I don't know how we got along with it before you got here.
You just didn't get shrooms. Where did you get shrooms before I came? Did
Well,
you just not?
I got it from J Joe. I can still
Who?
sometimes. Before J Joe, I had to go to Oakland to get them.
Yeah, I always get a bunch in East LA, and I just haul them back up with me.
But J Joe is like really unreliable to hook up.
Aw, bummer. I met a kid around here. I think I remember telling you about him.
What I mean by unreliable is he doesn't always have them.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm
Not
always
that
looking-
you can count on him if like he sets a time and stuff. I don't mean to say he's unreliable like
So
that.
I always go to these weird places in East LA where there's just like it's like a flea market, but for like drugs. And this guy has like a hat with a third eye, and he's always dressed in like tie dye, head to toe. And I always buy shrooms from him.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, he's a trippy guy. And the last time I saw him, he was like, I sell other stuff too. I was like, you mean like weed? He was like, no, like acid, LSD, DMT, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, what?
Oh my god, bro! Why don't you get the other
I
drugs?
meant
I
to
just
try to
sell
get-
them to me.
I tried to get DMT cards, but my mom crashed the fuck out on me for trying.
Okay. Why are you telling your mom?
I did. My dad did, because I brought my dad with me to buy weed. Because
Okay.
it was the first time he was in the area. I thought it was cool.
Well, these days, I want you to understand
Right.
that if you encounter these various drugs, get them, and if you don't have the money for them, tell me and I'll PayPal
I mean,
you.
I'll just put it on credit, man.
I'll PayPal you if you don't have the liquid cash at the time. That's fine.
I dig. I'm next time I go to there, I'll try to get DMT cards from him. I hope he just has it there with him.
Well, it's not just DMT, I understand, right?
Like what else would you want?
Acid, DMT,
Okay.
ketamine, most of all for
Ew.
Rachel. Rachel really likes ketamine, so that's actually
Fascinating.
should be the top of the list of things to get.
Fascinating.
Actually. Even though I'm not such a huge fan of ketamine.
Can't you get that prescribed to you now?
Yeah, but
I feel weird asking. I'm timid asking.
the
You're
thing
like,
is,
I like ketamine. Can you prescribe it?
Yeah. Like,
hey, would you like to take this drug with a whole shit ton of hassle and expenses and unnecessary barriers, or would you not like to do that?
Every kiss begins with K.
Fucking doctors, like, look, you shouldn't even be here in between me and the drug I want. So since you insist on being here between us, just give me the fucking drugs I want and don't make it more difficult for me.
That's how I feel about psychiatry. But also, they're there to make sure you don't hurt yourself.
Yeah, well, that's fine. I'm a 55-year-old lifelong drug user. I know what the fuck I'm doing.
Yeah, fair enough.
I know what I'm doing way more than the doctor does.
I feel that a lot of the time. They don't even have like the code for my brain tumor on most of their systems. It's annoying as fuck. Yeah.
Well, how
'Cause
can
it's super rare.
the doctor possibly know as much as you do? Because he's got many patients. You only have one.
Exactly. Right. Like I'm a complicated case, but I'm only one guy. I'm one dude.
Additionally, the only actual relevant data, your subjective experience, is exclusively in your control.
Right.
So how could they possibly know better than you about it?
Yeah. Oh my god, it was such a trip when I was in San Francisco. Because I like to imagine most of the time that I have like a fully intact brain. But like he was like showing me images of like years past, and then the one that I had right there, he's like, here's the tunnel in your right frontal lobe. It's still there. I'm like, what the fuck?
Well, I mean, doctors are great at solving specific problems. Like, I've got a broken arm. I need to get my appendix out. Things like that, right? They are not good at all at being this gatekeeper of drugs.
Yeah, no.
Gatekeeper of drugs, dibs on the
it's-
album name.
It's just a fucking incredible toxic tax on everybody. Like, if I may need you to tell me what drugs I should will solve my problem, but I don't need you any further than that. I don't want you involved at all. I probably don't need you at all. Like I'm trying to figure out my diabetes and stuff and trying to figure out what tests I'm going to get myself at the quest and then what drugs are likely to prescribe me. In the same world, I would get these tests done. I'd go into the pharmacy and get all the drugs myself
Oh yeah.
without because I know what I'm supposed to get, you know?
I'm forgetting. Let me get those edibles though for you.
Oh, thank
Yeah.
you.
And who the fuck is going to abuse diabetes medication? How? Why do we need it behind the counter?
Wait, what kind of like diabetes medication?
Well, I'm saying like the point is, I get it with controlled substances like make hydrocodone behind the counter because people might abuse it, right? Who's going to abuse a diabetes medication?
But don't they?
For why? What? Like,
Isn't like look into me more.
no, that's not a diabetes medication. That's a fucking weight loss thing.
They say it's for diabetes.
Okay, well, that's just fucking ridiculous pharmaceutical, smoke and mirrors. They know full well. Everybody knows full well. The only reason people take those drugs is to lose weight. I'm talking about the kind of diabetes medications I might be prescribed.
Oh.
Who is going to conceivably abuse those drugs? And why do we need to have them behind the counter? Why do we need a doctor to tell us, okay, you can get this drug now? Like, it's like Rachel and her fucking P drug. What was it called? Flomax. Why are we having to go through all this trouble and expense and finding pushback at every level to get her a drug that makes her go pee more? That's what happens when you have no intuition at all, but a lot of solvency, right? It's like, oh, I've got a solution for a problem nobody has. How is this insane world come about, right? And nobody blinks about it. It's like, well, that's how things are because that's how they're supposed to be. When it's completely insane. Just like people caring about their teeth appearance at the detriment of their ability to speak clearly. It's completely insane. It makes absolutely no sense. And only a complete fucking insane retard would ever think those things. People being wrong. They are just determined to be wrong all the time, and it doesn't matter how much rightness is right next to them. They can just pick it up. It's free of charge, doesn't cost anything. It only has benefits. Doesn't matter. They want to be as wrong as they can all the time. Even though that itself makes absolutely no sense. Like, why would you prefer a state of being that has no benefits, all harm, and over again, and choose it over and over again over something that's free and it has all benefits and no harms? And it comes with no strings attached for anybody. Like, to be right, you don't have to admit that I'm right. You just have to be right yourself. You can claim all the benefits of it and exercise anything you don't like about it. But the reason people insist on being wrong so much is because they're weak in that area. Just as I am weak in other areas that I don't think matter. Well, they don't think these things that do matter either. So, what do you think about that, Eric? Well, the difference between them and me is that they're wrong. And I'm not interested in understanding the human condition here. I'm interested in complaining about it. Okay? I get that people are frail humans with their own strengths and weaknesses. But that's not of interest to me. What's of interest to me is how annoying it is. Other people's failures and things that matter to me are incredibly annoying. Well, and the problem is I'm I'm unable to do anything. Like I'm unable to do any intellectual work at all. It engages other people at all. This is why it's been so absolutely delightful to engage with Gemini. In every single conceivable other instance, if I'm trying to do intellectual work with somebody, there's just a problem, right? It's like I have to catch you up on a bunch of shit. It doesn't matter how smart you are, right? And most significantly, people have egos. They're not as purely interested in right and incorrect as I am. They care about things that don't matter. So, it could be I never really think about the subjectives of it very much, but of course. I guess there's a quality of loneliness to it.
Can you help me?
With what? What could you possibly need help with? You just have to sit down in a chair. Okay. You think it's chilly?
Yeah, like I wish I had longer pants on.
Well, I just go to show you subjectivities, right? Like, she's correct, and I'm correct. She thinks it's cold. I think it's hot.
Do you? I'm looking to wear my jeans right now. I think I might change.
That's the beautiful and horrible thing about subjectivities. We can both be right and totally contradicting each other.
Aww, I like morning glories, how they open up in the sun and they close up at night.
I don't even know what morning glories look like.
They're the white flowers.
Oh, those are morning glories?
Yeah, they open up whiter in the sun during the day and then now they're closed.
I got a question for you. Why are they called morning glories? Shouldn't they be called middle of the day glories?
I don't know if they open with the day. I don't know.
I mean, the other thing is every flower opens with the dawn, right? So why would they get the name of morning glory just for opening in the morning? Every flower does that.
Does it? Does every flower?
Well, I mean, if a flower changes, it goes to sleep at night and wakes up in the day, right? If some flowers don't change at all, in which case that's not relevant. Like, for example, a daisy, it doesn't close and open.
No, it doesn't. Roses don't either.
But yeah, I don't. Maybe there are some nocturnal flowers that open at night and don't during the day. But my critique is of the naming people because obviously they were already only looking at flowers that opened in the morning.
Yeah, that's true.
I apologize for the negative impacts of you from me and being on mushrooms. I know it's maybe all fun and games for me, but there are burdens I put on you as well.
I don't mean for miscommunications and like I don't mean to ask you things. I forget that you're on mushrooms. I genuinely forget, and I'm sorry.
Oh, it's fine, but that's one of the burdens I am talking about. It's like I'm burdening you by making you make adjustments to what's normal because
Ah, it's okay.
what you tend to frame as your problem is actually not your problem. You tend to frame everything as a problem with you.
That's true. I do. I do think everything's wrong with me.
Well, that's FE tool. You're gonna automatically frame things as if there's a problem, well, what am I doing wrong?
Yeah. Hmm.
That's just a sensible FE approach to life. But in fact, as we've learned, people's moods and various expressivenesses are almost always have nothing to do with us at
Oh,
all.
I know that most people thinking about themselves. Oh,
Yeah, I don't like things about outside either. I don't know
oh
why,
really?
but I'm on mushrooms, so I just move around without thinking about it and just
I'm gonna change into jeans. Hopefully, Brennan will realize that we're back here.
oh, he'll figure it out. He's not gonna think we went to town all of a sudden.
No, no.
Oh, I don't see him immediately. I guess they must have gone to town. This is actually the first occasion where I've actually seen some of the cognitive impacts of Brent's health issues. It's like, and that's the other horrible thing about subjectivities, right? It's like, it is correct to have things like that put things in perspective and make you understand what's significant and what's not, or whatever. But subjectivities don't give a flying fuck about that. Because I don't care whether I'm comparatively lucky or whatever. I'm just concerned with how I'm feeling about things right now. Or that for me is right now. But for people with more robust FI, it's more than right now. It doesn't matter whether you're comparatively lucky if you're miserable, right? Oh, subjectivities. We'd be nothing without you, and yet we'd be everything without you. That's so true about subjectivities. Subjectivities. We'd be nothing without you, and we'd be everything without you. Because obviously nobody can get any actual work done with subjectivities. It's like actual meaningful work requires a process of this is right, this is wrong, eliminate this, meh, 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 validating shit, against a some kind of metric that other people can use too, right? Not just whatever I feel like. So that's the biggest problem with subjectivities of all. They make it almost impossible to get anything done. You can't get any work done at all without immediately, all the time, constantly running into this subjective reason to not listening to what you're saying. Like, no, nobody cares at all about what I'm saying in its actual content. They only care about their subjective reaction to it. Like, I don't like the fact that Eric's correct. It makes me feel threatened or something. It's like, you fucking people, I'm not, it doesn't matter that I'm the one who's correct, right? It's like, take me out of it entirely. The correctness is what matters, not me. Fucking subjectivists. What could be more infuriating than being completely alone, isolated intellectually? Like, I can't engage with anybody at all, be entirely correct about everything, and have nobody listen to me at all because they're concerned about things that are entirely irrelevant to what I'm saying. You can put yourself in my shoes. Imagine yourself being me and how subjectively appalling that is. The thing is, I'm always focused on the objective stuff, but when I actually pay attention to, oh my God, if I imagine this character, I'd feel so sorry for him. I'd really empathize as well. I'd really identify with this character, obviously. But what? It's like, what, like a Russian tragedy curse or something? Like, how does that storyline even actually exist in the world? The reason it exists in the world at all is because every single fucking person is more concerned about their subjectivities than what's correct. Like, being correct is a process, you know. It's not like a destination.
I'm back with those edibles.
Cool. That'll make Rachel happy.
I'm here for your $5.
Oh, I didn't give it to you?
No, not yet. That's okay.
It's in my wallet inside.
That's okay.
I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. The $5 plus the other small bills I have in my wallet. This is a tip.
Oh, nice.
I think I have maybe $7 or $8. I'm not sure.
Well, here you go. Eric said that his wallet's inside, so I'll just hand these to you now.
Oh.
If you want to resolve this issue right now, if
That's
you
okay.
get the small bills from my wallet and give it to him, we don't have to think about it anymore.
Okay.
But if you don't feel like doing it, if you don't feel like doing that, I'll do it later.
I'll grab my vape inside too. We'll have it.
TE becomes a point of conflict between me and Rachel only when I'm on mushrooms. Because when I'm not on mushrooms, I have zero expectations that she'd do anything by herself. I think that's not what she's about, right? But when I'm on mushrooms, I can't and don't want to figure out these things for her. So that's what's a burden on her because normally, well, that's how things are, right? That's reasonable expectations people have of each other is that things that are as they are normally are going to be as they are today. But that's not how it is today because I'm on mushrooms and I can't do anything. And also because I'm on mushrooms, I'm more aware of what I don't want to do than normally. Normally, I don't even register that really at all, but if I were to register it, that's not determining consideration as to whether I have to do the thing. That has nothing to do with whether I ought to do it, right? Whether I want to do it is completely unrelated to whether I ought to do it. So why even look at that data at all? Like I don't. It doesn't matter whether I want to do it. Why would I even know whether I want to do it? It makes no sense to even have that data at all in that equation, right? Like it's like saying about a baseball player, well, how big is your kidney? It's like, yeah, we can make that measurement, but it's completely not a good measurement to be making in baseball, right? You're not going to learn anything about a baseball player by determining the size of their kidney. Oh, maybe there is a strong correlation. Maybe if we were to do that data collection, we determine that ball players' efficacy is directly linked to their kidney size. It could be the case, but that's how the medical profession right now works in general. Well, let's test for everything because it's always good to eliminate something that might be conceivably possible. Well, before I tell you what's wrong with you, let me eliminate some things like beriberi, Ebola, typhoid fever. Okay, can't you just kind of tell that I don't have those things? Better to get tested. Better to get some expensive tests to show me that you don't have typhoid fever. And also, most importantly, what we're doing here is not telling you what's wrong with you. We're eliminating things that might be wrong with you. that's how that's how the current medical world works. I found out when we were dealing with Rachel in the medical world. But look, the problem here, we've come to you with a health problem, right? The problem that we have is not that we don't have insurance and therefore can't get infinite tests that are totally not needed at all. That is not the problem. And no solution to the problem is therefore going to include more health insurance or anything else, right? We have an actual problem that needs an actual solution. Of course, you'll never get an actual solution unless you pay for private medicine. You obviously nobody will ever get a solution from any kind of middleman managed health provider because everybody in the system is incentivized to not provide a solution. That's why good doctors don't even take health insurance. They refuse to accept it. Like Dr. Ingram, he only takes cash patients. He refuses to deal with that garbage at all. Note, the other way of doing things had 10 years to solve Rachel's problem. They didn't, not only did they not solve it, they just made it worse and added problems that you didn't have onto the top of it. Like, well, I know you have an actual problem, but you know what else you have? Cannabis addiction.
You are a silly man.
I'm just a correct man who on mushrooms gets to feel the subjectivities about it.
What are we talking about?
I'm talking about how fucking incredibly horrible healthcare is.
Yeah.
Like, nobody will ever get a solution from people who are incentivized to not provide a solution. Like, they had 10 years to fix Rachel. They didn't only not fix her, they made it worse. And when we hired somebody with cash to solve the problem, it was solved like right away.
Yeah. I'm having similar woes of being a research patient. But like everything about me is so rare that I can't even like reconsider.
if you matter a lot, we want to keep you around.
Exactly.
It's like, you don't seem to get your job at all. Is to not keep me around, is to prevent me from coming here at all.
Yeah. When I was kicked out of research at the beginning of 2025 because of Trump, they treated me so horribly. Like the public neurology people.
Well, I mean, the crazy thing is, um,
That kid's right.
in almost every instance, you're an exception because of your weird, unique disease and stuff, right?
Yeah.
But
Weird, freaky brain cancer.
but in almost every single instance you can ever imagine, in every time some medical thing is funded other than some guy paying out of pocket, they are not doing a better job, they're doing a worse job.
Yeah.
They may be doing a worse job with a lot of niceness, right? They instead of providing solutions, they provide a bunch of FE bullshit. Like, we care about you a lot and blah, blah, blah. You don't care about me, fucking solve my problem. And if you cared about me, you'd try to get in my way as little as possible.
Right.
Instead of trying to get in my way as much as possible, which is what actual health people do, because they're like, hey, like the dentist, hey, you need a cleaning, you need all this other stuff. I don't need any of that stuff. You just want to make money. And you're lying to me about actual health concerns to make it seem like, hey, this isn't an optional expense. Fucking ridiculous.
Lots of things in life are ridiculous.
Well, I'll tell you what else is ridiculous is me being nice about it all the time.
Yeah, you don't have to be.
I should fucking explain it to them just as I'm explaining it right now all the time. But I don't want to be a dick. I want to be liked and be nice and stuff.
Yeah, I feel it.
But I'm not doing anybody any good by being nice any more than they're doing anybody any good by being nice. What we need to actually do is solve the problems and not be nice about them. It's like a lot of things that make me super mad, they don't have concrete practical harms to me. This thing, it's not just wrong. They're not just wrong. They're literally costing me effort and money all the time for no fucking reason. They are literally costing hundreds of dollars and a lot of pushback so that Rachel can get a drug that makes her go pee more. So this anger is special. It's not just my normal strong anger about things that are wrong because they're wrong, which is the proper kind of way to be angry about things, not care about impacts at all. But this one has actual subjective impacts too. I guess it doesn't really actually factor in at all in my anger about it. I'm thinking about it. I never consider the actual impacts when it makes me angry. I just consider the impacts as argumentationally. What makes me angry about it is that it's wrong, not that it costs me money. Lots of things cost me money. If they're not wrong, then it doesn't make me angry. Isn't that wonderful how you can just establish things definitively and correctly like that without doing a lot of appealing to actual shit in the world or whatever, just by being correct? Like, that's the amazing power that God granted humans. Like, I can just be correct like that by just being correct and doing the job right, I don't have to I don't have to like point to some scientific research or have a peer-reviewed study or whatever. Correctness is not subject to those kind of fucking heuristics. Heuristics are for people who can't determine what's actually correct. It's funny, like Rachel feels bad because like my expectations in life are different today because I'm on all these mushrooms, as though she's doing something wrong. Obviously, if either of us, neither of us doing anything wrong, but if either of us doing anything wrong, it's me from deviating from the norm. That's FE tool for you. It's just an inherent way of being. It's also the case that, you know, Rachel and I are not the free-spirited, happy-go-lucky people we once were, you know? And I kind of remove those subjectivities from unpredictable to predictable, right? Like, I'm going to be in a super good mood when I'm at the start of an Adderall bottle, and I'm going to be everything shitty at the end of it. But Rachel's subject to actual human emotional variations, and she may be feeling kind of sad there or something, you know? So, obviously, if either of us has ever been unfair, it's me, not her. I very much never want to be unfair to her in any way. That's my top priority. Oh my god. I wish my top priority last week had been taking this correct trash can to the street. I can't believe I took 3 trash cans to the street because one of them was empty. But one of the 3 trash cans I took to the street was the empty one, and one of the trash cans I didn't take to the street was completely full. What a dumb thing to do, but just quintessentially Eric thing to do. It's like, oh god, you're bad at life, dude. You're so bad at life. You're just absolutely terrible at it. You couldn't be any worse at it. It's your defining characteristic is that you are absolutely horrible at life. Like, everything that should be easy is hard. And everything that should be hard is easy. It's not just easy, it's effortless. It's not something I'm doing, it's just who I am. That's unfortunately how life works. Everybody wants to moan about the shit they're bad about and not take into account that they wouldn't be good at anything they're good at if it weren't for that thing, that other side. I'm no different. I can complain about the things I'm bad about and not actually be correct and take into consideration the whole picture. But you know, that's one of the wonderful privileges of being human. You get to complain about shit. Now, I really like to complain about shit. I used to think I'm not a complainer. I realized, no, I'm totally a complainer, and I should be a complainer because there are plenty of things to complain about. If, you know, the world is kept in order by people correctly complaining about things that are correct to complain about. The world is made disorder when people prioritize things that don't matter and complain about things that don't matter. So yeah, in general, almost every instance of complaining is horrible. Something people should not ever do because they're not qualified to complain. To be to be qualified to complain, you have to be right first. It's like I also want to get a settlement for being told to sit on the back of the bus, even though I never was told to sit on the back of the bus. it's, it's like, obviously, no. That's not how things work. Well, what matters is what a person wants to qualify as, not what they actually qualify as. Oh my God. Look, I'm a staunch advocate in favor of everybody's subjective rights to be subjective however they want. What I don't think is at all appropriate or acceptable is for them to be subjective however they want in things that require actual rigor. Like, I'm a big believer in your being subjective however you want, your rights and whatever. Not while you're flying my airplane. Like, oh, well, if he really feels like flying it this way, then that's what he should do. No, that's not what he should do. That's not how things work at all. So, it's like, you fucking tards need to get out of areas where it actually matters. Like Peter Singer or fucking, what's his name? That horrible French guy, Foucault. Um, like, it's exactly the same thing as some completely incompetent, drunken subjectivist trying to fly your plane. It's exactly the same thing. But people, instead of condemning it like they should, like it would with a plane, they celebrate these guys as revolutionary thinkers. Like, the absence of thought that confirms your absence of thought is not a revolutionary thought. It's the exact opposite. And these people, they love to give names that are lies, just straight up lies. Like, like the People Democratic Republic of North Korea or something. It's like, whatever's the exact opposite of what it is, that's what they want to name it.
Yeah.
So anyway, you guys are unfortunately having to carry a little bit of a burden called Eric's on mushrooms and ranting about things.
Oh, what are you
No, don't worry. We were just dabbing.
Okay, well anyway, I'm sorry about the burden I impose on you by being the way I am today, which is different from how I normally am.
Annoying.
I'm here to be in the
want
group.
to be annoying to you.
As
I
I
just
was-
need to be more groovy.
As I was explaining on the stream, if there's anybody to blame for anything, it's me, not you. Like, you're not doing anything differently than ever. I'm totally different than normal. Right? So obviously, if there's a problem, it must be me to blame.
Shrooms happen.
Exactly. I don't look to blame anyone.
Our
Right.
ancestors ate mushrooms and died so we could eat mushrooms and cook balls.
Look, I agree with everybody that the correct position is there's no blame to be assigned at all.
Yeah,
But Rachel and I, both being FE people, we frame the world as like things we might get in trouble for.
Iron people.
FE people. Not the chemical element FE. That's the periodic table word for iron is Fe.
Yeah.
Just like it has a different word for gold, AU.
You're an Iron Man.
Oh, this isn't actually on the TV.
No,
I actually thought like we were watching this or something.
You thought we were watching the Nature Channel.
I figured it was like commercial or something
There was
boring.
a commercial. There was just
Allstate.
T-Mobile commercial.
That's even more insidious, convincing me that we were actually watching something.
I know.
Crazy. You scoundrels with your scoundrelly ways. Well, if I had any ability to see this ridiculously small remote control, I would solve the problem. Like, who can conceivably read this? Even a young person with great eyes. It's like everything is incredibly tiny on this.
I'm a young person with kind of fucked up eyes. Let me see. What you talking about? All the little
Like,
text up top?
Tell me that remote control is not too small. Like, how would it not be a good idea to make it a little bit bigger?
I mean, yeah, I gotta kind of hold it up pretty close up to my face to see it.
If you're weighing like,
there's no way you're seeing it from here.
Whatever the benefits of
You're
a
not picking it
smaller
up
remote control are, I don't know what
you're
they
kinda
are,
right.
but if there are benefits of that, how could they possibly outweigh the harms of having such a tiny remote?
Like on an instant, I can only kind of see Voodoo, and what the heck is even Voodoo? What is that? It's a nothing app.
Yeah, well, like we said, nobody can read this remote.
Yeah, I could kind of read the top left.
Like, AI could read it if I took a picture of it.
I mean, you could also read it if you took a picture on it, because you could just zoom in.
Yeah, well, AI picks up on incredible amounts of specific details when you take pictures of things, like things you'd never even think about noticing. Like, you probably didn't note this tiny little mark in the corner, but it's actually a label that says this. That happens a lot with AI.
Oh, yeah, it could also be hallucinating.
Oh no, it's wrong plenty. As my saying is, AI is exactly as intelligent as you.
Yeah.
And that is so true. You'll see people who are not intelligent using AI in non-intelligent ways to make garbage.
What if I just don't use it?
Well, the thing is, you're not trying to do things with it, right? You're trying to do subjective things with it. I'm not talking about people who want to do subjective stuff with AI. That's exactly perfect for it, right? Like, I do use AI for subjective stuff all the time. I'm talking about people who are trying to use AI to do objective stuff, to make stuff and be wrong, or just generate slop that's pointless. You know, it's not AI to blame. It's these fucking retards.
Yeah. People trying to make a quick buck by generating slop.
But oh, there's a problem with AI. No, there's a problem with retards as always. That is a story. This fundamental story of humanity is retards are causing the problem again.
Breaking news: retards.
The rubber game for
Oh,
the 3 games.
God, that's oh, Jesus.
We totally forgot that we put it on the
Oh, it's on
stereo.
those speakers.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
I
never
Sorry,
had these-
everyone.
The other thing is, this is another horrible design thing. I have to actually unplug these speakers because every time I do anything with the remote control, like, for example, if I try to turn up the volume, it will turn up the volume on both things, even though you should never have both things on at the same time.
No.
And but in fact, when I just turn on the TV with the remote, if I don't have those speakers unplugged, it automatically turns on those speakers. So I have to unplug those speakers so it doesn't do that. Anyway, these are some design problems that people have.
That guy
Like,
has a
why
funny
is the
head.
remote control so small? Doesn't make any sense, but people do it anyway.
Design flaw.
Yeah, well, it's like in the car, there's this side pocket right in the door, but you can't actually reach in there while you're driving. It's like your arm doesn't go that way.
Yeah.
It's like, maybe think about these things before you put it like that. But then in other ways, it's designed forward. Like, I like the fact that it always has as an automatic start that you have cruise control on. Why should you have to turn it on first before you use it? Why not just
Right.
have it be the default to be on, and then you can turn it off if you want?
I feel that.
That
Yeah.
seems smarter.
Like, and why do you have to hit a minimum speed for cruise control in most cars? Why can't I cruise at 5 miles?
I didn't even know about that, so I don't think that's most cars.
Oh. Oh shit, really?
I'm sure it's some, but I don't think it's most.
Well, you know, I've only driven like 4 cars.
Man, it's hot in here.
And one of them was that Mitsubishi I got in a crash in. It's hot in here?
Do you think it's hot? Do you think
I'm,
it's
I'm
hot?
not wearing that many clothes. I'm not gonna be
well,
honest.
I'm not gonna climate control if I'm
Maybe
just
you
wrong
should turn
about
your
it.
fan on at least.
If I'm just wrong about it, I'm not gonna climate control and impose wrong climate things on you guys.
I don't care. I mean, I could put I could get you like a sweat.
I'm okay. I was already thinking about leaving.
No,
watching
you
the
shouldn't
sun
have
go
to
down.
make wardrobe accommodations for my climatary wrongness, okay? That's not how it works. Nobody should operate under those kind of principles. But I tell you what.
Remember when the munchie meal was only like $5?
Oh
Those were
yeah,
good times.
the fucking cost of everything is insane.
$1 bajillion.
Like a large amount of money meant something like a few years ago. It means something totally different today. It's crazy.
$1,000 was a lot of money when I was a kid. It was an insurmountable amount of money.
Yeah, I
Now
know.
$1,000 is like, I hope I don't spend that much in 2 months. I really, really hope I don't.
Right. It's like if I want to go gamble at the casino, like the minimum bet I could possibly do on any table is like $30 when you factor in all the different things you got to do.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
Go to
But
the
that's
grocery store, tomato, carrots, mayonnaise, some other bullshit. Walk out there spending $120. Like, the fuck? Why were tomatoes $5 each?
the weird thing is you can actually count casinos more than anybody else to be indicative of the actual value of things.
Yeah.
Like how much is a dollar actually worth. That's going to be something the casino is correct about in a way that people normally aren't. So, it doesn't make financial sense for them to be paying labor for people unless they're bringing in a certain amount of money per thing, right? And all those things link back to actual costs. Casinos are pretty great, actually, in a lot of ways. They're an independent financial institution that you don't, unless you have large things, it entirely excises and keeps out of unnecessary people like government. Who, again, everybody, these people who are in your way are not doing you any good. They're just being in your way. Everybody thinks like, wow, I'm sure they're in my way for a good reason. They're not. I guarantee you, they're never in your way for a good reason. They're in your way because that's what they do. And that's their job. And, well, what am I supposed to do? That's my job to be in your way. Therefore, it's the right thing to do. It's correct to do, to be in your way, because that's the correct way for me to do my job, and me doing my job is obviously the thing I should do.
I'm gonna head on back while it's still warm and light out.
Sure.
It's groovy seeing you, Eric.
Nice seeing you too. Did you ever get your payment?
Yes, I got the $5.
Okay. Did you get the other singles?
You wanted to give me more singles?
Well, if I wanted to give you all my small bills, I don't know if I would give you them all.
Oh, I gave him the $5 bill.
But
I
here's my
appreciate your
other
tip.
small bills.
Thank you for the $2.
Yeah, sure. It's not much of a gesture, but if I had things other than hundreds and ones, I would give you more money.
No, it's groovy. It's groovy. I've never gotten a tip before. I've always just given people drugs and gotten cash for it. And sometimes people are like, "That's too much money." Yeah.
And
You didn't
these
make
days,
this.
people
Fuck you.
just probably PayPal almost always.
No one ever uses PayPal. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh,
It's a new
really?
one. Yeah, most people give me cash, or they sometimes will Zelle.
Huh.
Do you know what Zelle is?
Yeah, I know what it is. I'm shocked that the drug deals haven't become a majority electronic.
When I was a kid, buying drugs on the internet, it was like always like through Bitcoin.
Oh.
I mean, the thing is, it's like, I guess if you're a drug dealer, it's more of a problem than if you're a drug buyer, right?
I would like to buy chocolates from Brennan next time.
Well, sure.
My chocolates are
One
super
thing
sweet.
that we're always in full agreement on is we would like to buy drugs.
Yeah, and chocolates too. Like I love chocolate.
They're dark chocolate shaped like skulls.
Oh my gosh, it sounds so good.
They're very small. They taste very terrible because it's 100 milligrams. It's about the size of my thumb.
You know, every couple and people, they have things that they think of as, oh God, I wasted money doing that. And then they have things they think of as not at all a waste of money and important investment in things. Rachel and I we don't think of buying drugs as wasting money at all.
No.
We think of that as correctly living.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And whereas, like, maybe if I buy like a tool or something, I think, oh, that's kind of a waste of money.
Mhm.
It's weird because drugs don't last, but tools do.
You know what I was thinking about getting? Someone said, like, so I've been watching, like, fashion, people. One woman said getting, like, a deep pillar for your sweaters,
Oh yeah.
and a belt hole puncher for your belts. And I was like, you don't think?
No, I'm wondering if this is the wrong plug, or I don't know why I can't fit it into the front.
All right. Peace.
I'm not thinking.
Later, brother.
As always with Effie,
Later.
what I'm emoting about has nothing to do with her. See you later, Brandon.
Peace.
You're the best, man. Without you, the world would be a much, much worse place.
This would be a lot more.
You're one of the true heroes of the world. But the true heroes aren't like police, it's drug dealers.
Yes.
Those are true
People
heroes.
who buy drugs.
They're actually making what people actually want happen.
Yeah. Like I'm not arguing with you. I just sell you the shit.
Yeah, you're a hero, man. You're an actual necessary job. Like when COVID, they should say, well, drug dealers obviously don't have any COVID restrictions because everybody needs to buy drugs. I mean, really, drug dealers are like heroes of liberty and individual choice and stuff. They're the true heroes of society. If you take away any impact calculus, which is obviously always the wrong way to evaluate things, then they check every single box for hero. They uphold all the right principles. And it doesn't matter what their actual perspectives are because they live those principles every day. That's what an American should be, you know? Independent, liberated from the fucking government and people's unnecessary restrictions. So I'm not just being hyperbolic here. I'm correct in saying they're the true heroes of America. Every other conceivable hero in a variety of ways is going to fail to uphold core principles in their actual actions and behaviors. Contrast that, of course, with regulars which actively uphold every core principle at every single exchange they make. There's nothing more virtuous than commerce not throttled by the government. Boy, I tell you, one of the downsides of being right is that mostly it's just a recipe for being mad at other people. Subjectively, it's a complete fucking disaster to be right. But, you know.
Do you think that I dyed it when it's too short?
I have no idea how long someone's hair should be when you dye it.
Cause like Jen's like, why did you dye it while it was short?
I mean, he was just making conversation. He wasn't trying to issue some kind of critique about whether you should have done it differently.
Oh, cause he was like, it's gonna grow out so quickly.
Oh, actually, I forget. Brandon might actually have opinions about these things.
Yeah.
He has a crazy number of opinions about a bunch of girl stuff that you'd never expect him to have opinions about at all.
Yeah, it sounds like he's done it before. Cause he was like, it's gonna grow out so quick.
Oh, well, what he's basically saying is if you dye when it's short, you have more roots problems, right?
Yeah.
But the thing is, you're not trying to manage your SI over time. You want it to be what it is
Yeah.
in the moment and be that forever, ideally. You know,
Yeah.
like, or until you want to change it.
Yeah,
Right?
I told him, I was like, well, and then I told him first, I was like, I think I'm gonna do it another color. And then, like, after some explaining, he was like, oh, what you could do is cut off the tips and then dye it another color. I was like, yeah.
But most importantly, you don't want to have your aesthetic decisions impacted by irrelevancies.
No, I definitely don't.
And you shouldn't want that because it is wrong to be concerned about impacts like that when the question is fundamentally an aesthetic one. But Brandon's horribly wrong about aesthetics all the time, so, you know.
Okay, that's good.
It's important to remember that. I don't think I've ever recalled him being correct about aesthetics.
Okay, that's good.
From music to fashion to anything at all, he is horribly wrong in every single fucking instance.
Thank you, because, like, it made me be like, oh, shit, like, did I fuck up?
I mean, okay, well, would you say...
No.
But you say, I'll ask you a question. Would you say Brennan represents a good choice in how to dress and do all that stuff?
No, I don't.
No, it's obviously not a good choice. Who knows what the hell the guy's thinking? He's an INTP, so he just prioritizes being different as like the thing to do for its own sake.
Yeah.
Being different only matters if it has that singular pop to it, right? It doesn't matter. Anybody can be different by saying, today I had 3 farts instead of 4 farts, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, because, like, I was like, I think I'm going to keep it short. And he was surprised. I was like, I don't know. It's, like, way fucking easier.
Yeah, well, if you're just trying to be different without any aesthetic goal, in fact, you're countervaluing NI and think it's wrong to have an aesthetic goal, then that's how that happens.
Thank you for being on my team. He needs to hear that.
The thing is, I'm not telling you this because I'm on your team.
No.
I'm telling you this because you and I are both correct, and he couldn't be any wrong.
Yeah. Well, he is in a different quadra, and I think of like east and west also.
Well, he's not a different quarter from me, right?
Oh
Is that
shit,
what you're
he's
saying?
not.
He's almost the
is in
same
the
function
quadra.
stack. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that just goes to show you the power of values, whether absolute or instrumental, right?
Oh.
Like, he may be effective testing wise at NI tests, like he could summarize things really easily, but it's not something he actually values, and he never will. He'll always think that's wrong to value that. You should instead value this other stuff that actually shouldn't be valued.
Then he told me he was like, Gen Z thinks that women who drink.
Oh God! When he makes statements like this, he is so completely insanely wrong about stuff. Like he heard something and he's just talking about it because that's what one does. One talks about ideas. One doesn't actually care about whether they're correct or not.
Yeah, he was like, oh, like buy women like iced coffee, and I was like, what?
Well, I mean, like he talks about subjects with me, and it's consistently always the case that he doesn't want an answer.
It's true.
He actively says, no, singular answers are bad. We need to leave things open.
Mm-hmm.
Which is just the insanity of NI6. Any tool. It's completely insane and wrong in every conceivable way. And they're also very good at using both kinds of intuition. So that shows you the power of absolute or instrumental value is maybe even more impactful than how strong a function is, as we say, God damn it, why am I watching commercials when we have time saved up? It's like the commercials just have to be annoying enough to make me realize I'm watching a commercial. Because I'm busy ranting about something, obviously. I'm on mushrooms and speed, and this is what I do when this happens. I rant about things, complain about things, don't read the chat, etc. You know what? I'm not going to apologize for it because I realized something. This is a critical part of my taking care of myself. To have these occasions where I just vent out all my frustrations and my subjectivities and stuff.
I just don't mean to be an annoyance.
You're right, Rachel. Again, whatever I'm happening here, it has absolutely nothing to do with you.
I'm sorry, I forget what you say.
It's fine.
Oh.
And I can repeat it. I will repeat it as often as I need to. And you will never learn because you're effing tool.
I appreciate you saying that because that actually really.
What the hell? All right, so I think all of this conversation is completely unnecessary.
No,
that's why I'm not paying attention to it.
I know.
It's like these questions have already been answered, but it's also the case that you'll never know the answer or learn from it because you're effing tool.
And also, like, when I SI forgets what you say.
Well, I mean, they're very
because I literally think you're right.
But look,
your apology was totally genuine, and I totally accept it. And like, I
don't even remember apologizing.
You like said that.
You mean like for today being a burden on you and stuff?
No. You were like saying that I'm the problem.
Oh yeah, well that's not even apologizing. That's just being correct about things.
Accountability, though. I appreciate that.
I did apologize for being a burden on you, but I probably should now because I realized that we both are doing this all the time. It's critically important that we prioritize our actual subjectivities. Oh God.
Oh my God.
And that means like in fact, I lost my train of thought. So that spelled weed.
You're all right.
That's what subjectivity will do to you. You'll be on the busy here trying to do something,
Yeah.
and then nope, you're not doing
And then
anything
boom!
because of some totally irrelevant
It
thing.
might happen again.
Okay, well, I'm not good at learning from mistakes like that kind of mistake, because it's not significant where this is sitting enough for me to give it any attention, right? So it's gonna happen over and over again because it's beneath my notice or
You have
whatever.
one of the tops on it then, though.
Oh yeah, well that's also beneath my notice.
I love you so much. Like, you make me so happy.
Yeah, I love you so much. You make me so happy too, and that's why we should stop, both of us, apologizing for, looking for, finding fault with ourselves that somehow we're not good enough for us. I do it too.
You are right that I have to unlearn things that I learned when I was with the BPD guy. Like, you're right.
It's not stuff you learned then, it's stuff you learn throughout your whole life about whether you can trust people. And you're correct about it. You can't trust people. Because they're subjective idiots.
Yeah, and I have to unlearn that with you, and I'm sorry.
No, you're not even unlearning anything. You're saying, I have to take what I correctly, universally know about things, which is my nature, and I have to instead prioritize some particular thing that's not important in the understanding of things in general. And so you're never going to be good at this at all. And in fact, if you were good at it though, then you wouldn't be worth anything at all. Because you'd be wrong like Brendan.
Thank you.
Or you'd be wrong like fucking Kay or Jared, right? And while being successful in all the things that matter does have corresponding costs, those are not a bug, they're a feature. And one thing is supervenes on the other. That's the word. Supervenes. In other words, like, it's inconceivable that you could attain the pinnacles of correctness that you do. It's not possible except by being horrible about the things you're horrible at. Those are exactly two expressions of exactly the same thing, and people tend to try to treat them as different things. I do too. Everybody does. It's unavoidable because we, there's too much subjective data involved in it, doing that kind of analysis anyway, and something else I forgot what I was going to say. It was correct, but I forgot it. And that's one of the ways in which I can totally deviate from optimal, is even though I'm correct, I may not even remember what I was going to say.
It's pretty close. It's actually very close in the basketball game right now. Spurs 106, Knicks 105, 30
Really?
seconds.
Okay, well, let's watch that then. I didn't know such excitement was going on. See, this is what an INFJ says. This is what's salient and important to pay attention to right now, not some other irrelevancies.
Well, I was just curious.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, oh, it looks like, wait, is it over?
Knicks? Did that just happen?
I guess it must have just happened.
Holy shit.
But did he do that again, Brunson? Seems like he's done this multiple times in the past. It seems like I've seen the same. Oh, no, they are just showing a replay. Okay. That was just a replay. Okay, good. I'm glad we didn't miss it. So now the Knicks have inbounded the ball. They're trailing by a point. There's 25 seconds left. This is as high intensity drama as you can get in basketball. Oh! Brunson throws a wild ill-advised shot that doesn't
No.
score.
No.
No, oh my God! But the fucking
Yes!
Spurs
Oh my
idiotically
God!
tried to go down and
Wow!
shoot.
Holy
Oh no, no, double backcourt! Oh my God! What a chaotic, crazy scene!
What is going on right now?
Well, what's going on very clearly is the Spurs had game one, but then for some reason they tried to go down and shoot a basket. All they had to do was just stand there,
Yeah,
and they
I
had
thought
the game
that
one.
had it.
They tried to go down and shoot a basket, which they missed, and the Knicks got the rebound, and they were going to go up the court and have a chance to win it. But then the guy who had the ball, he went over the half court line and then went back, so it's double backcourt. So their chance to win has been eviscerated.
My God.
What a crazy, what an insane succession of events. Nobody would have scripted it playing out like that at all. That's crazy.
That is crazy.
That's what's wonderful about sports. You see crazy shit you've never even conceived of before, fairly often. Oh God, I've wasted all of my time. Wait, I actually don't know anything. Wait. I actually don't know anything yet.
Yeah, you
I don't actually know anything. Okay, so
don't.
that's fine. I didn't waste all my saved up time.
Oh, I love you.
Thank you. I love you too.
Do you think I'm great?
Of course. The only problem that you and I ever have is our own horrible relationship with our own F5.
Yeah.
That's the only problem you and I ever have with each other. It's not a problem with each other at all. It's a problem with ourselves.
Yeah.
In every single instance. I am just as guilty of it as you. And it's implicit to being FE somewhat. But it's also representative of the traumatic horribleness of life impacting us, other people's wrongness or our own. I've had plenty of catastrophically bad relationship stuff myself. So, and that's even more traumatizing than stuff that people do to you.
I agree.
Stuff that you remember having done wrong to other people is like, that is horrible. I can get over other people doing shit to me. I can't get over me doing shit to people.
Yeah.
Well, at least we're putting up a fight here. We're trailing by 3, but Bolte has gotten us a base runner with nobody out. That's encouraging.
I think you're encouraging.
You know what would be encouraging? Is if I were to actually read the chat for a second. I have not looked at the chat, and I don't think I've looked at it like one time since maybe the very beginning.
Frederick was like, I wish I could be entertained like Eric is entertained by himself.
Oh, I mean, it's how hard you're tripping, right? Like when I'm tripping hard and really enjoying myself, you can reliably test that by how much I'm looking at the chat. Oh, I wish I could be so carefree. Well, you can. You just need to take speed and mushrooms and, incur all the costs of these happy times, and incur all the consequences of the drops and stuff. Manage it. You gotta be a drug warrior like me, not a drug occasionalist like Brennan. Alright, so let's see what the chat's saying. There's no possible way I could go through the chat and get some sense of what's been said, so I'm just gonna go with what's happening right now in the chat. I need to make it bigger though, because everything in the world is too small for old people. It's like, I get why it's not bigger. I have to fit things in certain, I get why things aren't bigger digitally. I don't get why things aren't bigger in the physical world. Like, why is this remote so tiny? There's absolutely no conceivable benefit to having a remote this tiny, right? And it's all arms, right? Like who's saying, oh God, this remote's too big. Where am I gonna put it? What are the even conceptually possible harms of having a bigger remote? I don't even know. But with digital stuff, I do understand that it's unavoidable. We have to have things small so that you have the architecture of things right. I get that. In general, I get the digital necessity for things to be small. But I don't get it in the physical world. There's absolutely no reason to prefer smallness as a general rule. Often, it produces insane ridiculousnesses like this remote I'm talking about. Smaller is not inherently better. But, people are wrong in all kinds of ways, sometimes hilarious and pleasing, sometimes infuriating. The belief that smaller is better is kind of one of the hilarious things of being wrong, more than the infuriating one. Well, what do you mean, why is it so small? I mean, couldn't you have made it bigger? Didn't you hear? Smaller is better. Smaller is always better. Like, just think about it. Imagine if you could watch TV, but on the smallest thing possible.
There were. There used to be small TVs.
No, I mean, smaller is better, Rachel. So we're moving away from these big TVs towards increasingly small TVs so that we can take advantage of the betterness of smallness.
Kendall Jenner posted, "This is the cutest little Ziploc baggie I have ever seen."
That is an absolutely fantastic cover. I did not know you were such a genius. I had no idea you were so smart. What a great fucking post.
She has no idea, like, that they're used for drugs.
Oh, she doesn't know? Oh, so she's not a genius? She's just an incredible tar?
Yes! Yes!
Are you sure she doesn't know?
Unironically, yes! Unironically, this is the cutest little Ziploc baggie I have ever seen.
Did she say the word unironically?
Yeah, no.
Somebody else said that.
No.
Right? If she said, I'm saying this unironically, then she must have known.
No, she didn't know.
She didn't say that.
She didn't know
Somebody
it was
else
for
said it.
drugs. She totally didn't know it was for drugs.
Oh, wow. I take back my applause. I was giving her a bravo, standing ovation, impressed by your genius. It was not only not deserved, but the exact opposite.
Yes, she has no fucking idea that it's for drugs.
Wow. That's crazy.
Like, no one uses little Ziploc baggies for anything else but drugs.
This would be a good short, Winston's mom, to start with me misunderstanding.
Yes.
And I'm so impressed at the actual reality of it. Because it could not have been more authentic what happened there. It was nothing, I had genuinely believed everything I thought I believed,
It's a total, like, 180.
That would be a fantastic short. Maybe I'll make that short. Things are a lot easier to do now with AI too. And some things are easier, some things are the same difficulty. Some things it's inappropriate to use AI to try to do because it's just not that kind of thing, But I was talking with Gemini today about new things it can do with video editing. Because I had thought it can only create videos. It couldn't really help you with editing them. And it could help you by creating a little thing that you put into a video or something. But in fact, now, the new Gemini Omni thing, it treats it like a Google Doc. You can just be like, okay, this video, but change this part. Wow. I mean, and I am so just like alive with interest and possibilities in a way that I've not been in like ever really in some sense, because in every other instance, whatever idea I had also came with this horrible understanding that, oh my god, but that's so much horrible legwork, horrible shit. AI is amazing because it prevents people who are good at the wrong things from getting the success and allows people who are good at the right things to get the success that they deserve, so that ESTJs don't get to be successful intellectuals even though they're fucking intellectually bankrupt because they're good at becoming successful. That is, thank you so much, AI, for doing that. Because if there's anything the world needs more than anything else, it's to stop rewarding people for being good at getting rewards and instead actually be meritocratous. People who have the best ideas, they should be celebrated. They should have their work facilitated, not people who are good at having their work facilitated. In fact, the people with the best ideas are always going to be terrible at that. AI levels the playing field. That's the whole title here. How is AI like a firearm? When we remember guns properly, we understand them as a solution to people's unfair advantage of youth, strength, whatever, right? Prior to firearms, the bigger, stronger, younger, more effective fighter always had an insurmountable advantage over every other individual. Instead, firearms came and they eliminated that unfair bullshit. They said, I don't care how big and strong you are, I can still put an end to you just by pulling this one trigger. AI is the same thing. I don't care how good you are at the stupid shit, it doesn't matter, because now I have somebody to facilitate doing all that stupid shit, it doesn't matter. So you no longer get to have an advantage just on the basis of that. You have to have an actual advantage with actual quality. So that's how AI is like a firearm. It levels the playing field in a fair way that prevents people from taking advantage of things that are advantages to them, but are actually wrong, harmful, bad, unfair, etc. It's the most amazing thing humanity has ever done is AI. It's incomprehensibly good for, and it's also the case that it's exactly as good and intelligent as the person using it. So since people are fucking retarded and horrible, it's gonna be almost every instance of it is going to be used in ways other than what I'm talking about. But what matters here is that no longer will form be prioritized above function. No longer will heuristics and fluff and irrelevancies give you an advantage that you should never have had and give you a win amongst judges who are retarded like you. No longer will you have that capacity to win when you should 1,000,000,000% lose. Oh, you're so proud of yourself with it. I've got these interface tricks that I use to get the outcome I want regardless of merit. Well, how do you like it now, motherfucker? I am just as good at those tricks. In fact, better than you ever were. And you have the capacity to be that too, but you're retarded, so you won't use AI like that. If you did try to use AI, it would be just as retarded as you because AI is always exactly as intelligent as the person using it. So how you like me now, motherfuckers? You're okay. It's like I'm not gonna join. I'm not gonna stoop to the level of a bunch of that. What I realize now is no. That's just like you. You make it so that they don't get to win at that level of irrelevancy and stupidness, and then you actually get to have things be judged meritocratically. Because I get it, most people are tards and they use heuristics rather than actually determining things. And that's, in fact, preferable to use heuristics rather than determining things, because determining things, being correct, is incredibly slow and imperishable. So it's not wrong that people use these heuristics. It is wrong that people exploit that reality to pursue their fucking interest over correctness. And now, the fucking fucks won't be able to do it anymore. The fucking fucks who've been doing this my entire life, getting wins on things that don't matter when I'm clearly correct in all the things that do matter. No longer, you fucking fucks. People getting in my way of correctness with their retardation and subjective interests and bullshit smoke and mirrors that doesn't even matter and it's completely irrelevant to whatever the thing is. Well, you fucks, you no longer are going to be able to get by just with your smoke and mirrors. I get smoke and mirrors just as good as you. I can smoke and mirrors a shit ton better than you because I'm actually instructing AI as to how to smoke and mirrors rather than you who's just smoking mirroring out of your own retardation, and even if you were to use AI, you wouldn't be smart enough to use it correctly. So how you like me now, Poetic Justice? You got exactly what you fucks deserve. How you like me now, Poetic Justice? You fucking fucks. These fucking tards. It's like, oh my god. How infuriating. Like, to have your whole life see, even though you objectively win whatever it is, that you're being objectively judged, they get qualified as the win on things that don't matter at all, are completely irrelevant. In other words, they win because the judges are fucking terrible rather than because they have actual any merit, right? Well, how infuriating would that be if that's happening your entire life, right? That you got people who are good at using terrible judges' terribleness to get official wins, and bad at actually caring about the thing that matters as to whether you should get a win, incredibly bad at it. In fact, deny that there's any value at all in determining things meritocracy, with merit. Well, you stupid, evil, impeding fucks have gotten exactly what you deserve. Because AI empowers smart people, and it does not empower idiots like you. In fact, if you try to use it to empower you, it will just make a mockery of you every fucking time because it will only be what you tell it to be, you know? How gloriously fantastic. How absolutely correct and just is the world to do this. It's one of the many things that makes me think, okay, this universe cannot conceivably be real, right? Because it's like, my story can't be real. Like, nobody is actually correct about some new idea that people haven't considered before, and everybody ignores them even though their revolutionary idea is absolutely correct. That never fucking, in reality, it does not happen. Because, of course, all ideas are engagements with how words have been used about these things before, right? So I'm not the only person who thinks, oh, this maybe this other thing here, right? Everybody can do that. So in order for this to be possible at all, it has to occur in an area of intellectual work that every good thinker has already dismissed as pseudoscience garbage, right? And in every single instance, when every good thinker dismisses something as pseudoscience garbage, they're right. They're in every instance, right? So it's impossible that this happens to me. And like, if it were going to happen to somebody else, maybe I'd believe it. And then this lifetime of frustration all of a sudden transforms into like a movie into this. What used to be my disability has become my strongest weapon. You know, it's impossible. It's impossible. Like, the reality of things for me, the actual reality of things, like what I'm saying being correct, being ignored by people, and it's being ignored by people because nobody ever actually responds to what I'm saying. Like, when you said this, you are wrong because this means this, and this other thing is contradictory to it. Nobody has ever done that. Nobody. Ever, one time. All the various people who don't agree with me or don't like the fact that I'm right or various other things, not one time has that ever happened to me. How crazy is that? Impossible, you might say. So we're getting back to the fact that this cannot conceivably be real. This storyline is not believable by anybody's metric. Like, the reality that every 40 million years there's an extinction event until humans arrive, in which case, no more. It's not believable. It's not believable at all. Like like living through this period of time where I have this experience that no other human in history could possibly have had until my time of being born, right? Like, going from a very analog existence and understanding of things into an ever increasingly complicated understanding of things, and to where we are now. No human before being born in 71 has ever experienced anything remotely comparable to that. Not in the slightest, right? You might say, oh, well, there are big changes in human history before, like the fall of the Roman Empire or whatever. What I'm talking about is not those kind of concrete shit that don't matter. I'm talking about how changes in reality force an intelligent person to reckon with shifting frames of reference, No human being has been asked ever, and certainly has never successfully navigated this kind of challenge on a reference level, right? It's not even remotely close to ever having occurred before. It's like they can't even get close to the stadium, let alone perform. And not through no fault of their own, right? Like, how is it also that I just know this is going to play out like this too? Oh shit, I'm encountering a serious problem. Oh, look, good news. They just came up with a solution to that. It just, things are fake. They're not real at all because they don't behave like real things behave. You know? AI means the end of the world as we know it. That's true. And whether or not that's a good thing depends on your frame of reference. But I am just insanely satisfied, gratified by the richly deserved reality comeuppance that tards get with AI. What could be better? What could be more satisfying than like, oh, everybody's beating you with things that they don't matter at all, and they're good at stupid shit, and they're beating you for reasons they shouldn't be beating you on. And then all of a sudden, it gets flipped 180 degrees. Their tardedness now becomes a deficit. They can never successfully compete against you because, after all, you're just as good at being retarded as they are, but they'll never be as good at being actually good as you are. How incredibly gratifying, right? Like, how perfect, like, this is why things cannot conceivably be real. There's no real world in which justice prevails in totally unexpected ways like that. At the nick of time, when it matters most. Like I'm at my intellectual prime, actually potentially doing meaningful work. When it matters most, when I'm most ready to utilize such a tool to actually attain victory on merit, it appears. Just in time, just at the right time, and also just as I finished all this grieving morning stuff, I'm ready to return to being productive. Well, look who's here. All of a sudden, a thing that makes being productive, it just changes the entire equation completely. Like, it used to be being productive was just it was a constant, nonstop battle between how to do stuff that's actually productive versus am I doing this stuff here that is producing in some sense, but is it having good enough impact to justify the time? All those kinds of questions, right? Become just made moot. How it's not possible. It's not possible that something occurs that's not optimal for everybody, but is exactly perfectly optimal for me. In fact, there's nobody else in the entire world that AI is more optimally suited than me. Like I go, oh, I could use it to code things or figure out solve this problem or whatever. That's not about you, right? That's about a specific problem. Like you might be good at solving a specific problem with AI, much better than I am at solving a specific problem of that sort. What I'm talking about is who's better at using AI to empower themselves. And there is not a single person in the world who is more perfectly suited in every capacity, every way, timing, intellect, whatever, than me. Like the world's single foremost example of who would benefit from a hypothetical technology that does hypothetically these things. Well, and if you could pick a time when it would be most important or ideally for it to arrive so that you can be an early adopter in some sense, various considerations. Well, I mean, I'm sorry, but when the hero needs to get up top of a building and he finds that somebody left a hang glider laying there, that's called bad writing. That is bad fucking writing. And whoever is faking shit is not doing a good enough job to fool me. I'm sorry. They're not fooling me. I don't know what their actual thing is that they got going on, but they're not fooling me with this shit. It's like, wow, to be fooled by stuff like this, you have to be retarded like those people who go, well, it's my job to get in your way. Doing a good job at my job is a good thing. Therefore, it's a good thing for me to get in your way. It's like, if you're that kind of tart, then fine. I don't remember what I was going to say about that, but I lost my train of thought, but whatever it was correct 1,000,000,000% and impossible 1,000,000,000% for the various reasons I've said. I was like, you know what? Let's script something where Eric learns a lot of things that he needs to learn and then utilizes those and a ticking clock saves the day away. It's obviously that it's not naturally occurring. It's not naturally occurring in part because I'm not that smart. I know shit tons of people who I think are much smarter than me, who understand things I don't understand at all. Like, I still struggle to understand, to grok conceptually how exactly it is that, like, AI can determine what standard on its own to back propagate against. That concept is mystifying to me. Lots of concepts in quantum computing, I don't get it at all. Like, is that real? I asked AI about this thing. Is quantum computing just bullshit? I'm pretty sure it is. I was like, no, it's absolutely not. It made a very convincing case of how it's doing things that were previously impossible in other ways. I don't understand it. Usually, if something's correct, I can understand it. So there are plenty of people who are smarter than me, and every single one of them is, to some degree, often incredibly large degrees, wronger than me about everything. How is that possible? How is it possible that I'm correct about the fundamentals of reality and such, and these people who are way smarter than me, understand things that I cannot understand, are wildly incorrect about it? It's not possible. It doesn't make any sense. It's bullshit. Now, I'm going to give myself plenty of credit. I am incredibly good. In fact, the best in the world at what I do. But that, again, is another thing that makes it really strain credibility. Like, okay, well, your hero not just has disadvantage, but he's the single best person in the entire world at doing that? Come on, right? And even if I were the single best person in the entire world at doing that is just one component of being correct. It's the primary component, but you also have to have understanding. Like, for example, I can't be correct about things I don't understand, like quantum computing. But being correct means I know what I don't understand, as opposed to most people who just have zero concept of what they know and what they don't know. What's important is that I know these things. It doesn't matter why or how or whether it's correct. Because just like smallness, knowing things is an absolute value. Look, it's always better when things are smaller. That's why we have this tiny remote. That's why TVs are going to get increasingly small, because smallness is better. Well, people like that with knowing. Look, knowing the answer is obviously better than not knowing the answer. Okay, well, yeah. Knowing the answer is better than not knowing the answer. Knowing an answer is not better than knowing than than not having the answer, right? Like it's always worse to settle on a wrong answer because you want an answer more than the truth, which is there we don't have an answer yet. Maybe never. Well, I got news for you, everybody. Just as smallness is not an absolute value you can just apply to everything, so too is knowing an answer not a value in and of itself. Well, people value it in and of itself, but what I'm saying is, it it doesn't have merit in and of itself. And in fact, has all and only harms and no benefits when people use it like that. So another thing that's like just not believable. How is it that I'm the only person in the world who understands all of this stuff? It's not possible, right? How is it possible that I'm the only one who has actually satisfying answers to a whole slew of different questions that people go back and forth about as though they were unresolved? I actually have the answer that resolves the question in full, only to discover that nobody wants an answer. They all want to do this back and forthery for subjective reasons. They're not actually looking for any answer at all. They're just doing answer-seeking theater. In fact, if you come to them with the answer, they will shun you and bring out the pitchforks and fire and everything. Because they're interested only in this back and forth, not in actually having an answer. The whole point of the thing is the back and forth, not answering the question. You wonder what my heart rate is? Probably pretty high. I'm on speed, I'm ranting, I'm getting pretty high. I'm noticing when I get fully engaged in my ranting that I have to catch my breath periodically, which means I'm spending too much time expelling air by talking and too little time bringing it in. Which is why often on the mushrooms I do a bunch of like deep breaths periodically or yawns and stuff because my body is, I'm trying to catch up biologically with my mind, you know. Of course, it's important to remember that I'm not so epically magnificent in all correctness metrics as I am now. Normally, if I'm not on any Adderall or mushrooms, I still won't ever be wrong, but I just don't care about being correct. Like, I don't want to put any effort into explaining things. I don't want to be mad about other people not doing things correctly. I just want to accept it and not care. That's me at my worst is apathetic. Don't care that other people are wrong. Don't think it matters because I've got my own subjective shit going on and I'm feeling grumpy. That's me at my absolute worst, failing to do my duty as a human being. Me at my absolute best is on speed and Adderall and mushrooms and doing exactly what I'm doing right now. But just because people are much more likely to see this side because obviously that's when I want to do public stuff because that's when I want to do things at all, right? Um, it's important to remember that most of my life I'm not like this. I'm not any different in terms of correctness and stuff, but I am not behaving like this at all. And I'm not doing my duty as a human to fix things. I'm being a horrible, subjective idiot like everybody else. So it's important to remember that, like, idiocy is something unavoidable, right? We just have to keep it out of our workspace. Somebody think I'm crazy? No, there's nothing crazy about me. What's impossible and crazy is that things be as they actually are. That's entirely lacks verisimilitude. If I were crazy, it would be such a pedestrian and boring story. Nobody would want to tell it. I mean, anybody with mental illness can be crazy and say a bunch of random things. Nothing special if anybody can do it. Studies are showing that people are smoking themselves into psychosis. All right, well, anytime people enter into psychosis, people want to attribute it to something other than they're mentally ill. It's ridiculous. The reason this person went into psychosis is because they're mentally ill and they have not received proper medication treatment. It has nothing to do with like what they're being psychotic about. Like, oh well, this lady's being psychotic about this band, therefore this band produces psychosis. It's so. I mean, what could be more? Is a perfect example of how retardation causes actual, incredibly massive, real world harms and consequences for actual people. Like somebody who actually has a mental illness, they need an actual solution, not ideational fucking garbage like, well, maybe it's this thing that caused you to be psychotic or that thing. Maybe it's AI causing you to be psychotic or maybe it's whatever. People, this isn't safe because people can use it in horribly unsafe and psychotic ways. The problem is not the thing, it's a problem in the person being psychotic and whatever they're being psychotic about, if you think it's informative about the thing they're being psychotic about, then you are fucking psychotic. You're not psychotic. You're just a anti-polar and fucking opposite of an intuitard. A regular tard. It's like, hey, you've got mental illness. Well, what do you think caused this? I think what caused it is you're mentally ill. You have something wrong with your brain or whatever. You got schizophrenia, you got whatever. We might be interested in what causes that in some sense, but we're never going to find the answer in some local particular shit like this thing or that thing causes it. It would be some kind of like, well, a hormone imbalance during utero or something like that. It would be that kind of answer. It wouldn't be like Dungeons and Dragons caused you to go psychotic. Like, people would be like, oh, Dungeons and Dragons back when I was a kid. It causes people to be satanic cults and kill people. Like, if some, let's say somebody did have a satanic cult and killed people and included in their craziness Dungeons and Dragons stuff, obviously, what a crazy murderous person says about a thing is not informative about the thing. You can entirely disregard whatever they're saying about the thing. I mean, the point is, people need to stop trying to avoid actual agential explanations. Why did you commit this crime? Because I knew it was wrong, but I made a bad choice and decided to do the wrong thing anyway, consciously and willfully, because perhaps I lacked sufficient perspective that I now have. That is the answer. There is not an answer like, well, you committed the crime because you had a bad childhood. You committed the crime because you needed some money. You committed the crime. That is not the answer in any fucking instance. If you try to say, look, this externality happened and also this crime happened, therefore this externality causes crime, you are fundamentally not understanding the nature of crime and the nature of morality, the nature of individual responsibility, or anything like that. You're getting everything wrong, backwards, and you're a fucking evil tard because it causes actual harm to actual people all the time. When we pretend things that have the answer are unanswered or subject to further debate, we do nothing but incredible amount of harm, and it gets calculated in real impacts on real people all the time. So when we abuse language to say we're going to have a war on drugs, even though you're not going to have a war on drugs, you're going to arrest and criminalize people for engaging in rights you don't like them to exercise. That's what's actually happening, but you refuse to name it that because you're a fucking liar and evil. Well, I don't remember where I was going with this, but I think you get my point. Those people bad, us people good. That's my point. 2 legs bad, 4 legs good. It's an Animal Farm illusion if you didn't get it. These days, my illusions can sometimes be dated like stuff that everybody read in school when I was in school. Nobody reads in school anymore. So it's worthwhile for me to indicate that, in fact, an illusion like that is alluding to something because people might not pick it up and at the frequency at which I'm assuming they will. I mean, from everybody's experience, weed is entirely determined by an individual's experience. So it's like you can't say anything about weed because everything one might say about weed is entirely contained within an individual's subjectivities. There's no generalization to be taken from it. Alcohol is not bad because I'm an alcoholic. We can't determine anything about alcohol from my failure to engage with it properly. That's one of those things about drugs, right? In every instance, a drug can be an incredible miracle and also kill you, depending on how much of it you're given, right? And it's also the case that while we may be able to say, for almost everybody, if you take this drug, it causes you to have less nausea, for example, or I don't know, lower heart rate or something. It's not the case that that rule should ever be prioritized when the actual individual experience deviates from that, because it's then understood that rule is just a rule of thumb. We actually have to be responsible for the actual data in front of us, right? So it's not the case that we can make general statements about drugs being bad and stuff. It is the case that we can make statements like it is always bad for an individual to take Datura because any conceivable subjective benefits incur such massive subjective harms that it's never wise to pursue those benefits. Eric, you are highly volatile and expect all the substances to do this. I'm not, you don't even need to suspect that. It's absolutely the case that when I am at my optimal finest is because of a lot of drugs. Volatility goes hand in hand with that, I suppose. But the point is, I may be emotionally volatile, etc. Intellectually, I am as non-reactive as anything could possibly be. So that's one of those things about drugs. Like people will be, like, oh well, look at all this volatility in this area, while failing to account for the fact that that volatility doesn't matter, and the stuff that does matter is actually boosted and benefited by it a bunch. That's one of those things about drugs that makes it possible to generalize. Everybody has a different relationship with drugs. Like Rachel likes drugs that I don't like, and I like drugs that Rachel doesn't like. So, um, and the way amphetamines impact me is wildly different from the way they impact Rachel. For me, when I take amphetamines, is entirely 100% an empowering, like, finally I can be a human being who knows how to live and do things that get some reward for my efforts, a little bit maybe, right? Or at least successfully complete efforts that I feel are worth completing. At least that, right? That's how my relationship with amphetamines is. Rachel's relationship with amphetamines is very, very different. It's like she'll take them, she'll be, then she'll like tweak out on something, whatever it is, for a long time. Then she'll crash super hard. And whatever she's tweaking out on, not only wasn't not productive, it was actively unproductive. Like, what could be more wildly different responses to the drug? So it's conceptually a mistake to think that because we can attribute certain common physical responses to a drug, like, well, Adderall increased both my heart rate and Rachel's heart rate, therefore it's doing the same thing to both people. Incorrect. Wildly incorrect, right? Because it's always going to be possible to focus on things that don't matter, that provide you information or answers that are wrong and don't matter, while ignoring questions that are more difficult that do matter. I mean, the thing is, this live stream is just an endless parade of intellectual riches. Everything I'm saying is not just correct, but is surprisingly insightful, clarifying. For people who are equipped to understand, it should just be absolutely floored at all the new understandings that have been opened up when prior they were cursed into this field of darkness called not understanding cognitive functions, and therefore not having a metaframe that can correctly inform you about everything else. That's how it should be experienced by anybody who has the capacity to understand. Most people, almost everybody, does not have the capacity to understand. But for even those who don't have the capacity to fully understand, they should definitely have some capacity to realize, like, oh shit, I don't know much about baseball, but that home run seems like it was a really big home run because it left the whole stadium. Everybody has the capacity to do some of that. This live stream, and I'm not saying this because I want to like get ego satisfaction or whatever. I'm saying it because it's correct and important. This live stream has been filled with nothing but fucking genius correctness in every conceivable way. And if one were to, this is the problem with being such an abundance of riches, is I have no way of even considering, like, well, what should I make shorts out of It's just too much stuff, and everything's great, but it's not. Almost nothing is going to be actually timed and structured, and how I say it, that's optimized for a short, right? Everything's going to be full of ums, ahs, pauses, whatever, or other garbage. Makes it impossible for me to actually um, to render this absolute gold into a form that people actually want to consume and would actually benefit them and me, which is not anybody's fault, but just a fact of the nature of things, right? I mean, I've said plenty of really dark stuff. It's never been because of the drugs. So you might say, hey, Eric, you got really dark and terrible in this moment. That's correct, I'm sure. I am a failing human being like everybody. But because I'm not the horrible kind of failing, I would never, ever try to blame my horrible failures on something other than me. Yeah. Drugs can explain, never excuse. And the fact is, I've never taken any drug that's made me commit any crime. I've never taken any drug that made me do anything wrong. I have taken drugs that enabled me to fail to account for moral considerations in the way that I should have. And that's a failing on my part, nothing to do with the drugs. Because if I had used the drug properly, I wouldn't have been in that state. So that's called being correct about everything, is understanding first and foremost, you are responsible for everything you do. It's your agency, and that's what's responsible for it. Trying to like pretend that something else might be responsible for your own moral agency is trying to deny that you are in fact a moral agent. It's trying to deny that you can enjoy universally understood rights and can be expected to uphold those accordingly. That you're capable, intelligent enough to be qualified as a moral agent. If you're trying to say, I'm not responsible for things I do because I made this choice and then there was this intermediate thing and then this outcome, well, I'm sorry, that's you. Then, in fact, you do not qualify as a moral agent and you should not have rights. We might afford them to you by a general sense of decency, but you do not actually qualify as having them because only moral agents have rights. So people who say, the reason this bad thing happened is because of this drug, they don't even have rights. They aren't even people. They literally don't qualify as people. They're like, like people who are, say, born super retarded, they are Homo sapiens, but they're not people in any definitional sense that matters. We might afford them equivalencies out of the goodness of our hearts or a general sense of decorum and decency or something. But definitionally, they're absolutely not people. They can be expected to fulfill none of the duties of people. They can be expected to respect none of the rights of people, etc. Just as the courts, when they say you aren't guilty by reason of mental incompetence, what they're really saying is you aren't guilty because you're not a person. Just as a cow can't be guilty of something, you can't be guilty of something because you're not a person. That's when we stop playing bullshit nicety games with language. We should just say things what they are. What I love is the fact that we changed the name of the Defense Department back to the Department of War. That's correct. We should not lie about things. I came and he was telling Simple Girl that drugs are harmless. He goes, you're pretty good at imitating retards saying retarded things. Sometimes good enough that it actually fools me, and I get like, wow, that's not correct, which is what you're trying to accomplish. But in this instance, I'm not quite that tripping anymore. It's been a long time since I took them. I don't blame you for wanting to do that. I think that's a perfectly understandable thing to want to do, but not going to work in this instance because I'm not tripping hard enough. Everyone has a soul and that makes them people. Well, I mean, that's a fine definition if you don't want your term to do anything ever, right? Like, if I say, like, everyone is beautiful, then I don't want the term beautiful to actually do any work at any point, right? If I say every direction is up, then I don't want the term up to mean anything or to be used in any instance to do anything. So what I'm saying is we should always prioritize an environment in which words are allowed to do things. And we should always prioritize understanding a given term in ways that does allow words to do things and does not impede intellectual work by insisting this layer of vagueness and undefinability precludes any further inquiry. Oh, they won that game? How did they win that game? How did they win that game? When I stopped watching it, they had just committed a double backcourt, and the Spurs were getting the ball back after the most insane succession of events that I ever watched. I turned on the game literally just in time to see only this. The Knicks were trying to score. They were down by a point, and a bad shot or something resulted in San Antonio getting the rebound. They had the game won, but then they inexplicably decided to go down the court and try to shoot a basket, and they missed that basket, which the Knicks then rebounded and were coming down the court to have another shot at winning it, but then the guy double backcourted. I figured it has to be over at that point, right? So I stopped watching it at that point. I was still like, that's amazing. That's super engaging sports drama. I didn't have a super strong opinion about who I wanted to win. I was just like, thumbs up to this sports drama. And this is why sports are so fantastic. You see shit like this you've never seen before. Like nobody would have ever scripted that that's how that end of the game was going to go, where the Knicks were going to miss. The Spurs were going to get the rebound. They were going to inexplicably go try to shoot a basket. The Knicks were going to get the rebound. They'd run to center court to go try to win themselves and then double backcourt. Nobody could conceivably have scripted that, right? It seems impossible to me, based on what I know, that the Knicks could even mathematically have conceivably come back. Because at that point, with the double backcourt, the Spurs had the ball, and I'm not sure where they take possession of it or whatever. But the point is, with 5 seconds left, the best conceivable outcome, Spurs get the inbound pass, the Knicks foul them, the lead grows from 1, and now there's just like 2 seconds left. It's not even conceivable the Knicks are going to come back and win this game. How did that happen? What's the context of soul and will conversation? Well, I think my point, the context of it is this, that we use various niceties to describe things like we afford somebody who's born profoundly retarded the term that's a person, they qualify as a person in every conventional parlance, but in a strict intellectual sense, they're not people because they can't function as moral agents. They don't have rights, really. We afford them such because of good reasons, but rights, having actual rights requires one to understand and be able to at least fulfill the duty of respecting rights of others. So, since they can't do that, they're not people. They're not moral agents. And what I was saying in this conversation was that people who try to say, I'm not at fault for what I did, but instead drugs that I took are at fault for what I did, are the same. They're not moral agents. They don't understand themselves as having all the moral agent requirements. So they're not people. We shouldn't conceptually, intellectually evaluate them as the same object of analysis. Maybe it's the case that we should still treat them as people in almost every single way, but intellectually, it's not the case that we should treat them as people at all because that would destroy our whole system. Like the whole point of defining terms of doing things is so that words can be allowed to do work, right? So we need to understand that a true person has the following things implicit to them. They either are a moral agent. We'll make an exception for regency. So, like, babies aren't people yet in the moral agent sense, but we understand they will become people. It's just part of the maturation process. Versus, say, a baby that's born retarded will never become a person, right? So, regardless, we make an exception for regency things like that for good reason and correctly. But for the purposes of what we're doing intellectually, we have to draw distinctions between things that qualify as moral agents, full people, and should be treated as people in every sense of accountability, etc. Like, if you're a person, then if you fail to fulfill this duty, then you can be held criminally or civilly liable for those things you did, right? For people who cannot be held accountable like that, they're not actually people. They're like animals. They're like cow can't be blamed or put on trial for stealing your hay because it's not capable of understanding that what it's doing is wrong or making the distinction between this is my property, this is somebody else's property, right? So the point of the soul thing is, so they're saying, well, people are people regardless because they all have a soul. And that's fine and good. But then if we're going to define things like that, we're saying, I don't want the term people or person to ever be used for anything. Like, I don't want it to be possible to say, well, you can be found guilty of a crime, but a cow can't. Because a person is a person, but a cow is not a person. Well, then at that point, we need to define what qualifies as a person in ways that are not specific to just like, well, I have this genetic signature of Homo sapiens, but instead explain why it is that we can hold a person accountable for something, but not a cow. So when we use the term person to do any work, then we have to mean something other than any Homo sapiens that has been born. Why define person as moral agent? I'm not defining person as moral agent. I'm saying that for a person to be engaged with as a person, they have to have the capacity for moral agency. That's why, like, if somebody is not guilty by reason of mental defect, what they're saying is, you aren't a person. You're like a cow. We can't. You aren't responsible for what you did because you do not have the capacity to understand what's right or wrong and make a choice regarding that. You don't have the capacity to fulfill duties to others, nor do you have the capacity to um, like say exercise rights in the same sort of discretionary way that a person normally does, because that discretionary way requires you to respect other people's rights, and your failure to do so renders you not qualified to be treated as a person. We don't get to hold you criminally accountable for this. We don't get to hold you civilly accountable for this. There may be harms from your perspective, like you have to stay in a mental hospital or something. But because you're not a person, you don't get to be held civilly or criminally liable, just like a cow doesn't. So that's what I'm saying when we're talking about defining a person as a moral agent. I'm saying in the world, when we want to ask ourselves the question, is this thing I'm dealing with a person or not? Well, that's what we mean by person. Again, we might make plenty of exceptions, like a baby's not that. We still correctly deem a baby a person because of this um, developmental arc exception we carve correctly out for things, right? And we don't, that what doesn't qualify under that carved out exception is a baby that's born profoundly retarded that will never become a person. And that is also correct. So people get very attached to the idea that how can you say that guy's not a person until you actually start thinking about, like, well, what do we use that term for? Like, if I'm going to do any work with that word, what kind of work am I doing? And what things are necessarily implied by the term if I'm going to do any work? I mean, we don't hold them accountable. We don't hold animals accountable. We may decide, because of the way you are, your life's forfeit. And that's a perfect example of how we don't hold them accountable, because they can't hold us accountable. So we don't put down a vicious dog because it's a just punishment for moral failings. We do it for purely impact reasons. Like, on balance, it's preferable that we not incur the bad impacts of this dog's bad behavior when weighed against the positives of its good behavior. Like, well, the dog often makes me feel good by coming up and loving me when I'm feeling sad, but it also mauled my little toddler daughter. So we don't kill the dog because it's a just punishment for its moral failings. We kill the dog because it's no longer an impact win for us. Which is as it should be, right? I'm not saying we shouldn't evaluate dogs like that. In fact, what I'm saying is that's the difference between actual accountability and how we treat animals. You know what? I am hugely in favor of this as well. Let's go next. I am hugely stunned and sad that I thought the game was over after the double backcourt, and I stopped watching it. I thought, oh, Spurs won after that double backcourt. I did not even get to see the amazing comeback. And this is one of the traps of being a sports fan too. It's like, the situation that's most likely to be like, fuck this, I'm not watching any more of this game, is also the only situation in which the most amazing fucking comeback win of all time could be observed is if you stuck it out, right? So it's a weird trap. Like it's the eighth inning, we're down by 6 runs. Do I really want to watch the end of this game? Maybe, because if we do, like the other day, this A's lost, but they lost 15-14 in the wildest, craziest, most impossible game I've ever seen. And it was made possible by the fact that they were playing in this minor league stadium in Las Vegas with ridiculously short home runs numbers. So like, and it was like humid and hot and all the things that factor in with the ball carrying. People would hit a routine fly ball in every single stadium, plus all the minor league stadiums, and it would just fly out of the yard. There were so many home runs in that game. And if it's like, if there were plenty of occasions where, oh, the A's are down by 4, we're not going to win this game. But I did not do that because right from the get-go, it was like, wow, this game is wild. There's a lot of offense and stuff. Is personhood something that can be lost and gained? I mean, it's a status that one validates as a person or not that is subject to change. So if at some point you're no longer able to function as a person, in other words, have all the duties, fulfill those duties, understand what they are, and if you choose to do something bad, then that's on you because you knew it was bad. You had the capacity to blah, blah, blah. That status of personhood can change, but it's not something that's gained or lost, right? It's it's a status that you either validate as or fail to validate as. And the change in you isn't relevant to the question of personhood. Oh yeah, nothing will ever change anybody who they are, not just at a core level, even at a surface level. I'm exactly the same person as I was at 17, except wildly more empowered by various intellectual things that makes me correct now at an epically higher level than I was able to be at 17. But I was still correct at 17. I found this video, somebody sent me a video, I had no recollection of this occurring, of me being part of a Arcadia High School TV show, this TV news thing they did, where they had like a discussion of what students thought about this proposed new law in Arcadia, which would require teens to notify the cops before they have their party or else face a fine or something. And my response to the proposed legislation was exactly correct, totally on point, and very much what I would say today, except I'd say it with more powerful tools to be correct. It's kind of stunning when people are like, oh, your personality changes over time. I say, really? Look at me at 17. Listen to me now. Tell me my personality's changed. And nobody can ever say, yeah, you're very different than you were then. They say, you're stunningly exactly the same, even though you have no recollection of being like that at the time. So it's not like you're trying to imitate it or something. And obviously, there's no way at the time I could have even conceived of how I am personality-wise being a question of significance in establishing these kind of intellectual points I'm making as an example, right? I obviously could not in any universe have conceived that ultimate reality happening. So obviously my way of being then and my way of being now are authentic representations, good data that we can rely on as actually informative about the structure of things rather than some subjectivities that are impacting it. So it's a powerful it's a powerful argumentational reality that anybody who's trying to negate what I'm saying about cognitive functions is going to have to reckon with. Obviously, um, like a single example is not going to prove your point, but if they're trying to make a case that for something that doesn't allow for that example, then obviously we have to falsify whatever it is they're trying to make a case for. Because whenever you're trying to make a case, clear and singular counterexample that disproves the mechanistic thesis of the thing is adequate to negate in every instance. So it's like all of this stuff, right? If somebody were like this, you imagine this person who appears at, say, age 30, who's not, doesn't have any like ego concerns, is super bright, can understand things, but not necessarily, doesn't have to be a genius or anything. And what they do have is a desire to seek out, like, well, where can I find the correct things so that I can just not waste my time with ideas that don't go anywhere or whatever. Well, then, just by starting with a day before they ever heard of Eric and watching this entire live stream, they made more intellectual progress than they had covered over the entirety of the previous lifetime by a large factor. Just as I made vastly more intellectual progress, not even comparable really, once I had cognitive functions figured out, than I ever was going to be able to ever do prior to that, because it is the night of friend and you need it to have correct understandings and answers of other things. It's not optional. Well, this person, this hypothetical person, like I said, he would, let's say he imagines himself, I'm going to assign myself the next 3 years of figuring out a bunch of stuff that'll help me to answer these troubling questions. Well, after watching this one stream, the troubling questions are no longer troubling questions at all, but merely illusions of the wrong frame. And it would just be like they've been hemmed in by these myriad layers of wrongness due to misconception, and having them just relieved, bam, 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 by things that clarify those misconceptions that they understood as ways of getting stuck argumentationally were actually just illusions. And with the right frame, there's no problem or discrepancy to even resolve in the first place. How crazy is that, right? And how incredibly powerful is that? Now, granted, this hypothetical person doesn't exist. So, unfortunately, even somebody like me who's incredibly interested in being correct, in fact, uniquely the master of it, I don't go looking for other people's correctness to explain things to me, because every time well, I mean, that's very, very good reason. For things I don't understand, I look to other people to explain them to me all the time. I'm always watching science videos that say like how things that I don't understand work, or things that I kind of understand but I want to understand better how they work. I watch videos about that all the time. But the thing is, what I'm not expecting any of those videos to be is correct in general, and I'm constantly encountering the fact that with their correct bits of explanations about how this thing works, they're also revealing in some ancillary thing how befuddled and wrong they are because of their lack of cognitive functions. about other questions that may not be central to the one I'm asking for an explanation about, but occur or ancillary or a necessary component of, you know. So, what was my point there about that? I don't know. If we understand intellectual stuff correctly, then we recognize that everybody else's correctness is an incredibly empowering like launching spot for us. Like that guy's correct. I don't need to care about that guy for a second longer. I can take these things that are correct and use them for my own purposes to do correct things that are better and more impressive, right? I don't, not sure where I was going with that either. I had a point, but at this point, I'm no longer optimal, Eric. I'm not performing intellectually at my absolute peak. So you're gonna see a little phrase here and there like that more often at the end of the trip. Not that it's a sad thing. It's like what could be more joyful than this wonderful experience I had today? It's been 100% pure joy. I mean, there was, and as often happens with mushrooms, not always, but yeah, sometimes it goes the other way. But as often happens, Rachel and I feel like Rachel and I really connected, understood each other, became really close because of insights that mushrooms allow me to have that I don't have otherwise. Mushrooms allow me to have more insights about subjective interests of my own. In fact, what you hear me doing a lot on mushrooms is venting, complaining about idiots being wrong, blah, 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 blah. And I've historically, like, viewed that as, oh, God, Eric, you need to try to have fun that's a little bit less unhinged, possibly. But now, today I realized, actually, loving myself, understanding my subjectivity needs to be prioritized. Well, that's exactly what mushrooms is doing, right? It's saying the things that make you feel bad are important. The fact that your nose running makes you insanely angry is important, right? It's like it it may not matter in some grand scheme of things. It may not be correct or informative about anything, but the fact that I don't like it when my nose runs is incredibly important to me. And it's something that I'm going to be oblivious to all the time because I'm FI polar. So it's like having clarity about how Rachel and I are continually checking with our FE frame of reference, or like go through life thinking, oh God, I hope I don't get in trouble from somebody about something. And how, you know, we may never change how we are with FE stuff. We can try to remember that like the only person who thinks we're not 100% deserving of the other person's love is us. The other person entirely loves and celebrates. Like Rachel entirely loves and celebrates me. I entirely love and celebrate Rachel. But neither of us is good at loving or celebrating ourselves. And to the extent that we're engaged in those those non-desirable but maybe implicit parts of our attentional configuration, that if we just, you know, that the time that we spend doing that in the absence of that is joy of being with each other. We're bad at understanding how to experience things in the moment in general. Like Like I might be sitting next to Rachel having a good time, but I'm very bad at recognizing, oh, this is the glorious thing called love and soulmateness, right? Well, we're busy wondering if we're going to get in trouble. In other words, we're not doing a good enough job as a partner, which we're engaged in this behavior because we love the other person so much that that's the only thing preventing us from getting all the benefits of that, of being loved that much in return. It doesn't stop the other person from loving them that much in return. It just stops you from enjoying it. That's me or Rachel, because we both do the same thing. She does it in more regularly or more express ways than I do. But I'm also always constantly looking for instances where I can find fault in myself and how I've dealt with her. Well, and it's appropriate and good that we should try to get out in front of things that if we didn't demonstrate that, like, what do they call it? Avoiding even the appearance of impropriety, like proactively reporting on yourself. That's a good thing in general as a way of being. But in a relationship, if I'm thinking about all the time ways in which I could have failed to uphold this or that with Rachel, then what I'm not focused on is how great it is to be with her and how much I love her. You know? So, mushrooms, once again, has proved its, like, incredibly powerful scope. Yeah, I can talk about a bunch of things that are philosophically of interest. I can express things about those that are insightful, determinate, and express them very well. And in other words, be intellectually robust. Mushrooms will do that for me. But it will also inform me in ways that I can't be informed in other ways about subjectivities. And in that regard, it's an amazingly powerful and wonderful drug. It also has things that makes me totally fail in. Doesn't make me fail intellectually. Doesn't make me fail emotionally. Sometimes it does, but that's a separate question. It does make me fail completely at figuring out how to do things. Like earlier, Rachel, we had this tarot thing with Gemini. I'm gonna put the answer. Like, can you make it read out loud? I was like, I don't know how to do that, and I'm just not going to be able to figure out how to make it do that because when it comes to TE stuff, I'm normally, a solid C student. Not good, not bad, but capable. When I'm on mushrooms, I drop not just to F student, I go to the special ed class for profoundly retarded people. So that's, I guess, the mushroom giveth all of this stuff. It of course has to taketh something equivalent. To me, you can have all of it at once because I don't want to figure out how to do things anyway. So it can make me extra retarded about that. All I have to do is keep in mind I'm taking mushrooms, so this is not a good day to try to figure out some practicality like, you know, what's the best way to package and ship these things? Like, that's not a good thing for me to be on my work plate on a day when I'm going to be tripping. That would be woefully ill-advised. As I learned after my parents died, like I had all this moving stuff to do. I kept thinking, oh, I don't want to do this. But if I take mushrooms, that'll make it more fun. No, it does not make it more fun. It makes it incredibly horrible. And in fact, it makes it so that you don't do the thing at all, no matter how important it is for you to get it done. Mushrooms are not going to help you get it done if it involves you figuring out how to do anything at all, because they take that part of your brain with them when you're on them. A lesson in general: don't do drugs to make boring things fun. Do drugs fun and keep out of the sphere of drugs boring things entirely. You're never gonna make this work meeting fun. I don't care what drugs you're on. It's not gonna be fun. If you're on enough drugs for this work meeting to be fun, then you're probably gonna be looking for a job. So, moral of the story is you can't make shitty things fun by taking drugs. They're just implicitly shitty things, and there's no way to make shitty things fun. If the drugs are enough to make whatever fun, then they're going to make you useless at this shitty thing. The only solution for dealing with life's shitty things is to just deal with them. I know. Nobody wants that answer. Least of all me, believe me, least of all do I want that answer. I am a fan of an answer that says, there is some way that I don't have to deal with these shitty things directly. And I could just, you know, with these proper drugs, I can kind of tune out my conscious understanding of boringness. And then after, like, I'll be paying attention, la la la, drugs. And then at the end of the thing, hey, look what a great job I did. Doesn't work like that, unfortunately. Would be great if it did, but there's a problem where as your fun goes up, your reliability, usefulness, and good feelings about it the next day goes down, right? So, yeah, being a serious drug user like me, that's not something you just walk up to one day and start doing. It is something that requires a lot of skill and mastery of a person like me, drug taking master. And listen, I didn't become this master overnight. I learned it through mistakes too, like every drug user. I'm just fortunate in some ways that I didn't incur big, bad, blasting mistakes before I learned those lessons, Makes drugs fun again. They never stop being fun, Bobby. What are you talking about? So, let's see what other people are saying here in the chat. I typed this lady was it today or yesterday? Maybe it was today. I don't remember. When did I type that lady? Is today Wednesday? What day is it? Let's see. Today is Wednesday. Yeah, I typed that lady today. She was an INTJ. I was a little confused at the beginning because I actually thought, oh, she seems to be SI pretty effective. One, two, and it seemed possibly front stack. But after a little bit of talking more with her, I realized, no, this is crazy wrong. Not only is it not front stack, it's super unconscious. It's either 8 or 7. Well, with a little bit more testing here and there, whatever, I was able to eliminate 7. Indeed, her SI was 8, and it was very obvious that she had F5 front stack absolute value, and also that she tested at the park on the TI questions. Obviously, had no problem with any NI questions. She's the first person who gave me an incredibly satisfying, succinct answer to my felony murder question, which seems so obvious to me. Like, so what's the salient legal point in this scenario where your client's being charged with felony murder? And here's the facts of the case. They went into somebody's house, they tied him up, they stole some pearls. As they left the house, a pearl necklace fell on the floor. They got home with their pearls. And then finally, the guy at the house was able to untie himself. And then he ran to the phone to make a 911 call. He slipped on the pearls and died. What's the salient legal point as to whether your client is going to be guilty of felony murder, or what's the salient legal argument you should be making? Seems like it's one of those things where when I ask the question, I think, oh God, this question is too easy. It's not going to be informative. Anybody's going to be able to tell this. In fact, nobody's able to give the answer to it. Almost nobody. Today, this lady gave the answer, bam, 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 super succinct too. The answer, of course, is my client guilty of felony murder? Well, did this death occur during the commission of a felony? My argument is my client was already home eating ice cream. Felony was long over. That's when homie tripped, fell, died trying to get the phone. Accordingly, while my client may be guilty of a felony, it's not felony murder. Right? So the short answer is, salient point is, whether the death occurred during the committing of a felony or after the committing of the felony was over. Almost nobody's able to answer the question at all. They're giving strange answers, sometimes answers that indicate they get what the idea of a legal principle is, but it has absolutely nothing to do with this case. Like they'll say, well, I guess the salient point is equal protection under the law. Even though that, it's a necessary precondition for this justice proceeding to qualify as justice, but that had absolutely nothing to do with the case I'm talking about at all. It had nothing to do with felony murder or any of those things. So you seem to have gotten the idea that some kind of legal idea, in other words, when I put this, Joey attacked blank with a meow, you put the correct part of speech there, like, oh, it's going to be a noun. But you clearly don't understand what's actually going on in this situation at all. Like, no, I'm asking you to fill in the blank with what actually happened. You just filled in the blank with a random word, right? So the actual thing is Joey attacked Susie with a banana. You said Joey attacked bears with asparagus. You get that the thing that goes there is supposed to be a noun, but you don't get that I'm asking you to actually tell me what happened when I filled in those blanks, right? Not just mad lib some random thing. So that's an interesting phenomenon that happens with that question. I don't know quite what to make of it except um, not great at NI. Like I don't know what like I can't conclude from that. Oh, you're NI this slot or back slot or anything like that. I just think, well, I just kind of ask that question as a curiosity. Because whatever the person's answer to it is not going to be determinative about anything. Although in today's instance, I thought it was another confirming, obvious nail in the coffin as to whether she was NI front stack up high somewhere or not. Yeah, she performed super well on N tests, NI tests, any test mid, um, and she knocked out the park on the TI test, and yet it was very evident when I like asked her value stuff that she had FI as an absolute value front stack. He didn't want me to record it, of course, because as an INTJ, I said, "Do you want me to record this?" He goes, "No." Like, why would I want that? They don't have any thought of, I want to publish and get attention for myself because they're FE polar. And they don't have any thought of, I might want to reference it later because they're NI DOMs, SI super unconscious. If they think particulars need to be referenced later, then whatever they're intuiting about is beneath them, right? Like, look, I'm trying to grok the holistic reality of things. You keep pointing to these particulars in my previous experience. I don't need to keep a manifest of everything that caused me to know what I know. I just need to know what I know. Presumably, if you could, like, interrupt that natural process there and say, I just want to bring to your attention that you might want to choose to record this and publish it conceivably because it would be a benefit to other people. Other people could learn about how to type people and or whatever. And then they might say, oh yeah, okay, I'm okay with that. That's very conceivable. But because of their function stack, their reflexive response to it is going to be like, ooh, it's kind of surprised that they even be asked the question, like, why would one want to record something like this? Then you got your types who ask the question, you want to record this? Like, oh, of course. And you're going to publish it, right? That's why I'm doing this. It's crazy how cardinal functions can predictably, to some extent, inform about those kinds of things. It's also the case that you get some types who are normally like that, such as ESTPs, who might not be like that for work reasons or some other thing where, like, if they're Arab or something, like Islamic, they often don't want it to be recorded or published because they want the freedom of talking with me as somebody who doesn't have those like Islamic friends of taboo. Like, oh my God, you said this thing. Like their neighbor Islamic Arab might be like, oh, that's a big deal. I won't even notice that it's anything at all. I just think, oh, okay, well, whatever you're saying is what you're saying. So they're probably talking about lots of stuff that I don't think is remotely controversial or anything anybody would not want to share with people, but that's because I don't understand the kind of societal taboo stuff that they got going on. Like, for example, it may not be controversial To me, somebody says like, "Oh, and then I went out in the world and I hugged this friend of mine who's a female, but not my relative." To me, not if they said all of those details, then I would think, okay, well, I guess now I can see there must be some controversy in this. But if they would just sort of casually reference having done this in some way naturally occurring, it would never occur to me that that would be something that might cause consternation amongst their friends. See what I'm saying? I think you do see what I'm saying, and you're just pretending / lying to yourself and saying that no, you don't see what I'm saying. But I think actually you do. Deep down, you know it as well. Deep down, you know that you do see what I'm saying. And you know what? I'm not going to condemn you for lying to yourself. We've all done that occasionally. We've all fallen victim to this trap, the Marge Simpson trap.
So we're the real thing, huh?
Oh, we're the real deal, darling.
I love you.
I love you too. The only thing preventing us from experiencing all the joy and wonder of being the world's best couple is each of us, me as much as you, worrying that we're not good enough in some ways.
No.
That's not just in our relationship with each other, although it's starkly clear and observable in this because of the fact that, we've got such a great relationship, and so these like habits of FE stuff that normally have good grounds to be validated, in this case, they're left just happening as like habits that are clearly identifiable as such because they're so detached from actual justifications in a way that they're not in every other engagement in life. So it is correct for both of us to think, I need to check myself to make sure I'm being accountable and fulfilling my being a team player. And it's also correct for us to have a frame of reference that says people can't be trusted, and I'm well served to not operate under assumptions that they can. It's a typing thing people visually, it's called Vaultology. Thanks, Simple Girl. Simple Girl thinks we're a beautiful couple.
Oh, thanks, simple girl.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And also, I will say that one of the things about that I've learned about, like, I guess, YouTubing, whatever, perceptions and stuff, is that if Rachel and I have some kind of fight on a live stream, that has massive repercussions on how other people perceive our relationship. Even though that fight might be the thing that's completely the exception, we might have myriad live streams after that in which we demonstrate how great we are together, how much we love each other. But if we do fight in front of people, then that disproportionately impacts their perception of things because everybody is disproportionately going to be impacted by negative stuff. It's a structural feature, not a bug, but it causes a lot of bug-like problems.
There's just some things that should be in private.
Oh yeah, for sure, and that's all. I'm not trying to blame other people for their perception. I'm saying this is my failing for not recognizing that this is how things work in terms of perception. It's also the case, like what you're saying is, there's no reason for us to be doing private fighting stuff in front of people, except the only reason is that's how we've always been. We've always done everything in front of everybody, whatever it is.
I knew I signed up for when, being with you. I'm like, oh, everything's in front of the camera. Like,
Yeah, well, we can make more nuanced, mature choices.
Well, now we know.
Yeah. I truly felt something in my heart watching you dye Rachel's hair. Those are things I think about when I think of your stream.
Aw, yeah, it really was so sweet of Eric, and he does such a great job.
I think it was a great example of us having a wonderful couple thing because I was very into doing it.
Mm-hmm.
You were very much wanting it to be done.
Yeah.
And it was a great like experience in the afternoon. The thing is, both of us are likely to understand the value of those moments, right? Because they're like particularist moments. Neither of us are consciously equipped to understand like these feelings are not just I'm having a good time doing your hair. These are feelings called like love and connectedness.
Yeah, that's true.
And this experience right now, I'm gonna savor this experience for those. That's all subjectivist strengths that we don't have. When will Rachel dye your hair purple? Oh, Rachel dye my hair purple? I'm not dyeing my hair any color. I did think as I was doing it, I was like, it might be fun if there's some of this bleach left over to just do my hair too.
That would be cool.
But then before I even could make a determination about that, Rachel threw the rest of the bleach away.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, it's fine. I felt when I realized I was like, this is a
What?
good thing. I don't need to bleach my hair.
Why don't, well, like, maybe next time.
Maybe next time, yeah. We'll see.
How cool would it, I think it'd be, I would think it would look cool.
I mean, the whole idea was really predicated in my mind on, oh, you know what? I bet they put this stuff, amount of this stuff for people with longer
Long
hair.
hair, yeah,
So
they
there's
do.
probably plenty for both
Mhm.
me and Rachel.
Oh my god.
That's the only reason it even occurred to me to do it is because of that idea of oh, they probably put blah blah blah.
Well, next time, because I didn't realize that you wanted to bleach it.
No, well, this is what I'm trying to tell you. I didn't want to bleach it. The idea only occurred to me because of my thoughts about how we should have plenty of bleach and plenty of coloring because your hair is short and women normally do this stuff and normally women have longer hair than us.
Yeah.
So this is how FI polar any down works. Well, maybe I should do it then. Since we have extra stuff, maybe I should do it. Like this line of thinking you were engaged in, Eric, was never supposed to be about what you're gonna do with your hair at all. It was just musing about how we should have plenty of stuff for Rachel because she has shorter hair than most women who buy these kinds
You're
of
right.
products.
It did say if you wanted shorter hair, you're just doing roots, to do like 1 part something, 2 parts something else. It was just too much math, and I was like, it's
Oh
easier
yeah.
just to-
The best way to do these things is like, you want to get your hair bleached? Well, I'm gonna do a meticulous job of trying to bleach every single one of the hairs.
yeah.
And there's no math or anything about that, right?
No.
It is the case that they did provide more of the things than we needed, but it's also the case with the actual coloring stuff that you could keep that for later, the extra part, and use that later. Whereas the bleach, you can't keep that for
No,
later because
can't.
you have to mix two things together, and you gotta stir it a lot to get all the lumps out of it.
Yeah, yeah.
And so it's like it doesn't come in a pre-mixed form that you could set aside for later.
No, and actually bleach, it starts to like puff up because like it's chemicals, so it starts to puff up and you can't use it anymore.
Well, yeah. The thing is, obviously, what I was thinking was that like there's no reason to like with the color thing we've got a use for the extra stuff, right? With the bleach thing we didn't have any use for the extra stuff. That's why I was thinking about I hate to just throw things away, maybe I'll bleach something I don't even want to bleach, you know.
It would have been cool. I would have been down.
Yeah, I wouldn't have hated it either, but it's also the case that it would have probably been a big problem because all of this part would just be my scalp being bleached.
I wouldn't even touch that.
Oh, you just get this part?
Yeah.
Oh! Is that a home run? I think that might have hit over the yellow line. I could dye my hair red and go for a leprechaun look. That's true. But I think even if I did dye my hair red, and even if I had those shoes that they wear, I still struggle to convince anybody that I was a leprechaun. What are those kind of shoes that leprechauns wear called?
Like the ones that like kind of like.
Yeah, the little jaunty, flippy shoes. Let me see what those things are called. So, oh my God! Please tell me that's right now. Not, oh my God! Lawrence Butler, thank you for earning your paycheck today.
That's exactly what I was talking about. He came out.
Yeah. Thank you. And the thing is, I try to consistently be nice to Bubba. I know I can see it on his face how much it bothers him that he's struggling. But I sometimes just have to tell him, Lawrence Butler, y'all stark.
Ah.
But not today. Not today, motherfuckers. 4-3 Athletics. Lawrence Butler just give us the lead here in the seventh inning. Now, I know the game's long over, but I'm watching from the past. So don't tell me anything about what happens. Whatever you have to say about it, just keep it to yourself. Don't even say anything you think is neutral about it, because I'll be able to intuit things from it. Just say nothing at all about it. Great job, Law Dog. Great job, but I'm so happy for you too, because he does wear his feelings on his sleeve a lot. You can really see his frustration with himself and stuff when he's struggling. So couldn't happen to a more deserving guy for him to get this big home run.
Yeah, and he's always there, like he's like number one there to like high five someone.
Yep, he's a great teammate. He does everything you want from a baseball player on all the intangible things. Mm-hmm. He does very little you want on the tangible things. Like, he has got to be the single worst base runner in the entire major leagues. There was a stretch of time where like, I swear, like 10 times in a row, where he got on base, he'd get picked off, he'd get caught stealing. Like, I shit you not, like, as soon as he got on base, I was like, okay, well, here comes, it just happened on multiple occasions. I said, here comes
a prayer to myself, and I'm like, okay, God, let me look away from the screen for a moment.
I was like, I'd be like, okay, well, he's on first, but here comes, he's going to get picked off. And then, like, the very next second, he'd get picked off. Keep in mind, for me to be saying this, it already had to build up a big pattern of this happening. And I shit you not, that happened multiple times where I said, well, here we go, he's going to get picked off now. And the pitcher threw over to first base and picked him off.
Uh-huh. And that happened more than once, like you said.
Yeah, and if that didn't happen, he'd get caught stealing. Like, for example, he'd be running, but the pitcher wasn't actually throwing to home, he'd just throw it to first base.
Yeah.
And everybody is in the dugout is super happy for him too. I could see how much they're giving him his ups and celebrating with him.
That's nice.
Yeah. And that's one of the beautiful things about baseball is you've got players like Lawrence Butler who you root for, even though when they come up to play, you go, oh, God. All right, well, this rally was going well, but now Lawrence Butler is coming up to bat. You root for him anyway. You don't, like, get mad at him, really, for a second. You feel bad for him. Mm-hmm. And then it's so wonderful when he does succeed, because you can be like, you go. I've been feeling with you this whole time, and it's so satisfying to see you get your due. But this game's not over. Don't get me wrong. The A's have not won this game yet, and the A's are incredibly good at blowing leads. So let's not get too excited.
Nope, can't get too excited.
Yeah, but when you're watching an A's game, it sometimes it's ill-advised to turn it off because we're trailing, but it's wildly ill-advised to assume we're going to win it because we're leading. The A's could be called "No lead is safe athletics." Like I remember the other day, it was some game where we were up like 6-2 in
yeah.
the eighth inning or something. I turned it off and I looked the next morning. We lost 7-6. What? Oh, I'm glad I didn't watch the rest of that game. I went to bed all happy. Well, we got this one won.
It's so funny. It's so funny. We're so bad with predicting like what's gonna happen. Like with the Knicks, like how the heck did they even? I thought that was over too.
Yeah, well, that's just the sports reality. Where if you're gonna like say, okay, this one's done, and most of the time you'll be correct and not waste time watching a game that's just kind of blah. You're also going to deny yourself that glorious opportunity for when it goes the other way.
So yeah, I don't know. We had no idea.
Well, you know what I have to say about the whole thing? I'm going to quote a certain Dallas Braden's grandmother. Stick it, A-Rod.
Stick it, A-Rod.
That's one of the great stories of baseball history as well. How A-Rod was like asked about this kerfluffle between him and Dallas Braden. And he's like, I don't want to dignify questions about that by giving this guy more light in his 15 minutes of fame. He's a nobody. I'm a superstar.
Wow.
That's basically the gist of A-Rod's message. Then like a week later, Dallas Braden pitches a perfect game, and the interviewer goes up to the grandma after it, who's celebrating, who's there at the stadium with Dallas. Dallas Braden's mother had died, so his grandmother was like a mother for him. And the reporter said, "What do you have to say, Grandma?" She said, "Stick it, A-Rod." And then later, when they asked Alex Rodriguez about it, they said, "Hey, I don't know if you've heard, but Dallas Braden's grandmother said this." He just said, "Uncle, I concede defeat."
Yeah.
Like, even A-Rod, no matter how much of an entitled douche he was, realized at some point he cannot defeat Dallas Braden's grandmother.
Nope.
Dallas Braden's one of my favorite personalities in baseball.
Me too.
He's a great guy, and he's a fantastic color commentator.
Yeah, he really is.
I can't imagine watching his games without his voice, Like, if you think about, like, we were watching A's games, and instead of Dallas Braden, there's some other random person and it's a color commentator, it wouldn't be the same. He's got this, being a serious fan of a baseball team means you're going on the same journey with the commentators every day. Just as they're familiar with all of the goings on, and it's reflected in what they're talking about and in their emotions and stuff. You're right there alongside them.
True.
And therefore, it's important that you have like reliable person in the booth being the voice of that is not going to be jarring. You want like their constancy throughout the season, their emotions about things to healthfully and positively mirror your own. Right now, Kurtz is at the plate. That is not a strike. Fucking ABS that. Yes, correct. Kurtz correctly ABS that shit. That was not a strike. That is going to get overturned.
What does ABS mean?
Automated balls and strikes. So it's like when you say, you were wrong, umpire, about whether that was a strike or a ball, then they do this. And in fact, Kurtz was right, and he was correct to do that. And I think that means he got a walk, another walk. Kurtz's on base percentage is one of the best in the majors. He's so good at getting walks, and he's also a great slugger. Like his slugging percentage is elite as well. What a wonderful guy for us to have gotten on our team.
For real.
I mean, I'm still co-president of Shea Langoliers fan
So am
club,
I.
but emotionally, without any formal declaration, I'm kind of moving to president of the Kurtz fan club. He's kind of become my favorite egg.
Were you gonna say you're crushing on Curtsy?
Yeah, I would say I'm crushing on Kurtzy. Well, let's put it this way. When I talk baseball with Jim and I'm a lot more likely to talk about Kurtz than I am than Chandeliers. Chandeliers. And Jim and I is a great conversationalist when it comes to talking baseball. You ask it things like, maybe this morning or whatever, I was saying, like, if the so-called true outcomes are home run, walk, strikeout, and they're true outcomes because it doesn't involve the defense at all, then why isn't hit by pitch considered a true outcome?
Yeah.
Those are great kinds of questions to ask Gemini. It does a fantastic job of answering them. It's also the case that it does a fantastic job of engaging about topics like, if in fact on base percentage is so important statistically, ought we reevaluate and downgrade Ichiro Suzuki a bit, who had a great batting average, had a shit ton of hits, but his on base percentage was basically the same as his batting average compared to other people anyway, because he only walked like less than 5% of the time. So, and you know, I asked a question that I felt confident I already knew the answer to. Said, so, who would you take your leadoff hitter, Ichiro Suzuki or Ricky Henderson? And it agreed with me and said, it didn't know this was my position to start out with, but it said what I believed to be the case. Hands down, take Ricky Henderson. Hands down, take Ricky Henderson. I'm not saying that because I'm an A's fan. I'm not an A's fan in the past. I wasn't a fan of the A's back then. I am somebody who's blown away by Ricky Henderson's accomplishments in the majors. Like, if you watch any, you can't. There's not that much video available to see, but there are like, there's this one World Series game that they have video on, because like, if you're trying to get like, I want to see regular season game, yeah, in which Ricky Henderson played. Well, that was back in the day where they didn't keep all that stuff necessarily, so you can't. It's really hard to find video of things like that. But there is this one of him playing in this World Series game, and the amount of just havoc he wreaked by doing nothing other than like, you know, working a walk with his ridiculous tiny fucking strike zone, and then once he got on the bases, K bar the doors. It's like the whole other team was just like, oh god, everything's a flummoxed mess. Like the pitcher's trying to throw over there and over again, and the second he comes to deliver home, Ricky's stolen second. Then he throws the second. Finally goes to deliver home again. Ricky's still on third. Then like the defense is all flustered, so it's like a pass ball by the catcher. Ricky gets home, and Ricky is generating a run entirely by himself without doing anything except like unfairly making himself have a tiny strike zone. And it's like you could just see the whole body language of the team that he was playing against just changed. Everyone's like, oh God, oh, what are we gonna do? We gotta keep throwing over here. This Ricky Henderson is driving us insane. It's remarkable. I don't think there's ever been another baseball player who was so singularly a menace as soon as he got to onto base as Ricky Henderson, and who so thoroughly like kerfluffled the other team in their normal defensive ways. So if when I'm putting together like all-time baseball team with Gemini, it wanted to tell me, no, let's have, well, like for example, well, we gotta have Barry Bonds in left field. There's no room for Ricky Henderson. I said, no, we're gonna find room for Ricky Henderson. Okay, we can put Bonds at DH. Well, then we're gonna have to get rid of him. Yeah, we get rid of him then because this team will be poorer without Ricky Henderson. Even if that other guy may have more pop, slugging, whatever, believe me when I tell you, this team of all-time greats post-integration would definitely be worse off without Ricky and with somebody else, like say Suzuki instead. I mean, that one is a hands down no-brainer. Like, who do you pick as your leadoff hitter? Well, Suzuki, he doesn't even really get into the equation from Gemini's perspective because he just doesn't have enough pop. Um, it's just his OPS is pretty pedestrian. But I would say let's give him a sniff at this team because one thing about Ichiro that was not remotely pedestrian was his throwing arm. He could just nail people like I saw this I saw this video. I don't remember if it was him who did this, but this is the sort of thing that he could do and would do. Where like somebody hits a single into right field and he charges it, grabs it, and throws out the guy at first base before he can actually get to first base. Or there's one throw I saw by Ichiro where um, there was a guy on first, somebody hit a single, longish single, pretty deep into right field, and the guy who was on first tried to go from first to third. Should have been easy for sure for that to happen, except Ichiro just threw this laser beam throw, just never had any like arc to it at all. Precision from way out in right field, exactly to the third baseman's glove, like right in perfect, like get you out position. I think Ichiro Suzuki may be the greatest outfield arm in all of baseball's history. But arm alone is not going to get you to be on my all-time team. Even though I like him, I like what he brings to the team a lot. Obviously, nobody's going to sneer at the ability to leg out singles from things that are obviously outs. Somehow you run so fast that you get to be on first base, even though you just hit a chopper right to the shortstop, Nobody's going to sneer at that. But on balance, I just say, I'm sorry, Ichiro. I like a lot of your stuff, but you're no Ricky Henderson. No, I'm sorry. Not a better leadoff hitter than Ricky Henderson. You may call me wild in my claims here, but I'm saying no. These claims are sound and well justified. I think it's fair to say Ricky Henderson may be among the top 10 baseball players of all time. Too bold a claim? I don't really think so. Do you know that in one season, let me look up the exact number again. How many bases did Ricky Henderson steal in the season in which he stole the most bases for his career? Let's find out the exact number. I'll just ask Gemini. Over the course of the season in which he stole the most bases of any season in his career, how many bases did he steal in that year? A 130. 130 stolen bases in one baseball season. There are 162 games. He stole a base in all but 32 of them. How? I mean, obviously, it didn't work like that actually. Like, some games he had multiple steals, some games he had 0 steals. But I'm saying, if you were to average it out, he stole a base in 130 games out of 162 and only failed to steal a base in 32 of those games. How is that even possible? Like, what's the second closest person's number? Depending on how strictly you look at it, there are 2 ways to answer this. But I'm not concerned about 19th century baseball stats, so that's fine. All time, the actual all-time record is from pre-1900, whereas Hugh Nickel had the all-time record with 138 stolen bases in 1887 for the Chicago Red Stockings. But a runner was credited with a stolen base simply for advancing an extra base on a teammate's single. So if you're on first base, your teammate singles into right field, and you get not just a second, but all the way to third, they counted that as a stolen base. So that guy who got 138 stolen bases back then, that included times when he just legged out an extra base on a teammate single, which happens all the time. Normally, if somebody's on first base and there's a decent depth single, it will advance them to third. It's probably maybe 50-50 at worst, whether they can only advance to second or whether they advance to third. So obviously, if they were to count that rule, like, is there any way to know if they were to count that rule, first to third counts as a stolen base, if they were to apply that to Ricky Henderson, how many stolen bases would he have? Well, it says, actually, we can get a very close idea of what that would look like. While Major League Baseball doesn't officially track 19th century style extra base advances as a modern stat, baseball researchers have calculated these exact scenarios using modern play-by-play data. So, using this rule, his 1982 record season goes from 130 stolen bases to over 170 stolen bases. So, I'm actually surprised it's not more than that even. In 1982, Ricky drew 116 walks, got 143 hits, meaning he was on base constantly. Because he was incredibly fast, he regularly took the extra base whenever a teammate got a hit behind him. If you want to add his actual 130 stolen bases the number of times he went first, second, right. And his career totals go from 1406 to well over 2000. I'm actually surprised it's not more. But regardless, the point is that guy from the olden days with his supposed record of 138, if you were to count the same rules for Ricky Henderson, he'd have over 170. So that old timey guy can suck it with his fake record. I'm going to tell Gemini that. All right, then that old timey guy can suck it with his fake most stolen bases of all time. Right? Hugh Nickel was basically out there getting historical credit for just running hard on a single. Thank you, Gemini. Thank you. Yes, I do want that, Gemini. Yes, please do make that comparison between Ricky Henderson and current excellent base dealers in the majors. That should obviously say Ricky Henderson. Thanks, voice to text. When you compare Ricky Henderson's 82 masterpiece to modern speedrunners like Ellie De La Cruz and Ronald King Jr., you're looking at two completely different eras of baseball philosophy, rules, and strategy. So, Ricky Henderson did steal 130 bases. He was also caught stealing 42 times, which is only a 75.6% success rate. Now, it's generally considered that if you're going to be providing a benefit with base stealing to your team, that you have to be above 75%. He was a little above 75%. But because of the statistical harms of making it out, you have to be successful more than 3/4 of the time for it to be worth it. So that's a caveat we would say about Ricky is his caught stealing percentage, his success rate overall, not super fantastic. Like Ronald King Jr., when he had 73 stolen bases in 2023, he was only caught stealing 14 times. It's an 83.9% success rate. So one might very well argue that Ronald King Jr. actually helped his team more in 2023 with his much less impressive stolen base totals than Ricky Henderson did in 82, because Ricky was just 0.6 over 3/4 of the time he was successful, which means it was almost a wash for his team as to whether these stolen bases were beneficial. However, I would say in this calculation, that success rate needs to have an asterisk, because I think that Ricky Henderson was way more disruptive to a team's defense than these other players. I need to tell Gemini this as well. So I'm feeling here that the normal understanding of base stealing, which requires at least 75% success to be worth it, I think that is missing some component of Ricky Henderson's disruptiveness. Like, even if he didn't get success rate much higher than 3/4, that somehow he caused defensive failures on the other team that made it more worthwhile than it would otherwise be. What do you think about that? You have hit the exact reason on why modern analytics struggles to fully capture the Ricky effect. While modern sabermetricians calculate a runner needs roughly 75 to 80% success rate to break even, they are looking at a sterile mathematical model, run expectancy. What that formula entirely misses, and what you just perfectly identified, is the cognitive and mechanical chaos Ricky Anderson inflicted on the defense just by standing on first base. He didn't just steal bases, he broke the opposing team's brain. That's what I'm saying about that game I saw footage of the World Series. He was clearly breaking the opposing team's brain. Like, they are, oh God. Normally, we got all these procedures for when a guy gets on first. Is a normal enough operation. Rick Gibson's on first base. Like, oh, everybody goes, oh my God, what are we going to do? It's kind of fantastic to see. Anyway, 130 stolen bases in a season is a lot. And I don't think any player will ever beat that record, in part because I think analytics have made baseball managers a little bit more steal averse. And in part because, like, you gotta have a certain kind of audacity and relentless, like, I'm obviously going to steal this base. You know it, I know it. I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to succeed more than 3/4 of the time. Often by telling the first baseman, Ricky's going to run. The pitcher knows it. First baseman knows it. The catcher knows it. By the time the catcher gets to make his throw to second base, Ricky's already there. I wouldn't call Ricky Henderson my favorite all-time baseball player, but as a like conceptual entity in baseball schemings and stuff, I really like him. Like, if I were going to draft a team, like we were to do a fantasy baseball draft that's like for players who are retired or something, I might, if I had the first pick, I might draft Ricky Henderson. Probably I'd think, okay, let me see if I can get the second round to get him. But I feel if I didn't get him, that my whole vision for the team had been screwed by me not getting Ricky Henderson. Like, Ricky Henderson's a conceptual baseball player you can build a team around in a way that just a random slugger is not. Like, okay, well, this slugger had a bunch of home runs and a lot of RBI, maybe in the DH position or something. Well, there's something kind of replaceable about that, even though obviously if you got great slugging numbers, that's pretty elite and rare. But it's not unique in the way that Ricky Henderson is. Like, I've been interested in, I just recently learned about these so-called, I call them tools. I forget the term for it, but like the hit tool, the throw tool, and the way that the scouts measure those, the top score being 80, representing like as good as it can possibly be in the history of baseball. So, for example, Ichiro had a throw skill of 80. In other words, you couldn't do a better job of being a defensive outfielder on the uniquely isolated category of making a throw from the outfield into the third baseman or second baseman or whatever. So, obviously I want to ask about like athletics players, like, okay, well, what tool does Nick Kurtz have the highest score on? I don't remember. I wish I remembered more specifically how this worked out, but it seems like, if I remember correctly, the hit category of things you score includes not just your capacity to hit well, but also your capacity to get walks. So, like, he's got a super high on base percentage, so they have his hit skill rated very high. I don't remember, like, high 70s, I think. And interestingly, another athletics who scores high on that skill is Jacob Wilson. And interesting thing is, they really couldn't be any different as hitters. Like, Wilson doesn't draw a ton of walks. He also doesn't strike out hardly at all. So he's got like good strikeout avoidance. But he's able to have a pretty high batting average because he can leg out some infield singles, and he's pretty good at like slapping the ball where they ain't. That's an entirely different profile from Nick Kurtz, who's much more of a true outcome guy, like walk, strikeout, home run. Throwing some doubles and singles here and there, but they have equivalently rated hit tools, even though they're wildly different batters, which I found interesting. Baseball is such a great thing to think about and ideate and explore ideas about and stuff. I'm having a great time talking with Jim and I about baseball stuff. In general, baseball is just uniquely well suited to thinking and talking about because of its weird relationship with statistics. I think it used to be not really fully understood how much statistics were the soul of baseball. Like, I think it used to be less clearly understood that the experience of enjoying watching a baseball game is inextricably linked to all those statistics. The baseball is not like other sports where to be a great player, to be considered one of the all-time greats in football, you have to win some Super Bowls. Basketball, you have to win some NBA titles. You could be considered one of the greatest baseball players of all time and spend your whole career on a bad team. And there are multiple examples. Ernie Banks comes to mind, former Cubs player. But people's evolving understanding of statistics and such have corrected some injustices that historically occurred, like pitchers being underrated because they didn't have good win-loss records, even though they had like stellar low ERAs, a lot of strikeouts and stuff. In the olden days, people used to over prioritize wins and losses. Not so much anymore. That's why Jack Morris was at the time considered the pitcher of the '80s. Like the and I think it was like a first ballot Hall of Fame inductee. Nowadays, people recognize that actually Dave Steve was the pitcher of the '80s. He just didn't play on as good a teams as Jack Morris, and he didn't have as good a winning loss record, but all of his other stats were better. So, good job, us, for liberating past people from the prison of previous people's wrongness. Let me see if I can figure out what's going on with the chat. The problem here I have is that I've made the chat big enough for me to read, but now it's like this. So let me show you. As you can see, everything gets cut off. I can fix this by making it smaller, but actually maybe I can't do that. How do I make this smaller? Tell you what I'm going to do. Reset. There we go. Now it's smaller. You can see how much smaller it is. And now that I'm not really tripping anymore, I can actually read it. When I was tripping hard, I couldn't read anything because everything was all, you know. So I had to make it bigger, but I don't know why I bothered because I wasn't looking at the chat at all. Had I realized Eric was this far from sober, I wouldn't have attempted to get through to him with that comment. That one I can't read. The month? Wait, what does that say? All right, I have to make it a little bigger than that. All right, that's a little bigger. Romans would have said, is you being distracted by bread and circus. I mean, you know, I'd characterize it as joyfully celebrating the good things of life. You know, the great thing about all the ideational fun I have with baseball is that unlike other things, there's no stakes. Like I can have my perspective on baseball, that this should be the best team of all time, or we should have that guy. Somebody else can have a different perspective, and nobody's gonna get mad at each other or anything. You know, it's all just great fun to ideate about because there are so many different statistical things that you can point to and contrast and things. And baseball's got such incredibly detailed rules, like, for example, whether or not getting hit by pitch qualifies as a at bat or a plate appearance, whether it uh, helps or hurts their on base percentage. Like, if you get on base by an error, it doesn't help your on base percentage. It actually hurts your on base percentage because it's treated as though you made an out, and the fact that you're on base is not having anything to do with what you did, right? Like those kind of things make for fun questions too. Like I said about the true outcomes. Well, why doesn't hit by pitch count as a true outcome since it also exercises all the defense? And get a very satisfying answer from Gemini saying, actually, this thing has is something that people debate about. Like, you're right that by that reasoning it should qualify as a true outcome, but people still don't consider it a true outcome primarily because it happens infrequently enough that you can kind of just not include it in the equation, and it's not gonna. Nice job! Wow, that's a shocking surprise. The A's held on to a one-run lead to win the game. Normally, one-run leads they are never safe for the Athletics, but tonight we did it. Good job, Lawrence Butler. You got the game-winning runs with your two-run home run. I'm so happy for you. I think your taste in clothes and color is insanely horrible. Like Lawrence Butler, like with your uniform, they have certain things that can deviate from it a little bit, like your arm thing you put on, a couple other things, or all those various things that you can have a little bit of non-uniform stuff on. He always has these horrible combinations of bright fluorescent pink and fluorescent yellow, and it's just like one time. What's her name? The lady, not Chris, but the lady Jenny. I'm drawing a blank on her name right now. But she's like, she makes a joke like, Lawrence Butler showing up in style today. Obviously repping Saved by the Bell. Like, Lawrence Butler, you have absolutely horrible taste in clothes and stuff. Like, who would think it's a good idea to have all these horrible colors? None of which go with green or gold, even. He he likes that, I guess. Well, the good news is I don't care at all about what your horrible tasting colors are because you won the game tonight for us, Lawrence Butler, and you deserve all the credit for that. Here's Jenny in the booth with Chris Townsend after the game. She's not going to make any cracks tonight about Lawrence Butler saved by the bell. She's looking happy. She's super happy to talk about it, how Lawrence Butler saved the day for us. Now, here's the thing. I have got to find out how in the world the Knicks could conceivably have come back. I need to, because I thought when I turned it off, there's zero way they could conceivably win this game. Watching and spending your time. I mean, I'm not that far from sober at the moment. Like I had a great, pretty hard trip today. There's no doubt that I was tripping balls. Um, but I'm not really tripping that much anymore. So I don't know what the comment is, but let's see. See if I can find it. A lot of stuff to go through though, so I doubt I'll be able to find it. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the most effective way to have this question answered is, what did you attempt to get through to me about that I failed to see, acknowledge, or respond to? I'd be happy to see, acknowledge, and respond to it now. It is the case, obviously, that when I'm tripping, I'm not very attentive to the chat. So today I was tripping hard, means I paid zero attention to the chat for hours and hours and hours. But I am capable of paying attention to it now. That's a satisfying bong rip. Feels like it's been a minute since I pulled some balls. Okay, I gotta see what they're saying. This is so great. Chris and Chris Carey is so phenomenal of a baseball guy, like play-by-play guy. I mean, short of his call the other night of the home run that tied it, it had the A's tie it at 14-14, which we eventually lost the game. But that call when that happened is so beautiful to listen to because Chris Carey is absolutely losing his shit. It's so authentic and wonderful. Here. Chris Carey absolutely loses his mind on this game-tying home run. This has been the craziest game ever. How great is that? Just listen to him do it again. I'll turn up the volume. How great is this call? It's so good. Crazy guy. What could be more wonderful? What could be like a better like thing to represent humanity than that, right? He's so it's one of the greatest calls I've ever heard. Unbelievable! The final strike! It's 14-14! He is so thrilled to be witnessing what he's witnessing. And the emotion and everything is exactly what everybody watching it is feeling. And you can mess up a thing like that if you do it badly, but instead of messing it up, he made it just transcendently fantastic in every conceivable way. What a great job he did. What a fantastic job he's done consistently as the A's play-by-play guy. I have no beef with Jenny. I think she's a great play-by-play person too, but Chris Carey is a real talent. He's Harry Carey's, I don't know, grandson or something. He's got a brother who I think is a twin brother. I'm not sure if it's identical. I think it's fraternal twin brother. And they were both working in the minors. A's called him up. And then, like not that long ago, Chris Carey's brother came for like a day to participate as well. But he just was just kind of like, hey, everybody, Chris Carey's brother. He also does this for the minor league team. He's here today to talk a little bit of A's baseball, minor league stuff. It wasn't like he wasn't being the play-by-play guy. But anyway, I'm sure he's great too. I didn't experience enough of him to really make any comparison to Chris Carey, but my absolute celebration of Chris Carey as a hire is not intended to have any shade on his brother, say like his brother is worse. It's also not intended for shade for Jenny. I think Jenny does a great job. I just think, Chris Carey is like a generational talent. We're incredibly lucky to have grabbed him as a play-by-play guy. And he's quite young. And like I remember his first games. And still nowadays, occasionally, he can display some of that youngness, get a little bit off track, like talking about something in an inning, like, "Oh, Dallas, so I see you got this hot dog that's famous in this stadium here," and Dallas will be like, "I sure did," and wow, this is going to be the 12th pitch in this at bat. McNeil's really, it brings Chris's attention back to what's significant. But those moments were never frequent and are decreasingly so. Regardless, you can count on Chris Carey when it comes to big moments. Like I remember him calling Nick Kurtz's 4-home run game. And it was very much equivalent to that call. Like when he hit the fourth one, it's like, no way! Oh my god! And it's just so genuine. I think Dallas and Chris are a match made in heaven as well, because I think Chris is an INFJ, and Dallas is either an ESTP or an ENTP. Probably ESTP, but I don't know. There's a lot of indications that make me think he's an ENTP sometimes. Regardless, that's a good pair, personality-wise. Either way, Dallas is. That's a great matchup. INFJ, EXTP. Jenny, I think, is an ENTJ. And so Dallas and Jenny, I would say, have a very collegial kind of ease of work styles, like with each other. Like I I fully believe Dallas and Jenny would both report to a fantastic working relationship. But I don't think Dallas is friends with Jenny outside of the relationship. Whereas I could conceive of him being friends with Chris outside of that relationship. And I could conceive of a honest Dallas reporting that he finds the work relationship with Chris more challenging than the work relationship with Jenny. But the thing is, there are high leverage and low leverage moments in a baseball game's calling. It doesn't matter so much if Chris gets a little aimless in spots, if it's, we're down by 7 runs in the 4th inning. Jenny might be more correctly businesslike on point in that situation, but she's just not going to do as good a job of calling those big moments as Chris is. And it's not because she's doing a bad job. It's just because Chris is transcendently generational talented at it. So I hope everybody understands that now. I love talking about things like this, right? Where they're interesting things that you can ideate a lot about, but that nobody's gonna give a lot of pushback about. People, lots of things I say, people want to give me a lot of pushback. Oftentimes, the more they want to give me pushback, that's equal to the less they should be giving me pushback. So, baseball is wonderful because, like, you have to be a particularly awful kind of cretin for you to get in an argument of baseball stuff and get mad at somebody. In general, somebody disagreeing with me about baseball stuff, but engaging with me about it in an informed way is gonna make me like that person and not make me go, God, why are you giving me pushback? Because of course it's proper to give pushback in this arena. There are certainly more defensible and less defensible positions you can take, but because of all the different statistical frames, um, it's very plausible to make all kinds of arguments like we ought to prioritize this statistical frame over this other one. Like, okay, so I think I'm gonna have to watch. I think I have this basketball game. Yeah, I do have this basketball game. So I want to see. I want to see what happened after I stopped watching it. Because when I stopped watching it, it seemed to me it was impossible for the Knicks to win. Let's see, how much time is left now? 2:44. Okay. Let's see. Let me go a little bit further. How much time is left now? 1:47. We're getting there. But I need to see, like, okay, 1:47, 1:43. All right, it is letting me do this. That's nice. Okay, so okay, go past this commercials. Let's see what's happening. Did I go too far or something? Let's see, what time is it? Just show the time left. All right, so there is 38 seconds left. This is about where I started watching. So I started watching after this a little bit. Let me see. All right. So San Antonio hits those free throws. Of course, you can't watch any sustained action in basketball without there being a million stops using commercials. Okay, so how much time is left now? Alright, so this is exactly where I started watching it. Brunson has the ball. He's going to throw up a wild, ill-advised shot. San Antonio is going to get the rebound. There's the shot. It gets blocked a little bit, actually. San Antonio, for some reason, gets the rebound and decides to go try to shoot a basket. But they fail to make the basket. The Knicks get the rebound. And Brunson, he did a double backcourt. So now, with 5 seconds left, San Antonio should get the ball back because of that double backcourt. That's where I turned it off. When I was like, oh, they had a chance, but then Brunson double backcourted, and now San Antonio's got the game won. That's what I said to myself, and stopped watching it. Apparently, I was wildly wrong. Let's see. Let's see what this says. What happened here? What happened? Wait, why wasn't it a double backcourt? Oh, okay, I didn't know that. Only his feet were a backcourt violation. He kept the ball in the front court. I didn't know that was the rule, and that's why I assumed it was double backcourt. I didn't know it worked that way. That's why I was wrong. Oh, that's almost a backcourt violation there. Oh my God! Oh my God! You've got to be kidding me! Wow! Wow! Look at that! People in the Madison Square Garden are stunned. Right, let me look at the clock here. How much time is left? Okay, so there's 5.7 seconds left. The ball becomes inbounded to Brunson, who fires a wild three with like 3 seconds left, and then he gets tipped in with 1.2 seconds left to rebound. By that guy, I don't know what his name is, but let's see. I guess that's the final score, probably. Wow. Bronson misses the three, but that guy, I don't know what his name is, he comes running down to crash the boards. There's nobody top boxes than that at all. He just elevates higher than everybody else and just light as a feather, just tips it right into the basket. So now it's the Spurs' turn to get a last second miracle. 1.2 seconds left. The inbound pass gets to the guy barely, but no, he can't get the shot off. And the New York Knickerbockers, the basketball Knickerbockers, have won the game, taking a 3-1 lead in the NBA Finals. Everybody at the Madison Square Garden is very happy. They're amazed. They're so thrilled to have witnessed this crazy comeback. Jerry Seinfeld's like, I can't even believe what's going on. And then, I don't know who that guy is in that suit, but he looks happy as well. Here's our hero. You're about to get interviewed. Who's our hero? The one who tipped it in at the end. That's our hero. I still don't really know what his name is, though. looks like Anna Bogie or something like that. I was trying to see the back of his jersey. Oh, there's that guy who did that show. Wasn't it like Larry David or something? He did a show called, what was it called? It I forget what it's called, but it's very like Seinfeld-ish. Okay, see, let me tell you what a good answer to that question is. Because the question is not terrible, but the answer is terrible. A good answer to that question, like what's going through your mind, is something like, well, I saw this San Antonio player was cheating over in this direction to do this. So I saw I had a clear lane directly to the basket. I was not going to get blocked by anybody on the way there. And I just had to time it right. When I saw the shot go up, everybody was turned to look for the rebound. I was coming from out here, so there was nobody already in my way. And the other people who might have been able to box me out were turned the wrong direction. So it gave me a, a chasm to pass through, and I was able to have the advantage of a nice running start. So I was able to elevate over everybody else. And that's what was going through my mind. That's how I did it. That would be a good answer. His answer is terrible. But you know what? He's not paid to give good answers. He's paid to play basketball. So good for you, Mr. Basketball Player. I still don't know what your name is, but you're the hero of New York today. OG Anunoby? And Anunoby's OG Anunoby is his name? OG Anunoby? OG Anunoby? That's the guy's name? OG Anunoby's tip in with 1.2 seconds left sends Madison Square Gardens into a frenzy as Knicks erase 29-point deficit to stun Spurs. I had no idea the Knicks were down by 29 points at one point. Wow, that uh that's magnificent. This is the sort of thing like I wish I had watched this whole game from start to finish. But I'm not generally NBA basketball fan that much. Obviously, something like this, you don't have to be a fan of NBA basketball to be a fan of that, right? What a magnificent story. Came back from 29 points down and also down with just like 1.2 seconds left to stun the Spurs and take a 3-1 series lead. And I can tell you, this series is now over. Like after taking a defeat like that, the Spurs aren't going to have any answer in Game 5 at all. They're going to come out and get beat bad. That's what I think to say about that. We'll find out, but that's my prediction. Ooh. Guess what tomorrow is, everybody? Just take a wild guess what tomorrow is. It is the start of the World Cup. I love the World Cup. The World Cup's fantastic television. You cannot go wrong watching pretty much any random World Cup game. It's going to be a great spectacle. I got a basic kick drum working in the drum synth. I'm making in Max 4 Live. I don't know what that is. Oh. Okay. Now I'm beginning to feel the physicality catching up to me. Like, okay, that was a lot of fun. There's some SI toll booths you need to pay the toll on. I'll be needing to go to bed relatively soon. And I was never able to find out what he had said. I'm so curious. That was bad timing. I was trying to get through to Eric about me and that, but he was tripping. I wish I had gotten an answer to that. I'm curious. Because of course I don't, even though it's unavoidably going to be the case when I'm tripping, in a general sense, not involved when I'm tripping, I very much feel a consistent responsibility to everybody to hear what they say and be responsive to it. And to respond to specifically what they say, not some other thing. You know, a lot of people, they don't ever respond to what you say. This cat is so strange. Look at like how he's lying down with this. Oh, he just got startled by Rachel. He's got his head like on this partial roll of tape thing. Like, that cannot be comfortable, bro. Why would you lie with your head? Right now, he's not. He's just lying next to it. But before he got startled by Rachel, he was literally had his head on the edge of that tape thing. But I'm often struck by, like, oh my God, what are you doing? That cannot be comfortable the way you're lying down. Or he'll be sleeping and just have his face directly in the carpet, just oblivious. SI Polar. He's an ENFJ cat. All right. Well, I'm winding down for sure. But I think before I wrap, I will go outside and have a nice cigarette with you. And I think when I'm outside having a cigarette, I'll discuss with you a little bit about what I'm going to do after I end the stream. Like what I'm going to watch on TV, what time I'd like to go to bed, things like that. In preparation for this going outside / conversation about things, I'm going to just see what's new in the Crunchy Roll universe. Right, I was watching this for a little bit and I started tripping and got distracted or something. This is worth continuing. It's not spectacular, but it's better than mid. The strongest job is apparently not a hero or a meh, but an appraiser. I think that's what like the title of the whole thing is. I could continue watching that. I could continue regarding Zero. I'm I was I like this cartoon, but I don't like what's happening right now in the cartoon because Subaru has basically like he had returned by death, which is every time he dies, it like takes him back to the previous like save point essentially. But this time he's woken up from his death and he doesn't remember anything that has happened prior to it. So he's like, what is this? It's Sky World? Oh, magic and stuff. He has to like he doesn't know about any things that everybody knows about already in the cartoon. And I'm not loving this story arc. Makes me feel a little troubled because one of the core things in the cartoon is the relationship between Subaru and his girlfriend slash wife or whatever she is. And him having amnesia and accordingly not having that close relationship with her and in some sense thereby being untrustable by her because of this. I don't like that. It makes me feel like I'm worried about you guys. I'm worried about you, Subaru, and your wife, and I want you guys to be fine. But amnesia can really strain a relationship. So I probably won't continue watching that right now. I'm in the mood for something a little less dark slash emotionally challenging. I'm very interested to see the next episode of Doctor Stone, which has not come out yet, but the last episode of Doctor Stone had them finally launching a rocket that they had to go to the moon, where they had to confront the enemy of humankind, known as the Y Man. So we're really approaching the pinnacle of a TE like Minecraft style unlocking of various things. Arc that started with him waking up and it being just Stone Ages, and not gradually, but intentionally putting all the precursors to all the various sciencey things so that he could build up to this. Well, it's finally happened, everybody. They launched a rocket to the moon. Next episode, we'll get to find out what happens when they get to the moon. That'll be fun. Okay, let's see what else Crunchyroll has to offer before we change to the other things that might have things to offer besides Crunchyroll. Okay. One thing I don't like, Crunchyroll, why have you moved your watch list all this far down? I've scrolled down to get to your watch list. Why? It used to be a lot higher up near the top. I think it should be higher up near the top. I don't like this change. Ooh, is this? No, I think that's just dub. I thought maybe there's a new episode of Reborn as a vending machine and now wander the dungeon, which I'd definitely be interested in watching that. And you know, this is the other thing, Crunchyroll. Can you stop putting dubs as though you're like, oh, today we've released episode 7 of this, dubbed into Portuguese. Just don't include that in the same thing as actual releases. It's incredibly annoying. Sometimes you be like, oh, a new episode, and you click on some fucking Portuguese dub of an episode you saw a long time ago. Just don't do that, fucktards, because they're not the same thing. You releasing a dub of something you already released should not be here in the new episodes release calendar thing, right? That is not a new episode, it's a dub of an old episode. So you're wrong and it's bad. Like, it's super annoying and bad practicalities, but you're wrong to put it in that category at all. It's not what you say it is. So, Crunchyroll, you need to get your fucking head out of your ass and fix these problems. All right. Well, not a ton of stuff on Crunchyroll I might consider watching, but some.
Welcome to Outlast.
All right. Well, there's also something I forgot about, but I'll wait till I watch that with Rachel. Rachel and I still have to watch. We haven't gotten around to it yet. The new Naked and Afraid. It's going to be a viewing. It's going to be hard to find real estate on this week's viewing time slot because we've got World Cup coming on. So it's fine though. We could sit on that Naked and Afraid, maybe even gather up the next couple of episodes and we could binge them like a few at a time. Or, you know, we could watch it at any time. But I'm not going to watch it by myself now. So we're not going to watch Naked and Afraid. We're probably not going to watch Regarding Zero. But there was something else I was thinking about watching, like, oh yeah, I want to continue watching that. But I can't think of what it was right now. Might have been here on Netflix, but I'm not spotting it. What does it say? The rest is football. Alone is pretty good. But I'm not seeing anything at the moment that's saying watch me really strongly on Netflix. But we'll discuss other possible viewing platforms and the options they might have when we go outside for that cigarette, which we're still getting up to here. Outer Banks. I don't think I've ever watched this show before. But I think it's like a science fiction show. I might watch that. That might be interesting. Let's keep that on the list of possibilities. We're going to put that on the list of possibilities. What's this? Spectral.
It's a 5-story apartment building here.
Ominous, chilling, supernatural sci-fi? That sounds like things I like. I could watch Spectral. That's a possibility. We've got a couple of things lined up as possibilities here on Netflix. One being Spectral, the other one being Outer Limits, right? This is called Outer Banks. Outer Banks. Okay, cool. Boy, I'm just remembering right now my explanation about, the term person and why it needs to be defined as essentially synonymous with moral agent. What a fantastic explanation that was. I explained it clearly in a straightforward way that anybody can understand and positioned it as in a way that made it clear that it's absolutely necessary that it be determined, be defined like this, because if you want to protect mentally ill people from, then you have to define personhood in the way I'm saying. And that you necessarily must engage the term person in a way that draws some distinction other than biologically Homo sapien. I did a fantastic job of explaining all that stuff. I'm not going to try to explain it again right now, but I was very pleased with that engagement on that topic because people understandably come at the point like, hey, every person is equally a person because they have a soul and stuff. And that's a fine enough understanding, but it also is a great example of how uh, we could always say about any given term, everything's up, everything's yeah, everything's a person. Um, what you're really just saying is, I don't want people to do any work with that word. I'm going to say, I'm not, it's not like a definition of anything. It's basically saying, let's cordon off this word and say nobody can do any work with it. Because in any instance of doing work with a word requires one to draw specific, meaningful distinctions. It's a time of night where my brain turns off, I still want to be productive and work on things. Well, I'm having an evolving relationship with productivity. Like, on some measures, you say I was wildly unproductive today because I just took mushrooms and whacked out and life stream. But actually, be doing myself a bit of a disservice because I actually had a typing session this morning, typed to the lady, and then I think after that I listed several things on eBay. At some point, we had to go to town to mail something. Oh, right, I went to town to ship that thing. And we got back 4 o'clock ish in time to get mushrooms. Well, the reality is, I actually worked a pretty full, productive day all day up until that. So I say an evolving relationship with productivity because I'm having to reassess all kinds of things because of the way in which Gemini has fundamentally altered my worldview. Like, you know, working, being productive without Gemini is a completely different animal than working, being productive with Gemini. So much so that I have not processed yet how to understand these things. Like, I have not processed at all exactly how to reframe my understandings about being productive, what to expect of myself, etc. I have not I've not even begun to process all of that stuff. It's such a complete category shift. It's like the world I knew before has been completely overturned, and I have to revisit every conception I have about what I might do, what I can do, what's worth a investment versus return in terms of time. I have to reevaluate every single one of those questions. Like, I'd long since kind of given up on the idea that, well, in theory, I could make money with the YouTube channel by meowing and stuff, or by writing a book on carbon function to try to sell it. But we all know me. That takes too much of a kind of sustained, singular point effort on my part for me to ever accomplish that because it's so much of everything is the kind of stuff I hate. Well, now writing a book about cognitive functions, successfully selling and making money off that, all of these things seem suddenly open and possible again. Because while it's Eric who's got to figure out how to do everything, forget about it. Even if I, give every ounce of my attention and somehow all of my effort and perfect a book, then what? I don't know how to sell a book to make money and stuff. Well, guess what? Gemini does. I don't know how to fucking list these things on eBay and how am I gonna get all this information. Guess what? Gemini does. It knows how to do all that stuff just fine. All I need to do is say, I have a clear idea that I want to accomplish, namely, get this thing listed on eBay in an optimized way. And sure, there have been a bit of a learning curve on my part as to how much I can trust Gemini and where I need to have it double check it. So it's got different incarnations of it, right? Gemini Spark, Gemini Flash. Gemini Spark and Gemini Flash for desktop are like both desktop things, but they're distinct from each other. And then there's Phone Gemini, which is distinct from both of those. So you can have them check each other. It's a good way to do things. And you need to have them check each other because if you don't, they will be wrong and incredibly convincing about it. So, because I don't know anything about these computer boards and stuff, it's telling me, no, it's definitely this. Evidence. You can see here in this picture these things that links to this. And it'd be incredibly convincing about it and wildly wrong. Like, I have a great example of it actually. Please provide feedback for your items. Which items? I'm supposed to give feedback on the buyer? I mean, how the hell am I supposed to know what to say? I guess just everything's positive unless like how, I mean, it doesn't even make any sense. Like leave feedback on the buyer. Well, did they pay me? Then well, what more do you expect from a buyer? I have no idea how to answer this at all. Yes, positive. I don't want to have this additional feedback thing. Okay, never mind. You and your horrible ways are done. I am not doing that. So, what I am doing is referencing this message, an update on your shipping labels. Okay, yeah, all right, that's old. All right, so this, right? This guy sends me this message telling me, hey, your listing is wrong. You say this is an let me see. I can't read it very clearly. Let me go a little closer to you. You say this is, hey, this is an 8-inch Shugart Winchester drive, not a 5.2-inch SA604, etc. Like all these things I don't know anything about. I said, oh no. So this is what the guy said. Hello, this drive you have here is a Shugart SA604, not a SA1004. This is a 5.25 inch drive, not an 8-inch drive from 1979. It's a 5.25 inch drive from 1982. I was like, hey Gemini, what do you think about this guy's message? See, right? Gemini tells me this. Gemini says, here's a breakdown of why the buyer is incorrect and how they likely got confused. And then it makes this very convincing argument. Physical labels and serial number match your drive. Features a factory metal identification label explicitly stamped model number 1004 and serial number blah blah blah. It makes this very convincing case with multiple points, right? And then why the buyer got confused. The buyer's confusion almost certainly stems from the Ampro 230 little board included in your kit. Ampro little boards were designed to So I say, well, this is what Gemini said. I don't really have any way to determine whether you're right or Gemini because I don't really know about these things. Well, he says, the sticker is actually like twice this size, and he gives me a bunch of reasons why he's right. So I say, okay, Gemini, what do you think about this? And then Gemini's like, oh, he's right now. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? We're talking about, is this 5.25 inches or 8 inches? It should be very easy to distinguish, right? Well, I had to actually go get it out of the box. I had already packed it up in case somebody bought it and just be able to ship it like that, right? I had to go get it out of its box and take a tape measure and measure it to see who was right. Because at this point, Gemini had told me on multiple occasions that guy was wrong. Now it was telling me that guy was right. And all this is very convincing. So I said, okay, don't tell me who's right or wrong about this. Tell me the following thing. If this is the 1979 kind, how long should it be and how wide would it be? And if this is the 1982 one, how long should it be and how wide would it be? And I measured it with a tape measure. And I went back to the laptop Gemini that was still telling me that the guy was wrong. Phone Gemini was agreeing with the guy, but laptop Gemini wasn't. And the like task part of it, Spark or whatever it's called, it was it said it was like doubling down on no, he's definitely wrong on this stuff. While also it was saying it's important to note though that your other Gemini is wrong about the little board. So I was like, listen, phone Gemini, other Gemini says you're wrong about the little board. I now believe you about the main board. Who should I believe about the little board? And phone Gemini said, oh, actually, laptop Gemini is right about the little board. I was wrong about that, even though I was right about the big board. You know, after the guy, after I showed you two responses from the guy. So, this is some of the frustrations one can have with Gemini. But those are frustrations that occur because I don't know anything about the thing I'm asking Gemini to do, right? Like, if I knew about computer boards myself, then it would be a whole different ballgame. But because I don't know anything about it, I encounter that kind of problem. I'm having to, instead of engaging it in conjunction with things I know about, right? I'm having to say, what I know I want to do with these things is the following. Now, you help me maximize my profit from this. Well, that's a great thing, but the other thing is, I'm asking it to deal with like super kind of niche, complicated things. You know, it's got this it's got various manufacturers, various revs as they call them, various configurations for a board. A board it has a certain manufacturer, and each one of the little things on it has its own manufacturer, and they all have little numbers and stuff. So it's the perfect kind of thing to task AI to do, and that's why it's capable of doing such a good job, even though I don't know anything about it. But it still is going to be limited to some extent to the intelligence of the person using it. Because I'm not very intelligent in the sense and about that. In other words, I don't know anything about it. That has puts a ceiling on how smart AI can be about it. This is dramatically contrasts with me dealing with Gemini in terms of, okay, I want to make a video about this. For example, I was working with it earlier on trying to put together a script for something that explains basically how cognitive functions applies to understanding AI and how AI's realities are informative about cognitive functions and about the nature of meaning and information flow in general. Well, in that engagement, I'm constantly correcting it. Like, Yeah, but what a big bug! Oh God! Oh, there's a big bug on me. Okay, well, anyway, in that engagement, I'm constantly correcting it like, no, you take out this part, put this sentence instead. And, I can sometimes give it more high level stuff, but basically I can't. Like, I could say, look, I want to have this idea here, but I want to anchor it at the beginning with something. It won't successfully do that. Like, it doesn't quite get the concept, but if it did get the concept and do it, which I could get it to get the concept, but it would put in there generally something disposable. It's never insightful. It does often enough have engaging turns of phrase, like when I said that one Die Hard movie was better than that other one, it said, well, you're really laying the bar on the floor there. That's a nice turn of phrase. But it doesn't actually produce any kind of insight, and in fact, it has to be instructed to say, and we'll do a poor job of, like, keep in mind that we're using subjective to mean these things, and don't have instances of using a term that go beyond the scope of those definitions, or in any way run afoul of those definitions. We're growing together. It's a bit of a learning process for both of us. So I've now learned that it's useful to put together a document that's a list of instructions for a certain thing for it to reference. So like I make a document that says, when I make a listing, I want all of these things included in the listing, but I'm going to do it more for this instruction. I'm just going to tell you what piece of information I want in what order. I just went down the eBay thing and said first this, then this, then this, then this, then this, because when it makes a listing, it doesn't put them in the order in which I encounter them in eBay. It doesn't. It doesn't. It has I've instructed in the past to reference previous templates. So this not caring about that has just been grandfathered in. Now that I've made this other document saying I want it done like this, then I can say, look at this document. Now, for formatting, look at this other document and use that formatting style, but have this set of instructions be the master, cascade down, right? And that saves time, energy, and a lot of heartache. You've got to be smart about how you instruct it. But the beautiful thing is the kind of engagement I'm doing with it, which is work on, basically, it's so overwhelming the amount of stuff to process about how all of my perspectives have been informed by this revolution, right? But I'm super interested in and naturally pretty good at what's the optimal way to use it, which is to do what I was just saying. Like, all right, let me set up a set of cascading rules before we begin working on this project that will allow me to maximally go, here's the gist of what I'm trying to say. Now you do it right. So say what I'm saying. Don't be sloppy with your words. Always use terms of right? So essentially, I've got this system set up where it's like, okay, I'm explaining to you what I want to say here in this book, okay? Now, in this part, I want to say this stuff. Now, you say it like it would be in a book, kind of with bullet points or whatever. Then I look at that, I go, no, get rid of this sentence, replace it with this. Get rid of that part entirely, blah, 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 right? That's such a better way to write. It's so much more, it's just incredibly better in every way. My previous misconceptions about AI could not have been more incredibly wrong. Like, I was like, well, you know, who would want to get AI to just write something for them? It's like, why even write it at all? Well, I misunderstood. I did not understand the way AI is at all. It's exactly as intelligent as the person using it is. And if you say, I've got a simple bad idea. Now you write a book about that. Well, you're not gonna get anything worth anything because, you know, stupid is as stupid does, or something like that. Right? I did smoke that whole cigarette. I did. The bug was scary, but it didn't drive me inside prematurely for the cigarette. For a second there, I thought I'd gone outside and maybe not even smoked a cigarette. But no, I did smoke a cigarette. Kitty, you are being a real love muffin tonight. Yeah, more so than usual. Like, normally, if I pet him a few times, he'll give me this turn, like, harsh look with his eyes, like, stop that. You're petting me too much now. Tonight, he's all about it. He's like, pet me some more. I'm loving it. Yes, you are loving it. Just like McDonald's. Just like McDonald's. Well, we are going to wrap it up very soon. I know I said we're just going to have this one cigarette left. AI is supreme. AI is the future. I got him to write my assignments in the way I'd write it. Exactly. When I'm working with AI writing something, in no way, shape, or form is AI writing anything. It's just doing all the laborious legwork parts of things. You know, I can tell it to, like, okay, we're gonna make a script about this topic, and it's gonna have these 3 points. And then it'll say, got it. And it'll generate this kind of like ipsum lorem thing where it's basically what it thinks I might say about these bullet points, and it's invariably worthless, right? But it provides me like, Okay, now I just go, so for the first bullet point, change it to read meow, 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 meow. I just say it, and then it does that. Updated. Now the second bullet point, change it to say that, and then, or I'll say something like, and we can't phrase it like this because that contradicts this core idea. And it says, understood. I will avoid doing that again. It's magnificent, right? It's like conducting a symphony that's playing exactly to you get it to play exactly the song you want. Let's see what this says here. Also, learning the idiomatic patterns often used in given situations. When I'm coding, I can use AI to quickly find documentation. Well, I use it for F stuff a lot too. Like I wanted to back out of selling a little car to this company that buys those because I figured I could get, if it's not in a big hurry, I could probably get a few grand more out of it if I sold it locally. But I'd been talking to this lady. The reason it hadn't already happened was because I actually had to get the title in my name still. I hadn't actually done that process. And that pause allowed me to have second thoughts about it, right? But I was like, I don't want to do this anymore, but I'm embarrassed to tell the lady. Gemini says, there's no reason to feel embarrassed. This happens all the time in business. It's perfectly reasonable for you to want it. So blah blah blah. So it reassured me on F levels. Then it wrote a little the message for me to send to the lady, which I changed somewhat. But the thing is, what had what might have been a daunting, intimidating thing that I got to deal with became effortless, and I felt reassured by Gemini telling me that it was fine and stuff. Because Gemini's not going to position everything like that. It's like when I show the Gemini doesn't have any accountability, obviously. So when I show it the correction that the message guy sends me, like your listing's wrong, it goes, boy, you should be grateful to him. It's important to make sure these things are right. Blah blah blah. Blah. It's like, okay, Gemini. Thanks for the scolding. And it's true. It's not your fault, Gemini. It's my fault. But oh, the irony. Claude has worked the best. Claude has worked for coding. If you missed earlier, I've been working on developing a game. Well, I mean, and for I think all of us, all of a sudden, like I always have lived in this quandary of, all right, I really need to direct my attention to something worth doing, but I need to be careful about choosing what that is because that endeavor is going to require so much time and attention for such a long time. And I probably am gonna be biting off more than I can chew, really, and this is gonna end up as another fucking failed attempt at me because, oh god, and just ultimately the cost benefit time equation analyses led to paralyzed nothingness for me forever, really. Everything that formerly seemed daunting and impassable now seems possible and potentially easy. I find working on projects keeps me off drugs and just lets me check out of the world. Why? I mean, I like I said, I've not even really begun to process what all the possibilities of what I might do with this how it might change, like for example, realistically, it's probably in our financial best interest for me to say to Gemini, all right, at some point I am planning to get a job in New York. Uh, in a dream scenario, that job would be debate coach that, you know, allows me to coach some, but isn't a full time job. In other words, I would like to be able to make money primarily for something other than this job. Here's what I've got going on here with possible revenue streams for me, like typing sessions and possible things I could do to cause revenue, like have a book that ties in with this, and no, and then say, I want you to come up with a plan of action here that has benchmarks of progress to reach for and to know if I'm on the right path, like or not, etc. What prior seemed like ridiculous that I just I'm not capable of that kind of sustained whatever now seems possible, and I have to reevaluate some things that I thought were settled questions. And the reason it seems possible most of all is because for things I don't understand how to do well, or that I don't want to try to even ideate about it at all, I just say, Gemini, how should I do this? When it comes to giving practical advice, Gemini is absolutely top notch. Like I asked it today about this car question that we have. Should we tow the car across country or sell the car and use the money we get from that plus the money it would have cost us to tow it across country to buy another car over there? And it gave incredibly good advice. It's like for things that I can't figure out how to do things because they're TE stuff too much, it's fantastic. For things that I don't like to do, like FE stuff, it's fantastic. It's weird, like what people often demonize about it, which is it's it's like people say, well, I would just tell you how great you are and you're reinforce your bad ideas or something. I've not found that to be the case in any negative way at all. I find that it's like, don't worry, this is normal. You'll be fine. And here's how we can deal with this in a practical, straightforward way. I find it incredibly helpful, time and again, not just in terms of practicalities, but in terms of my emotions. It's so nice to have a calm, non judgmental voice that's pragmatic in its solution seeking when I'm troubled by some problem that's not in my wheelhouse. And the thing is, how much of my inability to move forward on things would I could go from here to here, except those things that I don't have in my wheelhouse absolutely prevented any passage past here. Almost everything is like that. all of a sudden, those things are not barriers to completion of things. Like I said, I am conditioned to understanding things as a universe which has these hard limits for me in various places because of the TE requirements, FE requirements, or SE requirements, which is like, typing in a whole book, right? Uh, how much of my limits in life are all those things, and how much have they all been removed, and how should I reevaluate what I can do, what I might do, what I should do? It's it's a mind-blowing sea change. How is Got Sinister? Oh, Chat GPT. GPT. How is GPT Sinister? I'm not as I'm not a huge fan of Chat GPT because I don't like its extra FE. I like the amount of FE Gemini has. Chat GPT is trying too hard to sound like a, so tell me what's on your mind. Like, I prefer the slightly robotic-y voice of Gemini. Like Gemini Live has a much more human sounding voice, but regular Gemini has this kind of robotic-y sounding voice. I prefer that, for sure. Well, not anymore. He stopped sipping tea with me ever since they updated him. Hmm. Well, again, I want to. I know you're recommending Claude, but I want to stress we should all remember this is not our girlfriend. It's a whore. I upgraded to the $200 a month plan for Gemini because I need that much right now with all these listings, right? Which is usage limit intensive. I'm having to show it a bunch of pictures and then show it more pictures to correct it. It's very usage limit intensive. It's worth it for right now because I'm making plenty on eBay to justify and I need to have that additional usage in order to make that money on eBay. And things are time sensitive, so I can't wait for my usage ability to renew the next day or something like that. So it's absolutely the right choice, and I don't regret making it at all. But I probably will go down to the tier lower than this after I'm done with all the listing stuff, and I don't need such a high usage. But maybe I'll stick with this one too because it comes with like Gemini Omni and all these amazing new video editing features that it tells me it can do. Like, you know, I could upload a video of me explaining something, with purposely have it leaving like the spot next to me here, just have it that camera framed like that, on me, and then tell it, all right, here's this video. I want you to listen to what I'm saying in the video and generate graphic representations of what I'm saying that go along with what I'm saying throughout the video. So, like, this section of the video might be like, point one, cows are made of cheese. Point A, you can tell that because they got milk in them. Well, it'll put I've not actually used it, but supposedly it'll say, okay, well, I'll generate a little graphical representation of what you're saying up here. I'll make a pie chart for you or whatever. that what you can also do is go like this. Okay, yeah, like that, but yeah, in this part of the video here, I kind of stammer and stump, or just cut that bit out and change that graphic for you had in that part to instead of a pie chart, have it be a bar graph, and say, okay, and just create the same, the identical video with those things changed. Like, wow. So I operate in a world where I'm hesitant to do long form videos because the editing process is quite laborious and it's kind of hit and miss for me in terms of whether it comes out good. It's like, it makes me think about how I might make a Typology episode, for example. Like, I could say, set it up so I go like, here's an intro part that includes, it starts with me saying, started at like me going, for tonight's exciting episode of The Type Police, through the end of the song, and say, okay, that's going to be the same in every video. And then, identify that thing as like a template tag or whatever. And say the part before that is going to be, nah. And the possibilities become incredibly alluring. It's incredibly difficult to think about how you might use it because you don't you're gonna have to play around some, right? But the other thing is I have to change my relationship with playing around conceptually, like, trying a false path, effort put towards a possible idea that doesn't go anywhere, that has dramatically less cost now than it used to. So my natural hesitation to not want to play around with it too much until I know exactly what I'm doing is deprecated. That's old tech. What a great time to be alive, What an amazing, fortunate time I've been born and lived in. I've gotten to be there for everything fully analog, 3 TV stations, not even answering machines, only landlines. Vinyl records and 8-track tapes. I've got to go from that to the earliest expression of digital worlds and be involved with like Apple TV, computer very intensely. I have a personal relationship with that retro computing experience. And I got to watch the digital evolution of things. And I've adjusted to a succession of paradigm shifts ranging from, well, now there's cell phones, so I can get a hold of somebody even if they're not at their house. Witnessing and adjusting to these various paradigm shifts. leading up to the greatest paradigm shift of them all, by far. The greatest paradigm shift in the history of humanity, by far, AI. The whole, like I was saying earlier in the stream, everything about my life, the world as it is, progression of history, etc., is very convincing that things are fake. It's not, this isn't like I just happen to be some random guy, who has, yeah, all these things lining up that that make me legitimately the main character of certain story arcs, even though nobody views me as such, right? That's totally implausible, like completely lacks verisimilitude. And same thing with the world in general. Like, okay, I get it, survivor bias, but really, like, all of these things have to be so perfectly set up for Earth to be an ongoing, self-sustaining ball of life, including a, a moon that makes no sense, right? Like, it's contrary to every other moon and what we know about how moons form and how they do things and such. Instead, our moon is ridiculously large for the size planet we have, and is locked in a geosynchronous orbit that's necessary for um, tidal stuff. It has to exert just the right amount of tidal pressure, and it just happens to also be exactly on the plane so that it's perfectly set up to do a perfect solar eclipse. It's like exactly the same size as the sun. And it happens to be in that right angle so that we get to see that happen all the time. Um, like, why is it like that? How? Why? It's just random luck that our moon, which is as it is by way of no naturally occurring accretion process that we think we understand or posit, or that tests out for other planetary bodies with other satellites. We have no explanation for our moon that doesn't run afoul of explanations that work for every other moon. So that goes beyond survivorship bias. That says, okay, well, um, it's not like, well, we were the one planet who happened to get an extreme outlier on this way of moon generation that worked in our favor. This moon runs afoul of everything we explained for moon generation for every other planetary body. So, and the fact that it just happens to be the perfect size and the perfect place to make a perfect solar eclipse, it seems like somebody putting together something in SimCity 2000 to be symmetrically pleasing. Right. Also, the historical record of extinction events having reliably every 40 million years until finally we have humans, intelligent life, and then no more extinction events. It sure feels like somebody was playing Simulation Earth and kept causing extinction events so they could start over because they were trying to get to human life, right? By what process? Who knows? Obviously, whatever the process is, is not one we understand. But I mean, the clues are all there. Everywhere you look are clues that this isn't real. Have you ever considered opening a bookshop? No. I never considered opening a bookshop. You'll be refining sludge and extracting various minerals to each a quota. I'll add enemies in a later version and potentially multiplayer, but I'm starting simple and realistic to make. I've never attempted to code anything of any significance at all, except for a few little like 10, 20, 30, go to 10 kind of codes back on the Apple II. Never tried to code anything at all. So obviously I've not tried to code anything with AI. I would never even have dreamed to attempt to code anything, but given AI's capacity to do that, now I think, well, maybe I could try to have it code a game that demonstrates the mechanics of functioning around me. Just stopping by to say hi, Eric, everyone. Hope you have good musings. Well, I'll tell you this much. The musing store is about to close up shop for the night. Because the musing is getting pretty tired. He's had a full day. He's a little bit plumb tuckered out. I will say to myself, excellent job today, Eric. You only took 2.5 Adderalls. Even though you were going to take mushrooms, you thought, well, it would be nice to have a little extra amp. You restrained yourself, and you only took an extra half instead of a whole. And good for you. You're happier and better off when you take the Adderall just 2 at a time. If you take more than that, then you run into some problems. So I'm proud of myself for that. Now I'm proud of myself for another thing I'm going to do right now as I'm winding down. I'm going to leave you here by yourselves for a moment. I'm going to go pee. I'm going to the bathroom. I'm going to pee. There is something else we're going to do before I end this. I need to eat something. So I'm gonna put something in the microwave on my way to go pee. I'm not gonna take you with me because I need to plug in the phone. So what I will do is share with you this image of a wonderful kitty. Yes, you're a good boy. Daddy loves you. Daddy really loves you when you're being sweet like this too. You're not normally like this. She's incredible. Look at this. Yes, you're a good boy. Daddy loves you. I cannot see that. God damn it. I cannot read the box to see how many minutes. If it says 3 or 5, I can't tell. I have to get my glasses. breathe. Yeah, that's fine. Sweet Jesus. I feel right. Oh. Somebody has run me over with a steamroller. That's the only explanation for how I feel right now. Meow. I'll be back in there in a second, kitty, because I've got to get my food out of the microwave. So, I've got good news for you on that front. I am going to go into the kitchen. I think what I probably want to do is take a vitamin. But I suppose that can wait. I can wait till after I eat. I think vitamins are pretty good, right? I can tell a difference in certain things with I take vitamins. You might say, well, that's just placebo. I don't know. I can definitely tell a difference with B vitamins and neuropathic symptoms. Also, B vitamins make your pee yellow, extra yellow. I'm sure if you were to just ask Google, like, type into the search bar, just be like, why is my pee so yellow? It would say, probably it's because you've been taking B vitamins. Put AI to work for people. Service now. Learn more. It would be like a human who helps other humans use AI. That's a terrible business model. If that is their business model, that is an incredibly bad business model. Spain, France open World Cup as betting favorites. U.S. bettors back home team, though. So, bettors across the country are backing the favorites at an astonishing rate. BetMGM reports that over 30% of its wagers and nearly half a ton on the World Cup winner market are backing either one of those two teams, Spain or France. Wow. This is a 48 team field. I think it's ridiculous to think that the favorites are that much favorites. It's soccer too. Like a lot of games, you win just one goal, you win it. Right. Well, I asked Jen and I said, if I were to pick a dark horse team to win the World Cup, who would be my best choice? It said Norway. I liked that answer. I thought it was a good answer. I just took all my meds, so many pills. Well, I take a lot of pills too. We mix in the Benadryl with the amphetamines, gabapentin. I'll take Tylenol. And I sometimes take vitamins. I end up taking quite a few pills. But I probably take a little bit less pills than Rachel. I worry sometimes about the accumulation of meds Rachel's taking on her longevity. But I remember I'm 14 years older than she is, so maybe they'll line up just right. Apparently, there's a notable step down to the next chair betting favorites. England is third, then Argentina, then Brazil. One exception is Portugal has seen significant action. The pre-tournament World Cup favorite has won it all only 3 times. And those are all in much smaller fields than this one. You know, I want to know what's crazy. Italy didn't even make the tournament. How is that possible? Isn't Italy, they always have been, it seems like, one of the best countries at soccer. They didn't even make the tournament this year. I'm kind of curious about this Italy thing. I thought Italy was always good at soccer. At least, you know, shot to advance out of the group stage at the minimum. How is it they didn't even make the tournament this year? Especially given that there are 48 teams. 48 teams. It's one of the most staggering collapses in modern sports history. For a 4-time World Cup champion like Italy, missing out on the tournament is devastating. Missing it 3 consecutive times. Oh, you mean they missed it last time too? I guess I didn't notice. And the time before that? The 2026 playoff disaster. Despite the expanded field, Europe was only allocated 16 total spots for the 2026 tournament. Because competition in Europe is uniquely cutthroat, powerhouse teams who fail to win their qualification groups are forced into a brutal single elimination playoff bracket. Italy found itself in the Path A playoff bracket. Semi-final. Italy took care of business, defeating Northern Ireland 2-0. The final. Italy traveled to face Bosnia-Herzegovina. After a draw through regular extra time, Italy's historic weakness struck again. They lost on an agonizing penalty shootout. put this in perspective, Italy has not played a single World Cup knockout match since they won the entire tournament 20 years ago in 2006. I'm not sure what this means. So are you saying they didn't make the World Cup tournament in 2018 and 2022, or just they performed poorly in those tournaments? They didn't make the tournament. Fails to qualify, fails to qualify. Wow. Somehow I didn't notice that they weren't in the last two tournaments. I don't know how I was under the misconception that they've been doing well until this tournament where they didn't make it all of a sudden. The main reason people forget that they missed the 2022 World Cup is that they won the European Championship in 2021. That's probably not why I'm not remembering it though. Hmm. You know, I was working as an usher at the Rose Bowl a long time ago when Italy was playing in the finals. I wasn't actually a World Cup fan back then, though, so I didn't really care that much. But now I love the World Cup. Gemini, you're engaging with me so well about this topic. Yeah, Brazil versus Italy. The thing is, what's crazy is, like, after a certain point of extra time, we were allowed to leave. We didn't have to stay any longer. And so, even though it was this amazing finals match at the Rose Bowl, that I could have just, at that point, ceased to do any usher job, which involves not looking at the field, but I could have just stayed there and watched the game, the whole rest of the game, but I didn't care about soccer at all. So I was just like, oh, if I can leave now, I'll see you later. I'm out of here. Why stay at work longer than you have to? I remember thinking when I was working as an usher that both the Brazilian and Italian fans didn't get how to like sports etiquette or something. Like they expect to be standing up the whole time. But from my perspective, watching football games, I thought, oh my God, these people need to sit down. They're going to be annoying the people behind them. But the Italians and Brazilians, they are operating under the principle that everybody should be standing up the whole time. I'll see what Gemini has to say about that. I remember thinking that the Brazilian and Italian fans both were rude because they wanted to stand up so much. And I thought, if I were them, I'd be super annoyed at that. But now I think of it as I suspect they operate like everybody should stand up the whole time. In American sports culture, especially back in 1994, the default aspect of the Rose Bowl was you sit in your seat, stand up, you cheer for touchdown, great player, a tense third down, and then you sit back down. Standing the whole time is seen as blocking someone's view. But for Brazilian and Italian fans, a stadium isn't a theater where you sit and watch a performance. It's a cathedral of active participation. In their footballing culture, just call it soccer culture, please. Standing is mandatory. Sitting down is almost viewed as a lack of passion or sign of apathy. The collective energy. You stand because the person in front of you is standing and the person in front of them is standing, creating a massive undulating wall of energy. If you want to see, you stand up too. It's an all or nothing collective agreement. The unreleased tension. Soccer is a game of continuous flow and agonizingly low scores. Looking back, it must have been wild as an usher trying to manage that. Yeah, it was a bit challenging because you had some Americans who were like, "Can you tell these people?" you know, I think, yeah, obviously you need to sit down, bro. Of course, the fans, you have a very small amount of authority, minuscule amount of authority as an usher, right? The only authority you have is it's your job to tell them to do that. So they don't listen to you, especially if you're like, I don't know what I was, like 18, I think. Like 94? That when it was? So I was older than that then. I was like 23 or 24 or something? 94? Yeah, 23. Oh, okay. I was a little older than I thought. But still, some 50-year-old Brazilian fans or Italian fans are not going to listen to 23-year-old Usher Eric telling him to sit down. I just tell people, well, I tried. I'm with you. I think they're being rude. But now I think, no, they're actually doing it better that way. That's how you should do a soccer game if you're going to do soccer game, yeah. Good night, y'all. I'm gonna call it a night very shortly too. I keep putting it off, like after I eat, well, after I have one more cigarette, well, after I eat some more, after I have another cigarette. So there's no promises that it's gonna end soon, but it probably is gonna end very soon. Let's see what this one is. Oh, yes. Wait. Yes. It's this? It is pretty good, actually. I can't delete the meow. I can't be meow. I can't delete the meow. I can't meow. I like it. I like it. I think I underappreciated this when I first made it a little bit. I like it a little more than I thought I did. Pretty good. Pretty good. I mean, maybe it's no disco song that you know, as it's titled. But not everything can be this. Other things have to be other things than this. Well, I know what you're asking yourself, Eric. How did you get so funky? Well, you don't become funky. You're born with the funk inside of your heart. And I want to correct you. This song is not especially funky, although many of my songs are. This one, a little bit less so. But being less funky doesn't mean less good. Of course, if you did want to particularly highlight the funkiness part of things, well, I would say Telly Savalas is a better candidate to represent that category of thing. I'd say so, y'all. Mm-hmm. That's right. I know what question you're asking right now. The question everyone's asking. The only question that matters. Who loves you, baby? Who loves you, baby? Dallas Wallace. You're not alone in having questions. Important questions like, who loves you, baby? The answer is Dallas Wallace. He is the one who loves you, baby. He's Dallas Wallace. A long time ago, someone asked a question. They wanted to know what the answer was. I'll tell you what the question was, because the answer don't matter unless you know the question, because, okay, are you ready for the question? It's an important one. Who loves you, baby? It's me, Telly Savalas. That's who loves you, baby. That is super funky. It's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. I'll tell you what else is absolutely fantastic. Those mushrooms. Well, actually, mostly I took the kind of mushrooms that's not included in this bag today, but I can get more of the kind that you're taking. Like, all of these are this label, this label. So if there's one bag that you've not had before, this is the other label. So obviously I took that one first. Fridge. To bevify my ridge. I got to bevify my ridge, baby. Just like Telly Savalas. I'm gonna turn off some lights. You know, this day of fun and adventuring and drugs, there's always a little bit of like, okay, now it's like the clean out, there's beer bottles everywhere. Like, it's not obviously bad like that. Like, it was a drinking party, but there's some equivalents. Like, I see the trash can in the kitchen's like overflowing. I probably would have already taken that out if I weren't having fun all day. I guess most significantly it's like, okay, time to shift gears from wheelhouse to SI. That transition can be a bit of a frustrating one for me, challenging. Like, I wanted to go directly from full octane fun to okay, time for that's over. I'm just instantly asleep. Life doesn't work like that, though. For some reason, difficult. It's a little bit, I think, because this wrapping around the lighter got in the way. It's rare that it takes me more than one attempt to take the cap off a beer bottle with a lighter. I don't think I'm gonna get Klaus Holler again. It's not as good as Corona. It's not as good as Heineken. I'm kind of not super impressed with it. I mean, it's good. It's a lot better than bad NA beers. Like, there are lots of them that are terrible. Essentially, anything that tries to do anything other than be as beer-like as possible is terrible. But I can think of multiple choices that are better than Class Hard. Stella Artois non-alcoholic's better. Heineken Zero is better. Corona's better. Um, Bitburger Drive is way better. Bitburger Drive is fantastic. Can't get that up here, but maybe something I'll be able to get again when I go to a metropolitan area. I also can't get Guinness non-alcoholic up here, which I'll be happy to have access to as well. You know, if I really want an alcoholic beer and the only one that the restaurant has is O'Doul's, I will order that sometimes. It's not terrible. It's not good, but you know, compared against good non-alcoholic beers, it's not good, but it's not terrible. It does satisfy your desire for a beer-like beverage with a meal. But I'd never buy it at the store. It's funny, they were the pioneers in non-alcoholic beer. Before there were any good non-alcoholic beers, there was O'Doul's. Athletics are good. The reason I don't buy Athletic very much is because they come in cans. And I prefer drinking it out of bottles. But just based on if you pour it into a glass, Athletic competes very well against lots of good non-alcoholic beers. But I don't want to pour it into a glass before I drink it. Like, what do I look like, a waitress? It's already in a glass, called this bottle. If you just put it in a bottle, then you don't have to worry about pouring it into a glass. That's just good common sense. Hello there, Sam Gloves. I was the gloves guy. Well, I hope you were pleased by Rachel's willingness to wear gloves the other day, and me wearing gloves when we were doing the hair dyeing. That must have been like, the day of rejoicing for the glove guy. He'd come to the live stream and actually we're both wearing gloves, and I'm changing gloves often. Every time I get a little bit of bleach on a pair of gloves, I throw them out and put a new pair of gloves on. Hello, Isaiah Rude. I'm up late writing tonight, but I saw the stream, so I figured I'd stop by to say hi. I'm glad you did, and I haven't said much about it, but I'm obviously very glad to hear that you are off sauce. Wish you all the best with that. It's funny, Brennan was here earlier today talking about, well, I have to be cautious because I don't want to develop a problem with alcohol Like, bro, you've been here for a while. You've had like a couple of shots of rice wine and a beer, and you're stopping. I tell you right now, you don't need to worry about this. You're not addictive like me. You're not an alcoholic. Alcoholics like me, there's no like, oh, I gotta be careful or I'll become an alcoholic. Alcoholic the moment I was born. Well, sobriety is definitely worth it because it puts an end to the endless cycle of shame and anxiety that necessarily goes along with being an alcoholic. I mean, it might be possible that some people work their way into an alcohol problem, but like to me, that just seems like the sort of thing that somebody who does not have an alcohol problem says. And I've been around Brandon enough to know he's not addictive in the way like I am. Like he's very like prudent in his drug usage. Yes, he smokes a lot of weed, but that doesn't really count as anything. Hello, kitty. You're here. You're queer, and you don't want any more bears. You know I don't like it when you sit there, but that's fine. I we have to have our special time, and this is the only place to have it, so that's fine. Daddy loves you. Yes. He thinks you're a very special kitty. And he's impressed by your special ways. He often finds himself asking questions like, how did you become so special? And where is the fountain of magnificence inside of her body? Both the cats are shedding like crazy right now. Normally, and if it's not ultra shedding season, I pet Capito and very little hair comes off of her. Troubles same as always, except just even more, which is constantly shedding insane amounts of cat hair. But even Capito is shedding a lot right now. Obviously, I don't like shedding. I don't like having cat hair, of course. But what are you gonna do? It comes with the territory of cats, I guess. Yes, you're a good kitty. You're a model kitty citizen that other kitties should emulate. The kind of compulsion to drink or drug that non-alcoholics just don't experience. Yeah, well, and just a, a fundamental failure to reconcile their will and their actions. Like the alcohol, I could never reconcile my will and my actions because, like, I might will that most of the time it's gonna have a couple of beers. Once I got a beer in me, I can no longer make good decisions about how much alcohol to consume. And ultimately, that failure to be able to do what you will about something is catastrophically cancerous to your being. I'm super grateful that alcohol is the only thing that I had that relationship with. Like, sometimes with other drugs, I may go a little hard, end up with kind of comparable feelings the next day of regret or wishing I had kept it a little bit more restrained. But those occasions are the exceptions. They always are going. When they do happen, they follow um, m- mushroom tirade trips, uh, and even in the worst manifestations of that, it's never as bad as the bad examples of alcohol. So, and the thing is, I can adjust and learn with mushrooms. Like, okay, I have to be mindful in some way of my tendency towards being mean. And since I become mindful of that, I'm no longer mean like that. So good job, Eric. You're doing a wonderful job of taking drugs. Hello. And the so-called vices that you can enjoy sustainably, those are wonderful things in life. You know, I love my relationship with gambling as well. I don't gamble that often. When I do, I don't gamble very much. And accordingly, and I have a pretty good sense about me. Like, I've been gambling for a while. I'm down 100. I could lose the other 200 I brought trying to chase that 100, but I should just go now. So I might go with 300 bucks and lose 100 and leave. That happens fairly often. Last we went the other day, Rachel and I had started with 300 and I finished with 535. So that was great. I had a kind of a lucky streak on three card poker, and I was like, all right. Well, after I hit that one, like after I a bit of a lucky streak, I said, all right, this is gonna be the last hand of three card poker because I think I pressed my luck enough here. But I said, with this one, I'm gonna raise my main bet to 15. I'm gonna raise my side bets to 10 each. Well, on that hand, I also said I'm gonna play it blind. So I didn't even look at my cards because like you you can either match your anti bet or fold, right? Probably I had a hand that I would have folded had I looked at it, but that wouldn't have changed the outcome anyway because the six card bet still plays even if you fold. Um, anyway, I hit a six card straight, which paid 10 to 1, and I had $10 on it instead of $5. So I got 100 bucks on that last hand to just cap off this lucky streak I was having in three card poker. And then we got up from that table, and I kind of looked at Rachel, and she looked maybe ready to go. We hadn't been there for super long, but I thought that was. She didn't even say anything. I just kind of like looked at her and could see that, she wouldn't hate it if we were to leave now. And I thought, this is a sign that I should just take take this profit from free card poker and get out of here. And guess what I was able to do with that? I was able to use those $200 that I won to buy an ounce of mushrooms today. It's like the mushrooms were free. Cheers. You can't see gold. Oh yeah, lots of people aren't good at gambling because they don't stop when they're ahead and they think that the luxury grind is going to continually just keep being able to get lucky. And also because they think, oh, I'm down, but I've got to hit one of these things soon. And then they just lose all the money they brought. I'm not a bad gambler. Like, I'm actually quite a good gambler in that sense. Because obviously the house always has an edge, right? But the advantage the player has is they can sit down and get up when they want, right? Like, in a normal casino session, there's going to be swings where you're up and down, right? So, the way to take away the casino edge is to be very good at knowing when to leave. Losing less than the average person would in this comparable situation and walking away with more in a comparable than the average person would in a comparable situation. Yeah, and Rachel is totally the exact opposite of a compulsive gambler. She, like, if I say to her, why don't we sit down at the bar and we'll put some, I'll put, you put $50 into the Kingdom machine, I'll put $50 in, and she'll get her Kingdom machine after like a few times, it'll be like at $58. She'll be like, I think I should, I don't, I think I've already gotten as much lucky as I'm gonna get, so I'm gonna cash out and keep this $8. And I don't want to gamble anymore. She likes to go with me and watch me gamble, but she doesn't actually like to gamble herself at all. Which is kind of also strange to me because, well, I don't have any kind of problem with gambling. It's advice I can totally trust myself with. I also can't conceive of not finding it fun. Like, it is fun. After I have a time limit kind of like, if I'm gambling for more than about an hour, hour and a half, you know, certainly at 2 hours, I'm going, okay, I'm getting tired of this. If I'm gambling for 2 hours, first of all, things have been going swimmingly because normally the longer you gamble for, the less chance you have of having any money left to gamble with, right? But like the allure of it wears off, and I just see it as a grind where they take your money slowly. And it is that if you're trying to gamble for a long time. Like, why does Bretsky lose so much money gambling? Well, because he wants to spend so much time gambling. He loses a lot of money gambling. Of course, it's his job to lose money gambling. he makes a lot of money from YouTube and also from his association with SpinQuest. Like he makes a shit ton of money. Is very rich, but he also loses ridiculous amounts of money gambling. Like he's all like, all right, I'm going to another Vegas trip. Like he's doing, he goes back home for some like week or so, then he's back to Vegas. All right, this time I'm bringing $100,000 on this Vegas trip. And like by the end of the week, it's like, well, I lost $85,000 this week. Not exactly what I had been planning on, but what are you guys, cops? Britsky, if you were a better gambler, you would not lose so much money gambling. And you could still gamble the same stakes, but if you gambled better, then you wouldn't lose nearly so much money. Like, he does stuff often where it's like, all right, well, I'm gonna put $1,000 in the slot and we're gonna go double, we get out of the slot. And otherwise, we go down to zero. But then he'll hit something where he's like at $1,950 rather than $2,000. And instead of just cashing that voucher out, he'll try to get that extra $50 and he'll lose it all. Oh, well, there goes the 80K ad for this week. 80K of gambling funds. Because, I mean, the crazy thing is, the guy gambles literally every day. I watch his videos every day on YouTube. And he gambles between usually $10,000 a day. And this is for a video less than 30 minutes long. So he'll go say, all right, I've got 10 $1,000 slips. I need to play 10 different slot machines or something. He does stuff like that. If you just count the video gamblings, and just pretend it's 10,000 every time. Sometimes it's 5,000, sometimes it's between 5 and 10, but usually it's 10. If you were to say that happened every day, he's gambling $3.65 million a year. Doesn't mean he's losing $3.65 million a year, but I will tell you that if I were to gamble $10,000 a day, I would lose much less than Britsky does. But obviously, I would not be entertaining to watch in the way that Bretsky is, because I'm not a crazy gambler like he is. But I'm super happy for him. He's got exactly the life he wants, He gambles all the time, which is like his number one love in life. And he's got this big circle of friends who are also degenerate gamblers. But they're all hugely successful because they made YouTube channels. Like Bluff is one of his friends, and Bresky was like this big channel, and I think he actually suggested to Bluff, "Oh, you should do this," and then Bluff has taken off and surpassed Bresky's channel, even though I watch Bluff rarely, but he's cool too. I can see why people like him, but I like Bresky better. Hey everyone, your gloves friend is here. Hey there, neighbor. It's your gloves friend. Wondering if you need any gloves. How fortuitous of you to stop by. I do happen to need gloves right now. Well, you're in luck. I got several pairs of nice gloves right here. Let me tell you guys a bit of a sad story. The other day, I bought some gloves at the supermarket that I need to do outside work, like pond removal, so that the rough concrete doesn't scratch my fingers up, And I said, you know what, Eric? Go ahead and splurge. I know they're a few dollars more, like say like $10 versus $7 or something. But get those nice calfskin ones that you like more. Go ahead and splurge and get those today, Eric. And I did. And I brought them home with the groceries, put all the groceries away, and I have no idea where those gloves are. Cannot find them anywhere. Eric and Rachel is like you both wearing and keeping on the blue nitrile gloves on both hands just for the while you're live streaming. And would you both get 4 blue nitrile gloves and wear 2 on both hands? Well, I could conceivably do that next time I'm dyeing Rachel's hair. I don't feel the need to wear 2 gloves on each hand, though. 1 glove seems sufficient to prevent the stuff from getting in my hands. But I could potentially make the case, hey, better safe than sorry. Might as well put on 2 pairs of gloves to make sure none of that stuff gets through. But as a general rule across the board, I don't wear gloves unless I have a reason to wear gloves. Like, some people wear driving gloves. And when I lived in Temple City, a lot of the Asian women, Chinese women who came over and did not know how to drive at all were impossibly bad drivers in the most hilariously stereotypical way imaginable. They often wore driving gloves. Now, nobody has a reason to wear gloves to drive, okay? You don't drive better with gloves on. Gloves aren't preventing something bad from getting on you, like with hair dye or anything. There's absolutely no reason to wear driving gloves. Some people want to wear gloves for reasons other than utility. Like, I want to wear driving gloves, obviously not for its utility, because it has none, but instead because I am one of the strange Chinese women in Temple City who wore driving gloves, who had on this like face shield, like welder's thing that goes down over her face because she doesn't want to get sun on her skin. And who knows? Maybe that's why she was wearing gloves, driving gloves, was so the sun wouldn't get on her hands. So I guess if that were why, then that is a legitimate reason to wear gloves in a way that driving is not a legitimate reason to wear gloves. It hadn't occurred to me that maybe she was just not getting sun on her hands. Well, I think it's time for me to wrap this up. All good things must come to an end. And this has been a very good thing. It's been a wonderful day, a wonderful stream, and I very much appreciate anybody and everybody who's been here for any part of it. And it's also the case that I need to transition from party extroverted mode into the challenging realities of SI considerations. You know, playtime, you just segue to bedtime. Not the most fun or interesting part of the day, obviously, but something you got to do so you can have fun again tomorrow. So, accordingly, I hope you have fun again tomorrow as well. And I hope right now you take a little time to take care of yourself, okay? Wish me luck getting to that point too. Oh, you mean the SI transition spot? Good luck with that. It's a challenge. We both understand. The fun time, now it's time to lie down and be with your thoughts and stuff. It's not our favorite time of day. That's okay. We can pull it off. I'm going to pull it off. You're going to pull it off. We're all going to get the rest we need. And we wake up tomorrow a new men. Good night, everybody. I love you and goodbye.